This is First Strike Europe. This is the playoff stages of week 1. The goal here is for the teams to make it towards the main event for a shot of a total prize pool of $100,000. I'm your host, James Banks, and joining me to open up the show, I got Scrawny. And yesterday, mate, it was a pretty fantastic day, right?
Yesterday was pretty awesome. I think it all kind of went as it was expected to, but still pleasant surprises, you know? It's nice when things go to plan.
Some good games for sure. And I've got Maniac with me as well as we start to look at some of the matches that were taking place yesterday. And it was not pretty for that Nip Gaming lineup.
It was not. Overall, the favorites did stood their ground yesterday. No big upset, but in both games, one map that could have gone either way. A lot of fight, a lot of back and forth as well. Unfortunately for the challengers, it was G2, it was Liquid who made it.
Yeah, they were the ones that made it, and they made it in style as well, right? G2 on the first map, okay, it looked a bit more competitive with it. When it comes into the second, they start to hold their ground in the way that we do expect. When it came to Liquid, though, and it came to that split map, well, you start to think that maybe it'll like slip away from them, but no, they wouldn't allow it to happen like they did when it came to Ascent. They just dominated. They had that 9-3 first half, and they did not let off the gas from there on.
Yeah, not even close. I think that, you know, once Scream kind of had his teeth in the meat that was his opponents, he just tore them apart, man. And you could see the confidence really rolling over from him. I would say just the stars on each team yesterday really just performed and proved that when push comes to shove, when the absolute, you know, chips are on the table, well, it was all too easy.
It was all too easy. And they were our first two teams making it through. If you didn't manage to catch the action yesterday, it was G2 and Liquid, our first teams in Europe qualifying for the main event. It was Prodigy and Nip who will have to go back into the qualifiers next week in order to try and test their might once again. And it certainly isn't easy going through those qualifiers.
No, it absolutely isn't. It is very cutthroat, right? But I do believe that both these teams, NIP and Prodigy, with what they have shown us yesterday, they will be my favorites for that next qualifier. Obviously, they're going to try again. They're going to have another chance to qualify for this First Strike Europe. And if they have the same level, now that G2 are out of contention because they already qualified, Liquid as well, maybe that's opening up the way for them and their dreams.
But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, this is the main event that you can see on the screen. This is what all these teams are fighting for. The goal is to get to this spot starting on the 3rd of December all the way through to the 6th, and that is where the big prize money is at. That's what all these teams within VALORANT Europe have been working towards, and we today are going to define the next two that will make it through out of the 4. We're starting off with FPX going up against the Opportunists. Then we're ending the day with SUMNFC taking on EXILE Esports. And this opening game, right, when you look at a team like Fun plus Phoenix, they are the team that have sat in that second place just behind G2 for oh so long.
Yeah, I think similarly to yesterday, when we go into this first match tonight, there is a clear favorite.
Yeah.
There is an expectation for what could be another 2-0, just like both the results yesterday. And it's going to be up to their opponents, Opportunists, to show us something to, you know, maybe make some waves. Going on later into the night, you know, let's have some questions, let's see what happens, but FPX should absolutely have it.
On the French side, they're not that much of a pushover though, right, Maniac?
No, they absolutely not. Obviously, they come in here as the challenger. There's no way around it. FPX. Now, we talk about FPX. For them, they are on a journey to try and get the throne, to try and be the best team in Europe. G2 at the moment, in people's mind, in our minds, they might be sitting in there. But for Angel, now is the time. That is one of the steps they need to take in order to fight G2. You've said it. They've lost so many finals against them. So frustrating.
Yeah.
If you don't have your shot at G2 again in that first strike event, well, today you win versus Opportunist.
Well, first of all, FPX need to get ahead, right? And they need to beat the Opportunists. So let's meet this French side. One of the lesser-known teams of First Strike Europe. This team of Frenchmen has come from nowhere to deliver some of the best games of the tournament. Carried by outstanding performances from Logan and Hoppy, the team are flying the flag for liberty, equality, and fraternity. Their story is just beginning, but the next chapter will be the toughest yet. FPX do not suffer fools lightly, but let's see how deep this roster really is. And this is what it's all about, finding out what this team has to offer. Opportunity does await them, but now can they reach it? The lineup they have here, Roden, Takas, Hoppy, Logan, and Akuma. And I'm going to start with Logan here, right? Because he had such a good qualifying experience, but he is a Killjoy main. He's not splitting it up like some of the other players we see throughout the teams here. He's not trying to mix it up with a Cypher and a Killjoy. He believes in the ultimate power that comes from Killjoy.
Indeed, and he definitely pertains to that category of very skilled sentinels. And we have seen that in other teams where you think that might be, an agent where you just have to rely on your abilities. No. You need that skill to make the difference. Pith has done it yesterday. Today, Logan will have to do it. I'll just say it though. Logan is frustratingly good, frustratingly talented, but he, back in time in CS, was a bit lazy, is how it is. He was taking it a little bit easy. I play with the guy.
Okay.
I play with him in a team. I know how good he is. I know how talented he is. But back in time, he would take it just a little bit too easy. I hope that this is, a second chance for him to really pierce through and reach new heights, but that's going to come through hard work.
And hard work is certainly needed when you're coming into a competition this stilled and this stacked up for it, right? And you look at Akuma, the other player on this roster, the Breach player most notably here, he's going to have a tough time on his hands because he's the one that's going to have to create so much space and opportunity for the opportunists.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to create that space. He needs to be able to provide moments for his teammates to shine, and everybody's going to have to step up to the plate in the face of FPX. If we just take the conversation back to Logan for a second, even with Akuma on our screens and being that second piece that we look to, I think that the Sentinel may have their hands full, right? If we think about the game style of FPX, that execution heavy, tactic-based strategies, think about your Sentinel on potential solo site holds, right? Like, he's going to have a very clear mind tonight because there will be full-blown executes, very well-spaced tethers between his opponents, and I just think that, Logan, to me, is really the focus point tonight.
Well, right now, there's a big problem and a big discussion we have because world rankings and Europe rankings and all this kind of thing, it's not that known because we've had so many Ignition Series events and other events take place where it's just been invite only. When it comes to the opportunists, I've been speaking to a lot of the other teams and players in here, and they're actually putting the opportunists, quite a few teams, in the top 10 right now to say these guys, if they don't make it this time around, are likely candidates to make it next time.
Look, we said it yesterday, and you guys at the cast said it perfectly. Valorant is still in its infancy. That is a very young game, very young competition. Every weekend, every week has an effect on the ranking and how we see who's at the top, who's at the bottom, who are the rising stars. Things can move really fast, which is why a competition like today is absolutely key and crucial. Because if you win today, you qualify for that first strike, and who knows, you might win the whole main event. Suddenly, you're at the top. Suddenly, people are looking at you as the champions, right? So I agree with you. Opportunists, maybe not in these rankings so far, but we know it can change just very fast.
And that's why you've really got to take these rankings with a pinch of salt.
Absolutely.
Because we don't have all the data. We don't have all these open games. First Strike is the first chance for a lot of these teams to really test their skill and test their strength on a big stage because they've been practicing. They've been playing against some of the best teams in Europe, but we may have just not seen them on the VOD. So that's what I'm loving about First Strike. We're getting to see more names. We're getting to see what other teams have been talking about and not just the big names, not just the big organizations.
And we get to see those new names in best of 3 formats where we see genuine series through and through, more than just what can be at times, a coin toss or a particular performance from one player on their opponent's side that will just cause a loss. Excuse me. It's one of those times where if opportunists are now a conversation piece within the top 10, and this is sudden news, then that means next weekend, when they could potentially be back here again, they may face somebody else who is on that spike of a rise. Yeah. And facing teams that are on a spike in terms of performance, man, that is just too stressful. So if you're opportunists, you focus in on tonight, this one best of 3 versus a well-known team. FPX are not no-namers. FPX are a known quantity. So you take this chance, you ride with it.
And there's one person I want to point out still on the opportunity here is Hoppy as well. This man, Omen main the whole way. You generally just see him sit on that Omen, but he uses it in a very unique and stylistic way. But he's also someone that can frag out, and we saw that in the qualifiers.
He can, and I do believe that Omen mains in general just have to be creative. If you think about the agent, what you can bring to the table with the movements, with the ultimate obviously, and the flash that is oh so crucial in every execute, well, you have to think outside the box. You have to find new ways to abuse the agent. This counterpart Angel will be doing it. We'll see Angel on the Omen, and he's going to be a pain as well to play against. So Hoppy, definitely looking at him. And all these Omen mains, they have to be the glue. They have to facilitate, not only the team, but create opportunities for themselves. And I know he can do it.
Well, let's take a look at their opposition, right? It's the potential kings of Europe. If they can finally best G2 whenever that matchup comes into play, it's FPX. FPX were a favorite coming into this tournament, and they haven't disappointed. Across 5 matches against Skade, Malik, Oil, Cyberground Gaming, and Mix and Disciple, only one team came close, beating FPX into a 10-5 disadvantage before the Phoenix rose from the ashes to take the game 13-11. They're flying now, but how long before they get too close to the sun, if at all? This is FPX. They are the potential future kings. They're the ones that are more strategical, more tactical. But as Angel has said himself on many occasions, they are playing the long game with this roster. He is a veteran of just FPS. He has been playing at a top level since 2004 and is still going now. This man has now grabbed himself a bunch of young guns who are all listening and learning from his experience, and this seems to be working out.
He is going to be the key for success for FPX, right? Because until now, FPX has been a story of almost. They've been a story of almost being the champion, losing to G2 on even numerous occasions, just not making it to the top. But Angel, if you go back to CS at the beginning, he was also part of the top teams. I think he has that ability, just attack a new game, have that new challenge, and figure out quickly and easily what can be done. What are the meta that we can define? What are the styles that we can use? He can do that. And also we need to talk about, his positioning in the game. You've had different styles of IGL overall in FPS. You have the ones that are, staying back and letting everyone else in the team doing things. Angel is smack in the middle of the action. He's always fighting.
And I can't hammer this home enough, is the main thing here, is Angel was saying with CS, it was getting used to it. It wasn't as enjoyment. It was more of a job to him, right? When he's in this lineup, when he's playing Valorant, he doesn't just enjoy Valorant. Even outside of practice hours, he's still playing more Valorant. And that's key to have motivation.
Yeah, I'd say that, Angel is somebody who deserves absolute praise for way too many reasons. And he is a masterclass opportunist. He sees players, he sees young talent, and he shapes them. He's done that across all rosters of all games that he has ever played. And he is a careered individual. He doesn't jump ship. He doesn't change teams. He locks himself into position. He surrounds himself with the tools he needs to succeed as an actual team. And then suddenly you will see him rise through the ranks. It is no surprise to me that we watched Angel move away from Counter-Strike, a game he absolutely loved, into what he saw as a fresh chance to make a statement and to make, again, a careered run. So if he says he's going to lock in with this roster and that he is going to shape these other 4 individuals to world-class Valorant players, he absolutely means it, and he's already proven he can do it.
And what he's also proven is that he can bring across 2 different rosters. He had the Party Parrots, the CIS team, and then there was Fabricant, the Swedish roster. They were both teams rising up in the early stages of Valorant, and then he took Xiao from the Party Parrots. He joined up with Meadow, Zipan, and Shadow, and he made this work. And Xiao is such an interesting story. This was the Raze main of Party Parrots, who then moved over and said, okay, we're bringing this roster together. He believed in what Angel was saying. Let Zipan have his Raze. You will try and diverse some more. He's now playing the Sova and the Sage, and he is still able to put up these kind of numbers.
And that is what is so impressive with him, right? He is the definition of a flex player.
Yeah.
He can play different agents depending on what the team needs from him. And that is a quality that is so needed, so absolutely important. He's doing it mainly on the Sova now, but you'll see the Sage probably. They're one of the teams that like to play the Sage.
Oh, yeah.
And we need to give Xiao, the praise for that. They have a clear structure in that team, right? As you mentioned, the Fabricant guys, right now, they're specialists. They stick to what they know. We have the Cypher, we have the Raze, we have the Breach, obviously, right? And then you have Xiao and you have Angel switching around, making sure that the composition makes sense, that they're playing to the optimum. So they have this nice balance between specialist and flex. I just want to see them play now.
We do want to see them play now, right? That's the exciting part of all of this. But we cannot mention this roster without mentioning Zipan. Before they were picked up by FPX, they even called the team Zipan Go Kill, because that is exactly what this monstrous man does. He may be quiet in the sense that I'm still waiting for Zipan to kindly give me an interview one day, but he throws focuses on the game, and he is oh so dominant. This raise is a power play, and he can do it on every single map. No matter what you require of him, he's able to deliver.
It's nice to have a duelist that has that capability, that has that caliber of play already, right? You know, Angel can surround himself with people who are students of the game and want to learn and want to listen, but if you can't hit headshots, what is Angel expected to do with you? You know, Zeppin proves that he's also got firepower on the roster.
Yeah, and this firepower is what they really needed, because you look at Xiao, he was having to change things around. Putting Zipan and Xiao, when they're playing so well together, followed up by Angel, who can entry frag and play aggressive like a boss. These are three players that can turn the tide of a game at any time.
What about Meadow? What about Meadow? We need to talk about Meadow as well. Right. In that category of Sentinels that have a high skill, Meadow is definitely up there. You'll see him with the Cypher. We even had a 4K in that video when we introduced, FPX, and he's, again, a high fragging Sentinel. And I think that is such an interesting development for that role in general, because at the beginning of the game, I was afraid that Cyphers would just be forever bored on a side, looking at their webcam, having a jolly old time, and then, have a duel here and there. That is not the case. This is not the direction that VALORANT has taken. Sentinels in general, the Cypher, the Killjoy, what they have to do is pretty much defending a side alone, because that is how the structure goes, and you need that skill to do it well. And I know that Meadow can do it.
The beautiful thing about that is we know Logan can do it as well for Opportunist. So even particularly in this first matchup tonight, we've got high fragging Sentinels on each side, and they're going to have to rock it head-to-head. And
they really will have to, right? And it's going to be very entertaining for us to watch. But there's also a man we haven't touched on. It's the coach in Doom Bros behind FPX. And he works so well in tangent with Angel. And I was able to catch up with him just before this game for a quick interview. Bros, you guys are one of the most tactical teams out there, that's for sure. But how would you describe your playstyle yourself?
I would describe it more tactical and methodical. We're one of those teams who kind of take a step back and gathering more info and just approaches the game a little bit slower, but not necessarily. It depends. I would just say more tactical than the rest.
Now, I remember, right, the moments where we were seeing Angel try and go for the ult orbs a lot, and you're trying to abuse that and get ahead of the other teams and smoke out positions so they weren't able to grab it. But sometimes teams are starting to get wise to that. How hard is it for you to keep reinventing little things like that for the team?
Not hard, actually, because people and teams who copy other teams are always going to be one step behind, right? And we can kind of expect that a lot of teams are going to find inspiration from us. And in a sense, we can exploit the fact that they are trying what we do. And we know the counter, right? So, but it's been a challenge as well to kind of evolve and go away from the old stuff. So I think you can expect us to do some stuff very differently.
Now, you guys, though, have been the only team to really challenge G2, the kings of Europe. What would you say is your biggest advantage over them? And how much do you want to rematch against them when it gets to the main event?
I think our biggest advantage is just like our tactics, how hungry we are, our work ethics. We train a lot. We don't take anything for granted. We're very humble. We don't underestimate any team, even in practice, I'm a big believer that good practice leads to good results, right? And just keep grinding and don't be complacent, right? And that's our goal for this tournament. We want to face G2. We want to face G2 in the finals. I think it would be a great game both for us, but also for the viewers.
Oh, yeah, I would love that, mate. I would definitely love that. Now, in terms of prep work for First Strike, I know you were one of the teams that was just working the hardest from start to finish, but was there anything different that you guys did compared to other events for this one?
Yeah, so we had some more time to prepare strats and game plans. So I think we have different game plans for different stages in the event and different game plans for different teams. Just trying to play a style where you can adapt to some teams with plans, but also different picks, and having multiple choices depending on where and when you're playing.
Now, today's game versus Opportunist. Obviously, we're seeing in Europe, there's a lot more teams that we're being able to see at the higher level because this is open, right? We get to see some more skilled players than what we saw across the Ignition Series events. How do you feel you match up versus them?
Yeah, that's a tough question because I feel like Opportunist is one of the top 8 teams in Europe. They will qualify, in my belief, one way or another. If not today, then next week. And I think a lot of people are underestimating just how good they are. And I think it's going to be a clash of styles, because a lot of teams are starting to play more like Jet and Dash, Vision Striker, kind of uninspiring stuff. And they too play the Jet and play with the Dash. So it's going to be a clash of styles, definitely, because we don't play that style. Or, we don't like that style.
And lastly from me, on the team, right, obviously you guys have now had a nice amount of time together, playing together, working with it all. But what do you think is the weakness for you guys? What do you need to improve on the most?
Yeah, so that's a tough one, because I don't want to give anything away, right? I would just say our weakness is ourselves, right? If we play the quality that we have in practice and that we know we can do, we're going to beat everyone and get first. So it's just to keep that level, keep a cool head in clutches, and just, bring it out in the end.
Well, I look forward to seeing it. Doom Bros, thank you very much for your time and good luck in the game.
Yeah, thank you.
Always a pleasure to talk to Doom Bros. And this is the thing, right? When it comes to Valorant, very few teams have all their coaches in play just yet, but some of these ones are trying to get further ahead. But let's get ourselves into this map pick. Let's see what we're going to get in our first best of 3. So FPX with a higher seed, which means they got to ban out the first map.
Yes.
They got rid of Ascent. Haven picked by the Opportunist. It makes sense. Bind picked by Fun Plus Phoenix. They've always been lowing that, even since they've been having the Brimstones in play, right? Even though they don't use it now, we often see Angel go to the Omen on it. He just prefers it. But at the time, he was starting that Brimstone very early on before anyone else was.
Could still be happening. Could still be happening. Now, we have the Haven coming in from Opportunist. Not a big surprise as well. 85% win rate. That's their best map.
Yeah.
I just wonder, actually, if FPX was going to remove Ascent or Split. They decided to push Ascent on the side, which explained that Haven pick now coming out of Opportunist. Not a big surprise, not a big surprise. We have a game with 4 maps right now, right? So there's not a huge potential for upset in the veto, but I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Opportunists on this Haven.
And this is the problem, because when it comes to FPX, there's no weak map. Like Haven, it can get closer, yeah, sure, but they have had some incredible comebacks that I remember when it comes to this. Opportunists now, they need to make a statement when it comes to Haven. You touched on the Ascent and Split, like ban out there by FPX. Well, you know what they don't want to do, getting rid of Split at the moment, is because Split has started to look better and better. They were even pushing G2 around on that, and that's mainly down to the way they're using Xiao on that Sage. It's become very interesting to watch how he's actually... So David P was like the Sage that everyone was looking up to in Europe, 100%. But now for me, Xiao is doing it correctly. He is doing it exactly right, even with the nerfs coming in.
Look, you're talking about Xiao, you're talking about Sage. I would be surprised to see Sage coming up on that Haven. If I can make a crazy statement, I'm going to take a risk here. I'm going to say we're going to have a complete mirror, just the duelist will be different.
Yeah.
It should be quite a clear-cut situation. Angel on the Omen. Akuma should be playing the Breach. I don't see any reason why he would change over. He's been rocking that on every single map. We have the Breach coming in. Meadow, Cypher.
Cypher, yeah, it would always be Cypher with that. And I think that's the difference, right? Logan would obviously go for the Killjoy all the way. So that will be it, maybe not on the duelist side of things for it. So this will stay as we expect from these guys. When it comes to Hoppy, though, right, it's always it's always the same. Always Omen for him.
Yeah, indeed. We talked about how they have specialists in that team. Hoppy definitely an Omen specialist in that sense. Shadow's counterpart is going to go for Breach.
Yep.
Don't see any reason why you're going to change it. On Haven, absolutely needed for all these close quarter combat. The Flash has such a huge impact. Moving on to Logan, the Sentinel, that should be the Killjoy pick. He's been preferring it over the Cypher on every map pretty much. I mean, maybe they have a surprise for us. No, they don't. That's the Killjoy.
And I asked him why he's always using the Killjoy, and he told me because it suits his style of play. He loves it. He can get more aggressive with it, and he thinks the ultimate is worth more than the Cyphers. So let's see.
That works.
Yeah.
Now could be the only difference between these two lineups. I think that Rodden's going to stick with Jet, whereas we're going to see Zippen going on the Raze. I do believe that could be the only difference in terms of composition for these two teams. Rodden should go for the Jet, and even Doombros in that interview, he talked about it. He talked about the Jet, he talked about the Dash. It's actually the, obviously, Sova
Xiao, yep.
We saw that one coming, and then the Jet for Rodden. That, you know, that Dash, that changes everything.
And then when we come down to the last two, right, you already mentioned it, Zipan, he's always going to go kill with the Raze. He is very stylistic with it, but he's not too flashy when he uses the blast packs, right? When it comes to using that, he's not the same as like the speed boosting around all the time. He's a lot more methodical with it. He's a bit smarter when it comes
for the damage.
down.
He's in for the long term for the damage, and we should have the Sova coming on to cast. So it would appear that I was right. Only a difference. It's going to be the Raze going on for FPX and the Jet for Opportunist. Both lineups have been pretty much set in stone with these compositions on Haven. A couple of changes here and there on different maps, but for Haven it looks to be a clear cut. Now for Opportunist, once more, there's going to be pressure. I think there's going to be a huge pressure on Haven. You said it. We move on to Bind after that, and this is FPX territory.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? FPX right now, they look at any map and they go, okay, it's not too bad. Like we said, it's a Sentinel split that they might have their change up on. Split more recently has been looking good for them. So here, this is where Opportunists need to make a statement when it comes into this map. We'll see them getting ready. Angel's already laughing. They're obviously having some fun going up into this. And that's the right mood you want to set when it comes into going into a big game like this. Keep your spirits high, keep that positivity going, and get yourselves ready.
Absolutely, and I believe that one element we need to mention about FPX as well is that Haven being a map where you can do so much tactically and you have so many possibilities. When things get tight, when things get tense, I think that Angel has the ability to on the spot find solutions. Spontaneously understanding the defense, spontaneously understanding what they need to do. Opportunist, they might have a sound game plan going into this, and I do believe they are ready on Haven, but what if it doesn't work? What if their ideas don't work and they hit a brick wall? I don't know that they have this, the same factor, this ability to just find a solution out of thin air. I know Agent can do it. Can Opportunists do it?
Let's see if Opportunists can do it. We're going in to Haven. It's the opening map. It's Opportunist pick, and we've got Scrawny and Launders as always to bring us all the action. Take it away, boys.
Sure thing, James and Mathieu. Thank you for your analysis and hosting, and welcome to the caster desk. Alongside me, of course, is Launders, as always. Tell me why you are so excited to watch Angel tonight.
Because of Angel's Omen on attack on Haven. That's why. Okay? It was brought up by the wonderful desk just how aggressive he is opening up rounds on a team full of talent, how willing he is to take risks all the time, and there's so much of that right here on Omen. I loved how Maniac brought up that with Omens, you've got to be the most creative. On top of, if you want to go for opening picks, there's options for you to partake in. But with Shrouded Step, the way that you can put out your cover to the other side of the map, it's such a sandbox to you, and you have so many options and can have such huge influence on opening kills.
The style of an Omen.
Stoneman.
Something to be impressed about. So, buckle in, ladies and gentlemen.
Buckle up.
As we will get 2 more teams tonight. 2 more teams through to the next stage of First Strike. Owl Drone from Takis gonna go clear out this A site. Look at that. Completely clear for the taking. Opportunists work inwards. Now
no one likes...
Spike is the last man in, so it takes a little bit of time, but they get there in the end.
No one likes A anymore.
No.
Nobody's playing on the sites anymore. It's always long A or all the way back. Oh my gosh, the full-on flank.
Yep, 4 members of Fun Plus Phoenix trying to challenge. Good trade frags back and forth as always. Takis, however, he goes down to Zippin. We're into the 1 versus 2. So the only player to have come from heaven in Meadow is shut down. Hoppy with that final headshot as Opportunists take pistol.
5 dead. Trying to retake from long A, because that's where they knew they were going to come from, and the post plant, it's not about the site. When you know that people are going to have to get back on the site, it's about the extremities and the choke points leading in from the big flank. Maybe they didn't expect that many people to come in, but damn, were they prepared.
And more importantly than anything, they were on point. They hit the headshots they needed. They got those swift trades. Trade's the name of the game when it comes down to Valorant. And then Hoppy, well, he was that final hurdle. He could have either allowed the 1v1 to ensue, or as we saw him, just shut it all down. A is yet again forfeited from the defense here as they come into the round with just some upgraded pistols. 3 sheriffs across the board for FPX.
Omen blind slightly off the mark. Spin, spot an opportunity with the sheriff. But it's not noon quite yet. They don't want to fight this.
And then they've had enough of waiting around in middle. They decide to go sprinting into the A site. Roden on the front line. That jet dash is canceled out by Xiao, but Takas, he lines up 2 players, and then Akuma gets himself a single. So good thing Sova was there to cover the first player as Breach was priming his charges. And Angel just chipping away at the heels of the fallback. Check out the HP for 3 of the players from Opportunists. It's so low that a little part of you should think this is still winnable, albeit unlikely. You've got 2 players for Opportunists over on Long, and the Nano Swarm on Spike means that Angel's gonna have to walk forward here. He's gonna need to make that contact. Look, he even scares Takas into the open. Now Angel, he's trying to give that cover, but Logan lays down the law. And a second round for Opportunists, thanks to their hold on Long.
Nice job from Logan with those final 2 kills. Angel, with such a little bit of utility, made them very, very scared. Almost brought back a couple extra frags into their pocket and brought the retake within reason, but there just wasn't that much time on the clock, and of course Takas' spray to the back of the site as they accidentally lined up. It was the first and maybe final nail in the coffin. They attempted the retake, but I don't know. Killing the last guy as well, plus that Omen smoke coming up, you'd think there's probably no chance. So, 2-0 start. And of course, MR24, heavy emphasis on the pistol rounds. It will be a talking point on the desk after this match for whoever wins or loses.
Owl drone through to the C site. Hasn't spotted anything. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. First ultimate of the map. And contact made by Takas. He's going to drop Shadow on that rotate. Xiao trying to dodge now as the cage goes down. Roden and Akuma's kills are crucial. That's the 2 that clear up this site and give them the 3-on-1 post.
Yo, not bad. What's the point of a retake if you cannot even have even numbers moving in? Zipen's just wondering what happened to his teammates as they die trying to hold on to C. And him with just his boom bot, I mean, is there real hope? Of course, in Valorant, it feels like very unlikely retakes can come into the realm of possibility with the right utility. But in this spot, with the spike tick that far down, it doesn't seem like there's any hope.
Nicely done here. Opportunists winning the first full buy round. Going into that C site, making absolute quick use of the ultimate, making sure that they don't sit on it, but rather use it to find that 3rd round. So early momentum entirely to the attacker's side. Yeah,
it's so well done on the execute. A little bit scary here for FunPlus. Don't know how they're feeling about it, but so far, so deliberate here from Opportunists, looking very fast and looking very cohesive as a unit. So they're buying in now. I mean, upgrading all to the best guns that you could possibly imagine, and on the other side, it's more of a half save. Just some upgraded sheriffs. Takas always using his Owl drone early. Garage, Long A. Just getting the information right away, not using it to lead in for executes.
Good start from Logan. Just snipping the head off Zippin. Walk in from Roden, finding this A site clear for the taking yet again.
This is a big thing. I mean, also the fact that you don't know how far the first guy is, right? Like you can see Shadow, he's thinking about who might be in A, but not how far they could be in A. And we saw yesterday with G2, with David P, the way he was able to walk into the A site so early, have his teammates run up behind him. So they get this sound cue that people are coming, but they don't know that someone's already pitched a tent, that they're hanging out on the site. They've cleared everything out already.
Just rotating into that one lurk, constantly losing players before the retake even gets rolling. This retake will move forward, despite it being somewhat ill-equipped. Got the Nano Swarm on the spike. Angel gets scanned. That's an easy kill from Logan as he predicts the peak. Bucky just can't land it. Now Xiao 1 versus 4, and they get aggressive so that they can go ahead and trade that one with ease. 4 rounds for Opportunists in a row.
Yeah, in a row. They do give it their best shot. That is FunPlus Phoenix on the retake. And again, there's always an attempt. There's always an attempt. It's just not working out. And now onto this round. We'll see what the setup will be out the gates. There are 2 ultimates up on each side. We've got the Hunter's Fury. Sometimes we'll see a situation where we'll have our Sova on A ult early. Get the info on A on the site that nobody wants to play these days, and then they'll move ahead with the round after that.
Revealing area.
At the moment, he's pushed up. He's not spotting any information. And he'll be careful to hold on to the ult. He can also use this ult to cancel out Killjoy's ult, so that's also a consideration.
Flashing around the corner of Long. Xiao, if he lets them get too close, then suddenly his Hunter's Fury not going to be able to get whipped out.
That's true.
It's kind of beyond that point where he has them all corralled inside of lobby.
Oh, that's a big save. Not getting darted there.
They're getting dangerously close, however. Akuma starting to clear out the corners, making things very uncomfortable for FPX, who do hold back from a bit of a distance as they have. So, looking like another 5v5 post plant.
Do we see the lockdown come out, and do we see the counter ult as well? That's the big question. Some utility here from Shadow as they get set up in all their favorite spots. Meadow in the heavens.
Get out of my way.
Blade Storm popped. That's going to be for Rodin to hold down this post plant. He's going to get aggressive moves in and can't manage the follow-up. Only the first kill from him. Akuma's got the flash primed. Of course, at any point, Hoppy could just go swinging outwards here, but there it is. The attackers lockdown coming in. Suddenly, FPS, they need to get this going. They need to get the ball rolling, but everybody holding back. They've gone ahead and interrupted it. Now there's going to be that neural theft in the middle of it all, and the last enemy's revealed, but he's not taken down right away, and because of it, time is the issue.
They have to go. Oh my gosh, Xiao knows what's coming. They lose. Everything gets popped, and that's Meadow in the midst of the fight, picking up his ultimate as well, only to pop it and lose the round. An extraordinarily strong start here for Opportunists, and that was the closest shave, but they survived that, and now they'll get a moment of respite.
Hunter's Fury, man.
This will be the hardest.
Along.
Yeah, this will be the hardest of a few rounds for them to win. So, I mean, this is insane that they were able to pick up this fifth.
Even if,
man,
I'm trying to think, maybe had he been able to stick it, but he had to come off of the defuse because we had that push out from the final player inside of smoke.
And you can see how every bit of delay that comes in can mean something, right? With the neural theft getting popped, if there was enough time on the clock, they had that round locked up. But because they did such a good job of delaying even slightly in all these different spots, you know, showing them that they were willing to pop the lockdown. Plus they had Jet pop Blade Storm and fight spawn and get a kill, and then take some time on the second one. Like all of these moments shaved down time and made it so that they could not defuse the spike.
A lot of abilities being thrown in that post plant. You love to see it. Right, I think that it's a bit of an indicator here that FPX are most certainly gunning to get a first round on the board, throwing in what they could. They do still sit on 3 ultimates at the start of this round. Angel, Saipan, and Shadow. So Rolling Thunder, a showstopper, definitely some good chances to interrupt and execute. Here comes Angel inside of Garage with just the 1 kill. And no real trade potential. Yes, we do have Shadow taking position inside of Garage, but just as he gets there, Opportunists move elsewhere. And they're going to move that bomb, or spike rather, up C. The closer it gets, the closer that 6th round to the board does as well.
Jet doesn't even need abilities. Space has been created. Spike will get planted. Everybody will be alerted. The party's on C.
Now, they use ultimates to try and make this retake happen. There's always an effort, or at least there has been.
Got breach in position.
Yeah, Logan's still back where he buys guns. But he's not going to find any contact. Cypher heads elsewhere. That's Meadow looking to join his teammates as they come in from Garage. That's an easy pickup on Rodin. Rolling Thunder in 2 directions, plus the showstopper downtown. Hoppy's dead to rights. Akuma, he wants to peek this, but so many players giving cover to the defuse. Xiao's gonna slip this through.
Covered in paint and sorry, Rolling Thundered. It was like they had a long night out of drinking. They could not see a thing. Had no idea what was coming either. Just an absolute flurry of abilities, excuse me. It went both ways, but it didn't actually matter. So kind of also good here for FunPlus that they bait out this extra bit of utility in response. But ultimately, that one round is what they were looking for. So the quiet plants are what we're seeing very consistently. It clearly is not indicative of who is going to win the round. It just means that on attack, you're going to have more, alt points being gained. You're going to have maybe a little bit of a scarier situation for the defenders, but they're prepared and they're ready for this kind of battle.
Ooh. From the shadows, we get that TP from Omen. Canceled out. Goes back into C Garage, which is exactly where the opportunists try and puncture through. Angel, nice second headshot into Akuma. And Shadow, he's going to keep some eyes on mid. Hoppy falls silent. Takis checks flank. It's a man disadvantage versus opportunists, but Hoppy goes ahead, moves from the shadows into hell on this A site with Spike. So his teammate can come over from long, but a fake plant nets him nothing. No immediate peek. Spy camera to be thrown down, get some information.
Spike planted.
Even hits the dart. But of course, the spray through that wall tells him not only is Omen walking down into lower, but the last player's over here on long. So Takis, he's given himself up. He's gonna have to stand tall and deliver.
A stack
with
peak.
2 players on the peak. It's a second round for FPX.
Yeah, well done. Everything just made a lot of sense.
It is over.
It's kind of cool how you can see, like, these situations are expected. They have protocols to deal with them, and like even someone like Omen on attack there knows that he can pretty much get into the A site in the mid round for free. Like, it's just not something that they're really concerned about, but they know it's also doesn't mean that they're going to win the round. I think, where you might get into a gamble situation where if in spots like that, that one player is going to just try to walk in, it might be a free kill. Depending on how comfortable you are. Because right now, FPX are not doing too many aggressive A setups. I don't think we've seen one, actually.
No.
So that's something that's a little bit different. It might be the Killjoy that's holding them back a bit in that regard.
But a real chance for FPX to close the distance on the scoreboard. Just some pistols here for opportunists to work with. They look to move headstrong into the A site. There is 3 players here, but Rodin's just going to prioritize planting Spike. And ooh, he dodges the damage, but the Spike's not gone down, Launder.
Oh, it didn't actually get planted. That's now it's behind enemy lines, and they already went to their post-plant setups. This is an absolute disaster for the opportunists.
Meadows able to dodge the damage that could have hit him from behind. Getting back that Spike, that's going to be the biggest issue here. So, yes, there was a chance here for the opportunists, and there could still be room for little bouts of success. But with Logan on the opposite side of the map, once upon a time was spotted, they're going to take their time with
He could have gotten that plant, too.
Yeah.
That's just a moment. I don't think he got scared. I think he just misread the animation. Just thought he had it, stood up, moved. I think he could have gotten that Spike down, no problem, and dodged the damage, no issue whatsoever. But
it looked like 99%.
It was
planted.
definitely. I was confused when I saw the clock because I thought he had it too.
Well,
my heart goes out to him.
Rest in pieces.
Nice try.
Yeah, maybe next time. It is just the thrifty round for the opportunists, so doesn't come through in the end, and they don't get that Spike plant. Only the 1 frag, of course, as well. So what could have been, but what wasn't.
I mean, on the bright side, they don't
check out the plant animation. Look how close that is.
Yeah. A sliver. Slow it down. Let's go. Oh, come on. Give it to him. Give him some of the plant. Maybe it doesn't blow up the whole site, but at least something.
It's a bit of a heartbreaker, huh?
Slightly less AoE, but come on.
Yeah, he was just so nervous about...
I think it was prepared. I think worst case, it should have just exploded in his hands.
Yeah, okay.
They didn't set it up properly, right?
Yeah, a little bit of an explosive malfunction.
Yeah.
All right, well,
it's tough.
Goofs and gaffs aside, still 3 rounds to 5. Opportunist, slight lead.
Nowhere to run!
Uh-oh, here comes another Hunter's Fury. Xiao trying to dodge it back by Spawn. Does avoid it all. But it's not just the Hunter's Fury he has to worry about. There are a lot of players on the cusp of this C site. 4 of which, to be specific. And Xiao, well, he starts to get a little bit aggressive. Pushes forward, is met by the Cyber Cage, and Meadow and Zypan, that's the 2 kills. It's Angel now to try and go one better. We've got the showstopper coming in from Zypan, and Hoppy in the corner looking to close, just cannot do it all. 3 frags for him, but the same can be said for Zypan.
Zip-in.
Zip-in.
Ziplocked.
Zypan.
Ziplocked and sealed.
Shabam.
That round out. No problem. Interesting with him. Now, I see the Jet, how Jet's like walking up to a choke point, dashing for the plant, and how everybody's just moving out. Like, no one's even, there's not even a fallback plan for if things go wrong because they know that, like, no one's even going to cover that. It's free. But on the other hand, Zip-in is picking Raze as a point of comfort, maybe just because he's so much better with it. He's not going to rely on that, and we'll see what happens in the attacking half. But I think that's where things will get way more interesting, where we're seeing Jet lead on this side, but in the second half, it's going to be more about Omen leading.
Well, right now, Killjoy's leading. Logan walking up middle. Gets a little bit of contact, but that's not his only threat here on this B site. Control of it for FPX on either extremity. There's a chance they push out C Garage. Would give them a quick flank into what is all 5 members of Opportunists. But hey, that Guardian finding a headshot is huge. Poor Rodin. He just wants to plant a damn spike. And he gets forced off of it this time yet again. Then Zip-in peeks into it with a single kill. But there's movement all over. Angel's doubling back from C long. We've got the spike with all of its teammates moving into A, and that's exactly where the majority of FPX remain.
Yeah.
Comfortable and in position.
Fast. They got here quick, man. Might be a little bit scary here for the Opportunists, thinking, hey, I thought this was our site, until the spike gets planted.
Left.
And they run it back from the sewers onto long.
But look how comfy our Sova is getting. Xiao now pushing over in towards short, and he'll spot the so-low push.
That's everything. You know, if he sits back on spike site, then maybe he gets split. Now he can just try and deny this spike plant. Rodin, with a little bit of time left, actually gets this one in. So, okay. A silver lining for the offense, but regardless, a 5th round on the board for FPX. This game's all tied up.
Yeah, 2 rounds left in the half, and I think basically everybody will agree that this game is all about adapting, and feels like a consistent theme when you talk about these teams and to them in their interviews, and you can see the better teams. I mean, there's some situations where there are good starts, but it's always the better team that comes back in the end. And right now, FPX are showing us why that is. I think the weird trap here for Opportunists is thinking about, well, you know, we do half the battle on A, we get the spike down, we have a really good post-plant situation, but now they're starting to lose almost every post-plant situation, and sometimes the early round is falling apart too. So they're walking out towards A again. This time, Angel will take the initial duel, and Zip-in will trade and fall back as well.
Yep, that's the engagement that really favors FPX. He gets away with his life, and a lot of it. Shadow goes for the blind, sees all the information he needs, looks to concuss them, soften them up before they come in with any kind of a commitment, but they hold for now. And look at this flank. Zip-in, he could go all the way. Ooh, interesting use of the lockdown. And Zip-in, he's not going to wait for anybody. Runs right into it, and they've got just a few seconds left where they need to respect this ult. It pops, and from the shadows, Hoppy's going to move all the way over to the C site. Caught out by the spy cam, he extracts the dart, and he anticipates the peek from CT, but there is already the walkout. A man breathing down his neck in Meadow is going to close this one for FPX, a 6th round and a lead for the defender.
Gotta love that instant punish. Smile, you're on camera, it says Meadow.
It is over.
It's on the parking lot security camera. C is not safe. But you gotta respect the attempt for the plant. 1v2, one of the better situations you're gonna get. I mean, with Omen's ult, you're just throwing it out whenever there's a small chance, really. Just, it's not one of the most powerful ults, but it's useful for situations like this, so. And it can be great for executes, but whenever you need it, really. It was in the realm of possibility, but you don't get one over on Meadow. Last round should tell us a lot. You know, can Can we see Opportunists not only have a strong start, but figure out a team that has figured them out?
What's their adaptability in the final moment of the first half? They joined forces in the C split. The entirety of Opportunists now in position. Of course, that rolling thunder could be huge. It starts to slow things down, but Xiao, he cranks the dial. 3 kills for him. Angel and Shadow get this one done. 2 rounds the advantage for Fun plus Phoenix. A hell of a strong start from the Opportunists. Let's see if the swapping of the sides can reignite that flame that looked to be stoked here on Haven. And we are back. Still the 2-round lead for FPX, but they take to the offense here on Haven. Opportunists getting a chance to tackle what is one of Europe's very best teams. And they had what was a lightning quick start, but it fizzled out, Launders.
I think if you ask James, they're the best team.
According to James.
They're the number 2 team by some rankings.
Yeah. They need that BO3 victory over
But if
G2.
James was the only person you met, never heard of Valorant esports, and he's like, yeah, let me talk about this game, you would think Fun plus Phoenix were by far and away the best team on Earth.
Number 1. Quick clash coming out of Hoppy. I love this. Right into the second half with a little tenacity. But it comes at a cost. FPX now on the forefront. Where do they go? They hold in mid. As quickly as Opportunists attack them, they all disappeared. 1 HP for Shadow.
My goodness. He plays... well, it's an interesting spot, but this double flank that's coming in. Might make it a lot less interesting. They're really eyes forward on the B side. I don't think they plan to check their flanks at the moment. So that's a freebie on Shadow. A headshot on a 1 HP player. A little bit of overkill. Shao, will he experience the same fate? That's the big question. I mean, him getting spotted is the most unnerving part of it all. However, he answers back with 1. That's a second headshot. Now we're in business. Look for 3. Can he grab it? He can. He can grab it with half his might. He barely had to try. Didn't have to move. He's the turret on the B site.
Oh, that absolutely has to sting. 1v1, V1, V1. They came at him and they did not conquer. And that third fight, well, that was labored. I mean, Killjoy should have had it, let's be real. But check this out.
Hit him with 2 bullets.
Yep. Rodin goes for the first peek. Takas not quite in position.
Oh my God.
Never even hit by the third player.
Man, he's got evasion, apparently. Didn't know that was in the game.
Okay.
Was that a Reyna?
Okay.
Damn.
That one's going to sting for Logan.
It will. Oh, scary spot, man, that second pistol. So now they split him.
Die.
So that's with an 8-5 lead, and it is a quick second round after the pistol.
Yeah, very quick 9th. Oh, Shadow dies out to the final player from the opportunity.
Oh my God, does that just change the whole makeup of the second half?
I feel like it does.
Right? Damn, dude.
Also, I would like an official Launders review of Shadow's crosshair when we get a chance. There's a lot of crosshairs that we get to see across these tournaments.
I feel very strongly about crosshairs.
So wait until you see Shadows.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, down Long C,
Cover going out.
where everybody... Look at that.
I can't even see it. Hold on.
Get close, right here.
Oh!
No, not Shao. Shadow.
Oh.
Just wait. He's got an ability out.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Put away the flash points, man.
Look at that!
Oh, what is that?
What are those?
Buttermilk pancake crosshair. What is this? Oh my goodness. We are playing Quake, son.
Yeah. Put him somewhere in the middle. You'll get what you need.
The Eggo Waffle crosshair.
Angel putting holes through Logan like an Eggo. And Akuma just trying to play the side of the smoke. Does get 1 in Zippin, but a very quick trade thanks to Meadows. So man advantage, but Shao, well, he's also joined his teammates from around the corners of Long. Takas, potentially to come in from Garage, waiting for his 2 teammates to both get into position before they try and split into this C site. Takas sends the dart out. Oh, double kill on the backside of the site, and that final nail in the coffin to give Fun Plus Phoenix their 10th round, doubled the score of Opportunists, who have now not won a single round for 10 rounds straight.
Oh, don't say it like that.
10 rounds straight.
Don't put so much emphasis on the 10 rounds straight. Come on. That I would have liked to see Fun Plus Phoenix play attack at first. Now.
Look at that.
He's a magician and a coach.
What are those? No, but really, what is that?
Can you do that?
Yeah.
You can. That's very intuitive, actually. Somehow. All right, well, here's some opening trades. Well, no trades, actually. It's a one-way street. Someone just got the Yu-Gi-Oh cards ripped out of their hands. No trades in sight.
Not the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Both arms of Exodia.
But no feet. Angel. Uh-oh, don't look away. Logan nearly getting the better of the timing, but off of that singular A kill, you know they're going to take it to him. Opportunists. Oh, they try to play for the flank, but that also gets shut down. Angel now hunting that final kill in Akuma, who's out in the open and doomed, yeah? 11 rounds to 5.
Damn, dude. Well, we'll get at least, okay, 1 chance, right? We'll see what I really want. Now, I really wanted to see Fun Plus's attack on Haven, and it doesn't seem like we're going to get it. We'll see. This one last opportunity with some decent guns. They'll spend all their money. Opening setup, they've got Killjoy utility. Just sprinkled across the A site. Everything basically is over here. Jet forward facing. A bit different to the way other people, I mean, most people are not using anything in the site anymore, it feels like. Now, at this moment, with 4 ults, it looks like they want to try this garage split, a breach ult to clear things out. It's going to be a hard site to hold, but I mean, at least fortunately here for opportunists, there's not many here. Oh, but that's one way to get in the middle of things.
Player in the background gets absolutely smoked. Akuma doesn't even need to see him, but he does die out to Shadow. This is a little chance, a little spice of life from the opportunists. Akuma showing us what he can do if given the chance.
That's sick, man. Did we have ults? We had 1 ult go off, right? So it's scary because we only had Shadow's ult go off this round, I think.
You are correct.
So it's still scary because we're still looking at 3, but you could argue that Shadow's was the most important.
Dude, let's look at this lineup. Who got robbed? Who lost the lottery today?
I think he knows here. Okay, we're talking about the guy all the way in the back.
Yeah, watch this.
Boy. Ugh. Poor Meadow. He didn't want to fight. He was just world star in the background trying to watch it.
Yeah, he's pulling his phone out.
Yeah. He was just going to upload the video.
Well, now we've got 3 ultimates on each side.
Cyphertube.com.
Some real chance at a bit of a comeback from the opportunists. Problem for them, such non-existent margin of error.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that one's going to sting. Angel, he regains consciousness. Lays down some abilities here inside of the B site. Now this Omen smoke on top of the B box, he constantly teleports into it. And he's got players all around him. In fact, right behind him is Hoppy. So Omen v Omen, opportunists out on top. And Takis potentially to take over Garage.
Interesting.
They sit back, Fun Plus Phoenix.
Mr. Sova has moved in Takis,
charges.
where, like, okay, it looks like they want to try to fight. They're scared of this kind of garage hit. They don't want to give it up, but Xiao, he peeks anyways.
And it looks like they could continue on into this B hit. Ooh, but Hoppy, he's able to get himself a 2nd kill this round before being toppled by Xiao, who's also sitting on 2. The neural theft goes down. That is total, absolute information. Breach flash, perfect. But the trades are even better. We've got the 1v1 between Xiao and Akuma for a potential 12th on FPX.
30 seconds left.
Okay, well, Akuma, he's got a lot left. Xiao, he can play from anywhere with his ult, but he's also, he can put this tag out if he wants to. It'll be a dry duel. Akuma will win it straight on. Fantastic couple of rounds from him.
Nice play from Akuma. Goes for the fault line from the B to A connector. Hits the spike carrier. Leaves him stranded and stunned underneath Heaven. And then the follow-up flash. Despite it not finding the eyes, just makes that such an awkward post-plant position that he gets the duel and he has the slight edge in it. But, I mean, play back this round. Any one of these individual kills goes the other way, and we're looking at FPX comfortably on 12.
Yeah, and this here's a scary situation where, you know, now you've got the Omen ult up on your attack. You've got a Hunter's Fury for the post plan if you want to. You've got Raze to open up a site for you, running in if you want to. And the initial default looks exactly the same. Actually, Shadow gets first picked. And so that's a strong start. We haven't seen any presence towards A from FPX early on in these rounds. I guess we'll see if, I mean, one thing that I really appreciate about opportunists, they're really uncomfortable with the thought of giving up Garage, and they're willing to fight for it in all these different late round spots, and it feels like that's a key position that FPX want badly, and they're trying to find a window of opportunity to get in there over and over again, and sometimes they're getting the kill, but it's not without getting traded afterwards.
Cover going out.
Yeah, they're never able to just comfortably cut through it, but maybe combining it with a heavy long presence is what they need.
Oh,
Operator in position. Rodin's able to drop 1. It's zipping to hit the dirt. Hunter's Fury on the spike plant. That pushes the player off of it. Akuma, he will get that singular kill, but Xiao just nailed the double. He gets Akuma and Hoppy.
30
Both
seconds
those
left.
players coming out from
Spike
Garage.
planted.
Angel, quick TP onto the box next to Spike. A 2v3. He shuts down the Blade Storm. Now he's on his own, and Taka's gonna close as an 8th round added to the board for Opportunists means they're within 3.
Well, that's exciting stuff. Nice use of the ult from Takas to make sure they can't put the spike down. And even with that, there was a push that got punished, but a trade both ways. An opening kill came out from Breach, who came out of short B, traded back by Angel, who, or excuse me, I think Xiao ended up getting 2.
Yeah.
And there was an attempt that almost was successful, but Xiao doesn't have enough HP remaining here. Even though Jeff drops all of her Blade Storm knives, there's still 2 more players, full HP bars, wrapping the site to make sure they can lock it down. So within 3. And speaking of ults, we've got Killjoy now online here for Opportunist.
Ooh. Gotta dodge that fault line. What's the move?
They have never even tested all this Killjoy utility on the A site.
Oy.
Oh my goodness.
Operator in position. Rodin almost dashing
free.
to the wall. That could have hurt. Owl Drone gets shut down. Now they're going to have eyes on that Jet as they see her retreat, but she's not the only one in position. In fact, a good amount of the defense here to hold. Takas with a kill already. Rodin still scope up. Shadow's flash will push her back, but is it enough? There's a lockdown, of course, for the retake if needed.
Yeah, this round should be over whether they know it or not.
Oh, and especially with that one, Logan just sitting down inside of hell. He has nowhere to go. So easy pickup from Shadow. And suddenly, that ultimate that we were talking about for the post plant is now off the table.
30 seconds
Kuma's
left.
got his as well.
Spike planted.
A Rolling Thunder for Shadow could be huge. And there it is. Sends it out. But that long play, that flank, oh, Shadow, a 3rd kill for him. He is going absolutely ham. 4 kills and only 1 left for that 12th round to be secured. But Rodin's blocked from the sky.
Out of the sky. Doesn't even get his feet on the ground. That's where Jet likes to be, but not dead midair. A 12th in that fashion. And this is maybe why we don't have as many players within the site. Like Killjoy in this spot cannot put her ult down safely in hell. Also has to fight to make sure she can stay alive for a post-plant situation. And her teammates don't want to be in a situation where they have to try to keep her alive until the spike gets planted. Ideally, I'm sure Killjoy would have liked to have been somewhere safe behind her teammates. Everybody there could have set up for a player advantaged retake and then laid the ult down and moved in no problem.
Multiple players scanned by the recon drone. Feels like FPX, they tasted blood on this A site and they're coming back in for second servings. Immediate entries, puts a world of hurt onto the Opportunists yet again. Logan not able to drop that lockdown, but Rodin will come flying in with 1. They're outnumbered 2-1. And this is not an easy retake, not by any stretch of the imagination. Akuma, he gets hit by that dart. Location revealed over and over. The showstoppers pulled out by Zippin, but not fired. And that's unfortunate. Walks through the Omen smoke only to die. It's Meadow to close as FPX take Haven 13 rounds to 8.
Well, it was 13-8, but it was a very good attempt at the comeback. They definitely looked solid in the second half. I think it was a bit surprising, and yeah, I feel like there was just one thing there where we didn't even get to see Killjoy use that final ult. That could have really brought the game a lot closer. So deceptively steep game numerically, but by very small margins in some of these rounds.
That Logan ultimate could have made a difference in those final few, but we didn't get to see it. We will get to see both these teams, however, locking horns. This is a best of 3 after all. We'll have a break and the analysts up next.
FPX walk away with the win. And it didn't look easy at the beginning of that game. A 5-0 lead turned into 11 rounds in a row for FPX, but they did get slowed down a little bit by the opportunists.
Look, we talked about being able to adapt. We talked about figuring out your opponent and on the fly making changes.
Yeah.
That is exactly what FPX did on their defense. They started running low. They were 0-5, defeated at first, but then they understood what was up. They understood the game plan from opportunities, and then you could see their rotations. We have Xiao right on the clip here, always in the right position, always able to help, being that annoying +1 in the defense that makes it so hard for the attack.
And you got to give it up to Shadow, right, on that moment where it was getting 4 kills, nearly on for the ace.
Ooh.
That was just ridiculously on point.
Yeah, really nice one there. I mean, there's a few turning points throughout this game, right? There's the Shadow multi-kill, but I still just cannot get over that second pistol round where we see them drop the ball 1v3.
And this is the thing, right? When you come back to Xiao, before he was on this roster, he was Razor, playing the Raze as a main. And then, when it comes into this roster, Zipan is the one that got to stick with it. He got the Raze. We used to call Xiao the Xiao stopper. Well, he can still do it on a Sova.
Look, right for you, Connor, right here,
Look at
the
this.
clutch again, the 1v3 coming out of Xiao, such a missed opportunity. Look at the spacing. Granted, his crosser placement is perfect. He doesn't miss a thing on road attackers. At the very end, a little bit sloppy, the duel could have gone either way. But the problem, as we see with that aerial view, is the spacing from opportunities.
Yep.
Xiao has the opportunity, no pun intended, to play 3 1v1s when he should have been completely boxed in. He should have had no chance. He should have had opponents coming in from all directions, and that wasn't the case.
The thing with Xiao's second kill in that moment, you talk about it, aims on point. It takes 2 bullets before he shuts down the other player. But that second kill in mid never touched him in damage. He's on 35 HP. Logan has the chance, and then some, to even hit him with something, man. That's not like it's Xiao completely crisp across all 3 kills. That last one was labored, and yet still he walks away with it, and then we get that ball rolling. And as the game started to get tighter at the end of that second half, you have to think back, what if they had started it with the pistol win?
And Xiao, he's getting his own highlight package here because 301 ACS, this man delivered, and he was doing it sometimes just single-handedly in these rounds.
Absolutely, and what you will see in that highlight reel is that the positions of these frags will change because he's had impact everywhere. First of all, on the A side, it's not that easy to be a Sova solo A side player.
No.
Most Sentinels actually play that A side because you need that information. He was just playing it from heaven, good recon balls whenever he needed it, but he could also get in the thick of things and fighting around. So Xiao, he was a master. We talked about his, ability to play different agents, but the skill as well. He had it all today.
And this is the thing, right? You spoke about it just then, about the Sentinel positioning. It's changed over the course of Valorant. Sometimes we'd see it more towards C, which is now the commonplace that Meadow is playing, sometimes over towards A. It's still being adjusted, it's still being worked out, but right here, Xiao, you can feel how comfortable he is in that A site.
Yeah, most certainly. Again, just playing around whatever's coming at him, like finding the routing, finding the moment, and also just gauging it either with patience or aggression. Like you see, just I would say like multiple decisions and multiple different styles of play within one player. That's when you know you've got someone special on your hands.
Now, Roden, I got to point out here, right? Every time he got the operator in his hands, he might be good for 1 kill or so, but he wasn't able to have as much impact as he normally is when he's coming into this game. Actually, a lot of the times, he wasn't even able to have an operator in his hand, and that's a problem for a player who really needs that.
It's gonna be complicated as well. I felt like he was also a little bit too committed in the risks he took, and he got punished for it. And it is such a thin line, such a hard limit to be in it. When to be aggressive, when to be defensive, when to pull away from the fight and staying alive. Jett has the ability to do it. We talk about the dash. It's not only to get kills, it's also just, step back and stay safe. I feel like he was punished a couple of times, and it counted his team. I mean, it was hard for his team dearly.
Yeah, it really was, right? And then you've given up the numbers, you're getting into a position which is kind of awkward. Akuma was giving it his best, though. That time when he was trying to shut him down, he's just pushing out of garage over and over again, trying to make something happen. But it just felt like, to me, for opportunists, they had to try too hard to make something happen. They couldn't rely on it working out in their normal setup.
Yeah, it's kind of struggling, right? Struggling in mid-round moments, struggling in engagements, and just, I would say, in general, not finding comfort, right? It was difficult for them to engage with something and then walk away with like head held high.
Yeah.
It was kind of very wobbly the entire engagement, and I think that just kind of is a testament to how FPX are the favorites, are more individually skilled, and we saw that across that spree of 11 rounds, right? For that 11 rounds, as the person casting it, it did not feel like anything but a one-sided game. You know, that late reminder where suddenly FPX are giving up some rounds, suddenly opportunists are making us see the individual. It's this clutch from Akuma, you know, making you believe that they were going to claw these rounds back. Well, you know, that was it's kind of what enabled us to forget about what was that huge streak with no answer.
I feel like Akuma was the only one finding the gaps just spontaneously in what FPX were doing. And it is part of the game. It is part of the game to, you know, hear a drone and knowing that you have to go get a jewel on the server. That's one example. Akuma's been doing it. That play, when you guys shouted about the triple kill, he hears the Rolling Thunder behind him. He knows I have half a second, just go in there and fight. Before that, I'm dead. But he was the only one doing that. The other ones, they were one step behind and the game was just too fast for them.
And that's what they can't allow happen going into Bind, because Bind is the playground of FPX. This is where they've got more room to maneuver around. They get to actually have some space to play with. And this is where you're going to see the fakes. And also, you've got to watch out for Angel using the ultimate orbs. He's always going. They'll smoke off areas, take the ult orbs, and they're playing smart to make sure there's no chance for the other team to have the extra ult abilities to be into play.
Indeed, indeed. And all these teleports, you talk about fake, you talk about going crazy. And FPX, that, you know, that style where they just keep you guessing as to where's going to be the target, where is it that they're going to be. We see the stats coming up here. They have 80% win rate, 20 maps played. That is quite insane. Another number that's quite interesting as well, they have the same percentage or defense. They're a complete team. They're the complete package. They don't care where they start. They can win the map anyway.
And this is when it comes down to Bind here for Opportunists. It's not terrible, right? 60% is still very good. But this is when you're going up against a team, this is when you're going up against a team that's a specialist in it. And attack side is so strong. And the thing you'll look at, we were talking about this before, the Phantom coming more into play for a lot of teams here. Look at FPX. It's Angel with his entry frag, and he's still rocking it on the Vandal. You see Zipan, he's still 50-50. It looked like he was swapping in between both of them, but they've got a different style of approach. And Angel is where he's going to get straight up in your grills of it. And I don't want to go up against his aim any day of the week.
No, most certainly not, right? That's the beauty of Angel, is not only does he have all of these skills in his repertoire, but he can also hit headshots on Omen. So he's getting his entries, and he's then exploiting those entries with these big brain, sneaky Omen plays. It's just a really good combination for what is then a total package in FPX. But when we look at Bind particularly, you know, Mathieu, you just mentioned how what we saw, unfortunately for the Opportunists, was maybe a little lack in killer instinct, the ability to take over a chance when they have it, and that timidness, right? Well, if you're going to play timid on Bind particularly versus FPX, where they are this comfortable and they have such a success rate on the attacker's side, dude, you're going to be completely outclassed if you're not careful.
You are oh so right, Connor, but I want to see what Agent picks we're going to be getting. So for now, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, it's Agent picks, and we'll be getting straight into Bind. FPX are up 1-0. They won Opportunist map pick, and now we're going to theirs in Bind. We're getting into this agent select. And Twitch chat, I've got something for you guys, because you guys were saying that we already know what's going to be had here. They think, Matt, that we know that it's going to be exactly these agents. No one's told us. We've just done our research. But this one could be the curveball for us, right? Because when we look at Angel, it's going to come down to whether it's going to be the Omen or Brimstone. I think it's going to be the Omen, though.
I think Brimstone could be in play.
Okay.
And to be fair, the meta has really shifted towards Omen. That is not even a question right now. But Bind seems to be the only map where you still, at times, will be able to see that Brimstone. I do believe that it is because of the ultimate and how you can use it on the offense, specifically, you know, lamps, B elbow. That these ultimates are key. He's going. Wait.
What?
Okay, hold on for a second here.
Are they trolling
he went
us?
for the Viper. This is really what's happening. We're not seeing double. He went for the Viper. He went for one of the least picked controller that we have seen so far. I don't even know if anyone rocked the Viper up to this point in the qualifier. So he throws in the curveball. You talked about it. We have one, just not the one we expected.
I'm happy to be wrong. But like, okay, so Viper has been slowly buffed. They're trying to make Viper more viable. Angel's a smart man. I can see how this is going to try and work, right? You think of the smoke screens and how it can be used with it. The ultimate is also very deadly, especially for such a large size map like Bind. But my God, we're going to witness some magic here.
Indeed. Let's go back to normally, if we can. I think it's going to go on Breach. Exactly. There's not going to be too much chat about it. Meadow should stick to Cypher. I'd be surprised to see anything else. You said it. Hope going. Wait a minute. He's going to Killjoy now.
They are
have
bringing something
special.
new.
Yes.
Yes.
They absolutely have something special when it comes to Bind. I'm just going to double check something. They hadn't played the map since the 4th of October.
Yep.
I had it in my nose. I was like, maybe they're going to change some things. But I didn't see that many changes coming in. The Killjoy from Meadow. Now, Hopi should be on Omen. You know, I think the right side of that screen kind of makes sense. We have it. Now I don't know anymore about FPX, you know?
Okay, FPX now could be thrown as curb. I think you'll still stick Shadow on the Breach. You need those flashes in there. That's going to make sense. Shao, again, Sova for a map like Bind is going to make perfect sense as well. Shadow on the Sova.
I am getting more and more confused.
Do we get a Sage?
We might, at this point, we might be. So they might just shy away from the Breach, which would be insane, but...
All right, keep going on opportunities.
Shadow
we know what we're going to get here.
Logan is going to kill with Killjoy, I believe, yes, indeed. Now, Shao could be a Sage. I mean, we know he can play different agents. We know he could surprise us. What if he rocks the Breach in? Just to allow Shadow to go on the
we said how versatile he is.
That could be a possibility. He goes on Phoenix.
So that's where they're getting the flashes from, and this gives him to play like superstar Shao, right? Go out aggressive, play confident. The ultimate coming into play as well is going to be so useful. Give him a second chance, a second life to do damage. Oh my God.
The Raze for Roden. That is the map where he prefers Raze over Jet. It's one of the few maps where he keeps going, and we know that Raze can be also powerful on Bind. And then Zippin. Well, you know what? A lot of things happened. No,
it's got to be Raze.
I'm getting, a little bit dizzy over there. That should be the Raze pick coming in from Zippin. He's one of the most specialist and refined expert of that agent. So the Raze should be coming in for Zippin. But at this point,
there we go.
Thank you. At least there's something that makes sense. But it is so interesting now. Takas should be going in on the Sova, if I'm not wrong, or the Jet. Sometimes they do for a double. He sticks to Sova. So I feel like the right side kind of makes sense, but FPX, they really hit us with the curveball.
Okay, so let me start with this. FPX would not be doing this had they not done it in practice already, right? Yes, they're up a map and they'll be very confident on split, I'm sure, but you don't risk this in a first strike qualifier. This is the playoff stages. They're one map away from making it to a 100 grand event. But I definitely don't think Opportunists would have ever played against this kind of an agent composition. So they're looking probably right now thinking, what do we do? What are we running into?
You are spot on. You are spot on. They are outside the box with that lineup right here. They're outside the meta and what is usually done on Bind, which means that Opportunists did not have the opportunity to practice against that comp and be ready for it. We know Viper, the timing of the smokes, for example, is a problem that we need to address. The Phoenix with the curveball, the flashes coming in, the ultimate to grab space. It is going to be so hard for them on the fly to realize what they need to do.
And Maniac, just to answer your question, only once in the entire qualifier has Viper been picked. So this is the second time that Viper will be picked. Angel's bringing it out for the first time. We did not expect this. We haven't seen them play Bind for a long time, like you mentioned, but this is some serious preparation being done here. I've lost my mind. You know, if you make this work, I'm Viper maining all day now. I'm moving my agent. I'm going to do it.
People are going to play Viper all the time now. If he wins, that's going to happen again. But at least you have to respect the fact, again, they're thinking outside the box. They're trying to reach a new heights. They're trying to think different ways to approach the map. They got us in for a loop, absolutely.
And it makes perfect sense, right? If they were going to go and say, pull this out, they get to the finals and have to face a G2, and it's the first time they throw it out there. At least you're testing this now. You've done it in practice. You're testing it in an official match that means a lot as well, right? They're giving that trial and tribulation to this style of play. Angel, I've definitely got faith in it. I hope he doesn't look as crazy as I feel this is going to be, but this is where we're going to learn a lot about Viper.
look, some of the difference as well with that FPS, with these FPX picks, compared to what we know they're doing. First of all, Meadow is now playing the Killjoy.
Yep.
He used to be only rocking the Cypher.
Yes.
Absolute specialist in there. Shadow used to be only on the Breach, and we have seen how powerful he can be. Now he's going to rock the Sova. It's a completely different gameplay, not the same that you can bring to the table. And then we have Xiao back to his roots, you know, the carry roots, the one when you make the difference.
And he just had a phenomenal game as well. So let him go large and in charge. And that's what I want to do with our commentators, because our minds have been blown. And now you guys get to cover what could be a historical match when it comes to Valorant. Squaddy and Launders, take it away.
We are large and in charge, James. Don't you worry. Viper is in the server. And James and Mathieu losing their minds. Dude, what do you make of this? I love the last-second changeup.
They've never played Viper. They don't play it on any map. They have had Brimstone in 12 of the 20 bind games they played. Phoenix in 2. They have nothing in common with any of their previous comps, let alone playing Viper for the first time ever.
Man, imagine being opportunists, knowing that you're playing up against a team who is so good on bind to begin with. Any level of preparation that you would have put into it, just taken away from you.
This game is all about preparation. There are so many teams that are avoiding each other at the top level. They never even play. The teams that are going for each other. NIP, FPX, Team Liquid, these teams do not play each other because they don't want to give away stuff, because that's how important it is. So for this to come out knowing that they never used it in preparation versus them must be terrifying.
Well, we'll see if they can hang on for dear life. Zippin able to open up first. Poor Logan down for the count. Curveball connects to the face of Hoppy. Good thing for Akuma. He swings out wide and even dinks Angel deep down long B.
Snake bite. They're going through it.
Not often you get to say that. Oh, damn. Look at that. Damn. Look at that vulnerable.
Oh, damn. Well, okay. Well, okay, Shadow's made progress over on the other side of the map, despite all this bad action going down for FPX. Covering Lamps at the moment. He's in a strong position. We'll see how much farther he wants to go. It looks like much. Rodin will punish him for trying to take that much space. And Meadow will attempt to plant the spike. It actually pushes them back into Akuma, awkwardly enough.
30 seconds left.
This is a player down at B.
Then they take the teleport. They're going to try and sprint into this B site. Of course.
One
What
NA
more
remaining.
can they manage? Meadow, all that's left over. Hoppy's going to close this one. And there you have it. Opportunists on the board.
I love that. Running through the snake bite, trusting the flash, pushing him out, and then calling it out. And they had a very awkward situation through the teleporter where Breach's flash should have been fine to peek up short, especially once they had thrown down the paint shells on the plant spot. But it still, even though it ended up favoring FPX, by that point there was too much damage done, too much information gained. And so 1-0 start here for the Opportunists. Splitting pistols last game, I believe. Yeah, they
no,
they
because
let
remember
Fun plus Phoenix 1v3 them.
Yep, that one hurt, huh? Youch. Xiao, good thing you can heal yourself, buddy. 12 HP after the grenades, explosions. Damage in abundance. Hoppy, first kill here versus FPX.
Okay. Well, we've got the toxic screen. It's flown over and across, cutting this A site diagonally. Diagon alley. I guess the most fun part will be watching what Angel comes up with on attack with these toxic screens. Of course, they just can go soaring across the map.
Yep. The screens are one thing, and then to me, it's like, okay, it's all exciting and cool and whatnot that we get this last-second kind of agent swap-up, but where are the smokes coming from? You know, other than Vipers, it's going to be difficult in executes, I'd assume.
30
Time will
seconds
tell,
left.
of course, as
One
Logan's
NA remaining.
Bulldog continues to rip players apart. His turret even getting a kill of all things. Shadow. His crosshair is the exact same crosshair as the Sova Owl drone. Now that you've seen it,
No,
never be
you
able
can't
to unsee
unsee.
Yeah, wait until you see a Sova Owl.
Oh
10
no.
seconds left.
He must be inspired by that.
Oh my God.
Which makes sense.
He's
because
sober to the core.
He'd have consistency across all his pieces. But Logan's third kill comes in, and just like that, Opportunists to the 2-0 start. Now the fun begins. Now the buys come in.
Yeah, now we'll see what this screen can do. I am pretty curious. Now the thing is, you can use this screen to replace smokes, right? You can cut the site off and have it up for a full site hit if you want to on the A site, and it can cover all the same positions in a different way. The geometry might change a bit, but you can still cover a lot of the same spots. And they might tailor it slightly where they change some things with, you know, they could have a Sova arrow with the wall, catch up a run on the other side of the wall, shoot through it. I think it's a very powerful thing to do. I wonder if the A hit is coming soon. Of course, it might be one of the more obvious things that they want to try, so maybe it'll be some time before they just bust it out. Or there'll have to be some conditioning involved to loosen them up on the A site a little bit.
Sure.
Stealing sight.
But we certainly know it's on the menu.
Paranoia goes through. Oh, Rodin, that reload's gonna cost him.
Okay, well, there's an opportunity.
Shao spits fire in the showers.
No.
Ow.
Definitely a lot of conjecture on our end just to try to guess as to what is going to come out. But interesting to see that he still hasn't made a decision with how he wants to use it just yet. Okay. Now some of the utility starts to get drawn. Move over into a heavy, long B lean, and Logan will be the first point of contact.
30 seconds left.
And there goes up the screen. Gonna kind of cut off the back of the site somewhat, slightly. Nano swarm. All over the place. Still so delayed. 15 seconds left over. They need to clear out Logan, but he's got the helping hands of Hoppy. And so far, so good. Angel will get some kind of success.
Left.
8 seconds. They're gonna need this spike plant and the kills that come with it. Zipping all that they have to offer, and he has no time at this point. He needs to stay alive, and he's fighting for his life. It seems like he'll get through here. 3-0 the start for Opportunists.
The delay utility was really good there, so I think that they can't actually execute with the screen, potentially because of the utility that delayed them inside of Hookah. Didn't get a second glance at that, but I think what they were expecting was not what came out, and it meant that the screen came down before they got into the site, so they weren't really able to use it at all. So kind of an awkward situation here. And again, they must be coming out into a match with a ton of practice. As James so aptly pointed out, this is a match that'll bring them to a $100,000 tournament. It's not one where they're going to sleep on their opponents, right? We heard from FPX's coach, they're very humble. They don't they don't underestimate any of their opponents, even in practice. So they'll definitely be taking this comp very seriously, even though it's extremely experimental.
Clearing close corners. If they commit to this one, 3 defenders in position. Yup. Zippin's able to dodge the concussive damage. Shao opens up shop. It is Logan to go down first. That leaves 2 members still in position. Rodin tucked on elbow. Rolling Thunder denies the run it back, but Rodin runs it in and dies, as does his teammate. A clean sweep of everyone other than Hoppy. He answers back with 2, but he gets softened through the Viper smoke, and the Sheriff ends it all.
Yeah, that's it. But so it gets used well. I mean, they win all their duels before they even need to put the spike down. So we've got Opportunists fighting heavily for control of the site. Don't feel comfortable sitting back and relaxing. And here, this is a round where are we in thrifty territory? Did they have full? They had some rifles involved,
yep.
Right? I'm not sure how many.
Enough,
yeah. Enough to win them the round. So in response, we're actually in a situation where the credits are low here for Opportunists. Zippin will spray down one opponent in Akuma. That's a breach off the server for this round. Nice and early. Last round. Again, we're on screen watch. Okay, Not like screen watching like you do in GoldenEye versus your friends on N64s, but looking for where the Viper screens go. And it was on A last round when they hit B.
Yep. The beauty of Viper's abilities, right? Can really play the fakes. And this one looking like it's gonna be a flawless round win from FPX. Assuming these last two players don't clutch it all, but Logan empty-handed as he falls, and yeah. Thanks to Zippin, it is flawless. 4 kills for him, and a second round for FPX, now starting to feel themselves out a little, but of course that one just versus Pistols. It is the defenders back with a bye.
And what's so good about FPX, of course, that conditioning is everything. What they're thinking in terms of conditioning, and conditioning begins with winning rounds. Like at first, you put together a pistol, break the confidence of your opponents a bit more, and then you can manipulate them, right? Then you can start to throw things that'll register as fakes when they're not. They'll start to second guess themselves. They'll put themselves in bad spots for you. But until you get to the point where you actually start putting rounds together, you can't really do conditioning. It doesn't work like that. So now that they've won a couple of rounds, they probably have opportunists now trying to guess what the next move will be instead of playing to control the game. And here's where things may or may not get interesting.
Oops. Bouncy little buggers. Luckily for FPX, that missed flash doesn't cost them anything. Logan's going to get dropped to 46 HP very quickly. He does have a lockdown, as does FPX. Alongside a Viper's Pit. Man, I would love to see a Viper ult at some point in this map. We've got the showstopper whipped out. Zippin's going to try and clear flank with it. Oh, you poor soul. Absolutely robbed by the headshot after the explosion, and it's a man advantage. Here it comes, though. That's going to be the attacker's killjoy and the Viper Pit, and Angel, he's within it. A player right on the other side means he goes down, and just as quickly as the smoke comes up, it all falls down. One player detained, gonna have to chill out and wait, but that spike waits for no man, and neither does Shadow. That long lurk around from the defender's spawn makes the absolute difference, and Logan fighting for his life. Say goodnight as FPX tie at 3.
Well, that was an interesting bout. It's not often you see the souffle fall flat like that in the middle of an ult. A big advantage, especially with the first and second kill. But despite it all, that's all they really need. On attack here, 4-3 player advantage, and it's all about Shadow coming in late on this flank and being so aware of where all his targets are coming from, looking so smart both on Haven and now on Bind as well. Smarty Pants Xiao. I mean, all Sovas are smart, we know that.
No bias, right?
No, I mean, I like Sova, but...
That's right, you're a Reyna main now. 14 insta-locks later. Meadow, ooh, gets absolutely wrecked by Hoppy. Listen up, kids. There's a couple sheriffs in town on this round, and opportunists should not be able to exploit them for the win, but they have a 4 versus 3. Rodin's hanging on to a Phantom. That is still his other 3 teammates, all with pistols, but this pistols can prevail.
I mean, yeah, it's not a great spot, but because they have Phoenix's ult, I mean, they can get so much information for free. They can use him to clear out lamps, potentially even get the kill with his ult if he's careful enough. And it looks like right now he's moving up just with his utility, not even thinking about it. Oh my god, the nearsightedness is just fine for him. He can see, monocle or not, and now the other players are in rotational spots. They are outside of the site, and Xiao with lamps means they could potentially put the spike down.
Getting closer and closer.
Seconds
Angel runs out of toxin, not going to be a problem. He does find Akuma close on sight and clears the player out from heaven. Boombot on the flank. Poor Logan. No longer having the element of surprise.
Damn, they actually don't even use the Phoenix ult. I mean, they could have there.
Could have.
And a late screen as well to watch it. Again, these screens and the flame balls, they pair nicely with Sova's darts to go over the back of them. And oh, Logan, nice try, but they don't win. And I mean, on top of this interesting pick from Angel onto Viper, he's also just hitting really clean shots, right? I mean, he's sitting on this triple stack more than a couple of times now and winning his duel versus a backside player and then a heaven player right after that. He's doing his part in terms of aim, as well as getting our attention with the pick itself.
Another combination that I like between Phoenix and Viper, of course, both with the thin screen walls, is also the curveballs I find go through the screens way easier than sometimes the Omen smokes or the Brim Sky smokes. You know, there's no thickness to these pieces of cover that FunPlus are playing with. You can get some real explosive hits, but that one, that's a hit and a half. Xiao finding that deep TP, flank denied. And Logan has been discovered, so he's on the retreat already. Angel's gonna go ahead and grab the ult orb as Shadow gives cover, but he's down to 11 HP, so incredibly low. Still, however, 0 kills for the Opportunists in this round.
Yeah, they're getting toyed with a little bit.
Revealing area.
So we'll have one dart that come out that won't get any information. That's all they'll have for the next 30 seconds. And it looks like just this B Pry is about to come in, and they win on patience. There's Takas trying to get something back for his team,
Out of charge.
only to learn a little bit too
Revealing
much.
area.
Start to the back of the site, and everybody will start to walk in now.
Classic situation. You're in a 3 versus 5. Your side of the map has fallen silent. You think to yourself, if you make a play, if you find a
30
timing,
seconds
you're going to
left.
cut back the man advantage. You could be the reason your team gets back into contention this round. But instead, you find 3 sneaky players from FPX sitting in their corners on 11 health, collecting orbs, waiting for their abilities to recharge. And that's that tactical depth. That's that patience, the execution, the tactical style of FPX that we praise coming into play. Opportunists get called out by it, and now they've been culled by it. One man left in the corner in Rodin, and, well, he just wants to survive. Is that too much to ask?
No, he was so worried he was not willing to peek, and he could have easily killed Zippin, but Zippin was living in their heads rent-free.
Flawless.
So much respect. Now 3 ults up here, a lot of aggressive ults as well, and potential to really overrun either site. Can it be scary to try to figure out what is going to come their way, because the options are wide open.
Heads up play from Zippin, making sure they get away with nothing. And he is currently 14 and 3. Hell of a hot start to this second map.
Always throwing that extra bounce.
Paint shells mid-sight. Al drone moving through. Lamps sees nothing. There has to be somebody in one of these positions, and of course there is. They've now found him, but we're gonna get a big cluster of defenders trying to hang on to this hold. Oh man, curveballing his own teammate. Not a pretty sight, but Opportunist using Hoppy to get deep into the showers. That actually nets them something. We're on a 2v2.
Xiao refuses to use this ultimate. He wants to just hold it over their heads. He's like telling them we can win no matter what, but he still has this option in his back pocket to seek out information as he wants to. But here, oh my goodness, Angel, when do you ever see that?
Wow. That was labored.
10 bullets missed. Hoppy, excuse me, could not capitalize.
Oh my god, he's actually able to get through the snake bites. Almost finding a bit of timing, but luckily for FPX, Angel's there to lend the helping hand. Sheriff gets shut down, and so does the entirety of the Opportunists. Yes, they had 3 kills. Yes, they made that execution sloppy, and Hoppy was in a great position here, interrupting the spike carrier, turning onto Angel, and almost getting a kill he had no business even having any chance with. But it's a 6-3 scoreline for FPX on an attacker's side, where the statistics on Bind tell us already, of the 2 halves, Opportunists are supposed to be putting up rounds here and now.
This is the comfort side for sure. So, yeah. I mean, also the scary part is, again, they're just not really having to reach the point of desperation to use their ultimates at every turn, right? They're keeping them up for even more dire situations. And as close as that was, they didn't feel uncomfortable, apparently. So how much worse will it get is the question. early showers control, and it looks like also an early A split to combine with it. There's not a ton of defensive utility left here, and it looks like it'll be more of a retake position with Omen and Sova back at the site.
Xiao just got confirmed info on 2. That's why the showstopper gets whipped out. But the rocket fuse halfway gone. Gonna have to shoot it in desperation. Paint shells will keep a player from peeking on Heaven. And Hoppy, he's gonna go for that deep TP, but it gets called out. And he gets it off before dying. Unfortunate, not even denied, but dead. And a corner unchecked.
Oh, we get
gives Zippin a chance to deliver another kill before, of course, he falls. It's low HP for 2 of the 3, one of which now down. And that does not bode well for the Opportunists. They know exactly where Logan's at. Angel topples him, and a 4-round lead ensues.
I'm sure they were kind of disappointed to pop the 2 ults finally, get in the site, not really see anybody there, realize it is a retake situation, but then to win easily after that. I mean, that is really just the icing on the cake. Not many moves to be made. Lamp's control was just too much. And Xiao, look at the composure here. He knows his second duel is coming. He's not scared, holding his crosshair out wide enough, and is just very calm about the way he bursts those bullets down into the lamp. So now it's at 7-3. We're running out of rounds here in the first half.
And a missed showstopper. One of the 3 ults that Opportunists had at the start of this round. Of course, we've got the Hunter's Fury and a Viper's Pit for the side of FPX, as if they need the ults to win. Angel will be stunned momentarily, or rather temporarily.
I like both.
Okay. Shadow? He doesn't like that. Called out by Rodin. Hoppy TP's back, just in case there was a player pushing short A, but that is not the case. Everything that FPX has to offer, it is charging towards this B site. There are 3 defenders in position. Akuma already with the flashes out. Deep utility coming in from Angel. Grenades making things uncomfortable, and now the Hunter's Fury is whipped out. Takis trying to interrupt the execute, kind of doesn't get much for his money.
Welcome to my world.
And we've got the pit up from Angel. Of course, he throws that down towards Garden, so it will make it to the spike, but it's going to be a difficult spot if the retake even had a chance to get into this. Takis will take him down, and Angel now on the other side of the wall. Takis has to rack his brain. Where has he got off to?
Oh my God.
Oh, but he gets him with the spray. It's a little labored, but hell, it's a clutch, and it's a 4th round for the Opportunist.
Oh my God. Well, okay. I mean, that was interesting. I mean, he was outside the vault. I mean, maybe it was an awkward wall. I'm not sure if he planned exactly how far it would go, considering the spike wasn't within it.
Right.
That I don't know. Some of these things, it's like hard to know if it was intentional. The play was good right around the container, but you got to think, you know, that's one of 2 spots Angel should expect, I suppose.
See, the Viper's Pit, man, it's so nasty that sometimes you do get Vipers doing this, just playing outside of it, so that, you know, when you're inside a Viper's Pit, you have no clue what is more than 5 feet in front of you.
Definitely.
So he could have been inside of that Viper's Pit, lost in the sauce, trying to find Angel as he sits with eyes on bomb. But you'd think Angel would have maybe predicted the peak from sight. Hard to tell.
Yeah.
Hard to tell.
Yeah. Very circumstantial. Okay, so, well, we're going to move into another round. The satchel's out. Takis is spotted underneath the hookah. He'll be zoned into staying around here. They start to push out. He doesn't come to in time, and they all die.
Absolutely swarmed. Look at that mini-map. 5 deaths for the Opportunists all over the Behold. They tried to lock it down. They never found their footing. Hell, Hunter's Fury comes into the mix. Takis is sent scrambling. They're dancing with death the entire time. Just looks super uncomfortable that last round.
Yeah, so that's it. We're going to go to a break, and we'll come back right after this with the second half.
Another strong start coming out of Opportunists.
Nice.
But just as quickly as they get the ball rolling, it comes to another abrupt halt. It's not 11 rounds in a row this time, as we did get Opportunists find a fourth in the middle of it all, but it was a commandeering lead yet again at the end of the first half.
They're making him burn calories like a chess player, like a grandmaster sitting there playing a tournament. They've got to figure out in this scrim versus this brand new comp versus a team that has never not picked Brim what they're going to do.
Not a task I would want to have to handle. Now only 5 rounds away from their spot at the First Strike EU event. But do Fun plus Phoenix have what it takes to use this team comp on defense? We shall see. They got over the burden of not having smokes on executes. They made the most of the Viper screens. And now we see that screen here at B. Xiao dies to Rodin in mid, traded by Meadow. But in the meantime, we've got Opportunists working in from, of course, the garden onto the site and taking it by storm. Spike planted.
Spike planted.
Well, the screen does his job, but Raze does a bit better to get that 1 kill. Screen goes back up. Akuma's gonna have some pressure put on him. Oh my goodness. Boombot on the pistol.
Logan, quick kill back onto Zippin. Oh, Zippin with another piece of utility. Getting kills aplenty.
Alarm bot down.
Meadow. Ooh, can't manage the fight. Now it all falls onto one. Shadow trying to push in as he can, but it is another pistol round win from the Opportunists.
Yeah, so they pull this off, which is great. I mean, we look at that first half, and it's comprised of a pistol and 2 conversions, and still such a strong attacking half from FPX. And part of that is because they've got a well-drilled secret comp coming out, that we don't know if Opportunists knew anything about. And even if they did hear about it, right, they have to be able to they have to play against it, otherwise it's going to be very uncomfortable. And then they're going to have to look for some natural chemistry to be able to overcome it. And now we're in the second half, and it's just a new set of problems here. But it's more of a known quantity, what we might expect from a Viper in this half.
Yeah. Snakebite's going to leave him vulnerable for just the second. Angel just peeks out. Sheriff headshot, not a problem. Hoppy's going to find that spike plant as Rodin goes rampantly into lamps. And that pushes Angel into a hell of an awkward situation. Logan, nice headshot off the Bulldog. Xiao with an answer, but he's going to need 3 more kills to make this round happen. And there's one. Well, he's got the molly. That's a heal. He'll get nearly up to 100. And now he goes hunting yet again, held in by that headshot angle. Tough stuff to get by. And Hoppy's going to close this 6 rounds to 8. Still a lead for FPX.
On screen watch, we've got another screen going up on B, covering both Hookah and Long. That's pretty much what it's been so far. We'll see if it continues to be that way, if there's any other angles that he'll come up with. Right now, yeah, he's laid it down and moved over towards the A site again. So everyone gets set up in their positions. And it looks like it's initial long B control that is desired here for the Opportunists.
That orb gone so quick.
Yeah, that's a critical one. I mean, we know that FPX were going for that orb very consistently and grabbing it as well on attack.
Sure. They do so on the defense too. Phoenix using his abilities. Here comes the lockdown from Logan. 8 seconds to clear it. Takis, nice burst fire into the head of Xiao. Angel's gonna be laying down those snake bites, trying to keep players at bay. The lockdown detains no one. Nothing. 4v4 regardless. Scanning comes to an end. Takis looking to plant that spike, but this is one of those issues, is you've got that toxic screen in the face of the Garden players. Gonna be really tough for Opportunists to hang on to this post plant, perhaps. Maybe Hoppy brings it back. We've found him with impact in these mid-round moments Owl drone coming out from the defender's spawn. Tak is looking to make the most of it, but Zippin bests him. Angel with a headshot into Logan. And again, this toxic screen the entire time denies vision as the kills come out from FPX.
And now everybody switches the Viper on bind. I mean, that's like, you know it's going to be there, but you could just now see like how much value there is. He put that screen up and down 3 times. In the post plant, the Killjoy ult offensively makes sense because on B, people might fight for it more often. So maybe in another site or situation, you throw it down later on.
Wow.
Oh my God. Wow.
Oh,
like staring through a kaleidoscope, he grabs that into hookah.
I'm sorry, can he see through these things?
I know, right? Dirty. But yeah, it is ooh. It is a lot about utility in that situation. And it's got to be frustrating for opportunists to see that now as a threat that you just don't normally see.
Perfect accuracy.
Quick trade. Costly, though. Very low health for the man on retreat. 22 HP to be exact. Meadow, do you really want to peek this? I mean, his teammates are doing the work for him, damn it. Zippin and Angel absolutely delivering. That is 40 kills between the two. Make it 41.
Okay. They will give that up, and Zippin will get the last as well. 42. Oh my goodness. Super clean, not very close.
Super clean.
Yo, they're super clean.
You know, this is wild as well, right? Don't forget, this is, of course, all teams, the second Viper pick of the entire EU qualifier.
Yeah, which is wild. And it's like, I mean, this is the map that brings them to the $100,000 event. So, yeah. Big balls here from Angel.
This is the Viper pick.
To bring that in.
You know that one friend you have that just consistently tries to convince you that Viper is always viable?
Right.
Yeah, he's going to be talking about this for weeks. But I think an element of it is just Angel.
Okay. So some of the usual antics once again outside of B. Like a heavy lean here. This time Viper is playing Daddy in the site as opposed to an A rotate. They're expecting some more pressure to come in, maybe more in tune with what the game plan is for the opportunists. They move up to apply pressure, maybe going to wait for an opening where the screen goes down. And the snake bites come up, and now will there be an execution? There's pressure to get on the other side of the wall quickly, right? That's the most annoying part, I think.
Now it's back up again.
Now they do, but is Takas in a good spot is the question.
And is he enough?
Joke's over.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay.
He tries to make the run around from elbow. Curveball dodge by Takas. Paranoia hits the mark. Shao goes in on this. That was the run it back. He has a second chance, but Takas is going to deny him. And Meadows got himself a kill from the comfort of the back site. Shadow with the Hunter's Fury finding one. They've cleared out that deep elbow, or so they may think. Omen is still back there. And he ults out. Deep A play instead from the Shadows.
Oh, nice to have in your back pocket. And he'll be happy to find a vacant A site. Now, it's just about how he wants to try to cut off rotations. Now, is Logan going to put the spike down opposite side is the question. No, he's actually going to put it down on the front. So,
Showstopper.
Yeah, it goes out. It doesn't hit.
Spike planted.
Or it does damage. Down to 25. Logan denied anything further. Sure, they use that Shadows play to get deep into the heaven. Yes, it gets them out of a precarious position on B, but a spike plant at this point just not going to cut it.
Yeah, I guess I see why we had Logan try to put the spike down on that side, knowing that Raze's ult was up. Yeah. So, okay. It comes a bit closer, but it's just not the result they need at this point. And now in the face of 2 pistols and 3 conversion rounds, we've got still FPX up 5 rounds. Looking for an easy 6th.
Back into it. Hunter's Fury off the spawn. That's Takas trying to soften the A site, but Zippin in a good position. Actually falls off of the box. Boombot's going to go into lamps. He's been scanned.
Oh, they're getting a lot of good information, but some early spam damage as they coming across the site.
Meadow finding one. Shadow, he's going to peek out. They had no showers control, and that is absolutely going to cost them. The carrier's down, and so is the round. Double the score count of Opportunists. 6 map and match points.
Yeah, the screen, it's got to be so annoying, especially considering how much of the meta is leaning towards retakes now, and how people are diving for the plants and then getting out into these post-plant positions, but now that screen's up for so long, and there's anybody on the other side of the screen, they can easily section out their fights and separate the opponents.
It lasts forever.
It does. Dare I say it looks OP. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh man, it's, you know, of course, you know, all credit to FPX for finding a way to bring it in a situation where nobody is willing to. And okay, they're gonna pop it early.
Why not?
Yeah, the Viper's Pit over on Hookah.
Opportunists are like, nah, not even gonna touch that. 5 players shoulder to shoulder. If all else fails, play the trade game. And they're gonna try to into the A site. It's gonna take something special perhaps. Zippin only able to get the 1 kill. There it is from Takis.
Okay.
2 phantom headshots. Leaves them in a 4 versus 2. That walk up onto the A site works out wonderfully.
Well, it was the A play that they wanted. They got it. They just couldn't hold. Xiao's been very good aim-wise from up here.
Agreed.
Finding the kills. The peaks might be a little bit harder.
Full charge Tremor. Angel's Toxin, near non-existent. Xiao's fallen out from heaven. Any kill at this point is going to have impact. Again, 6 map and match points. Angel's running in through lamps, double headshot off the Vandal, swaps to another one. They're still going to be able to pressure this, but there's just no time, so take all the kills you can.
He's actually just deathmatching, looking for his 40th kill now. Takis will fall back with 6 HP, running and hiding with his legs, tail between his legs. There are too many kills, actually, in that situation. It's a costly round. I mean, it's not going to hurt them all that badly. They'll have to concede, it looks like 1, maybe a tiny bit of utility, but that's it.
Yeah. See, running through toxic screen like that, right, leaves you vulnerable. And nobody was actually taking the fights from FPX. They were sat back behind the site itself, so 5 guys through the lamps onto the default plant.
Yeah, well,
kind of giving them the space, and then obviously Opportunists with such strong presence there.
Maybe this is a big advantage. We've got 4 players from Opportunists on half armor. So, you know, potentially could make this a whole lot harder to win these straight up duels in the same fashion that we saw like Takis winning them.
Yeah.
Over on the A site.
And they're going to try what worked last round here at B, by the looks of it. Rodin back and forth.
Oh, I think we've seen the kind of aggressive Killjoy ult over on the B site. And there it is. Really early. They're going to try to score a plant off this, but immediately the ult gets called out and canceled by Shadow. Will they know? And now they'll actually turn it back over towards the A site. It's a total bait.
Dude, and they're vulnerable. Running through the snake bite leaves you so susceptible to damage. Not to mention Zippin whips out the showstopper just in case they want to commit.
I want to say this is a beautifully orchestrated round by FPX. I mean, the mind game's both ways. They had that ready. Maybe they knew rotation back would come. Even if they weren't sure of it, they had Viper on A this time. Left. So they fully expected the Killjoy play to come out. Don't know if they knew the fake was coming out, but at this point, I mean, with FPX, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, Zippin, that could be huge. Just gonna absolutely wreck what's left of this. 1 man alone in Hoppy has everything to do, and Xiao shuts down the show. Ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd qualified European team alongside G2 and Liquid is FPX.
What a monster last round as well. I mean, to top it all off, nothing but good things to say. Zippin, 30 frags.
Unbelievable.
Am I looking at that correctly? Oh my God, 30 and 11.
Angel 21-10, whipping out the Viper, completely blowing the minds of both Maniac and James on the desk. And you could see why. Like, just such a burden to try and get through. I'd say, like, most notably, yes, on that B site, convincing them to just walk away earlier on in the attacker's side. And when they're trying to force the issue on the A site, they're walking into snake bites. There's just clouds of smoke all over the place. And it didn't even seem to be a hindrance when we saw FPX on the attacking half, which is where I thought maybe it would fall short. But we're going to throw this one to the break and be back with the analysts in just a moment.
I'm helping in Sharon's the knife.
Final. Your wall closed my vision to entrance lamps.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Keep going, boys.
Yeah, let's go.
Nice guys, carry me, please.
Mine 3. Is it first kill your game?
It is. Unlucky.
Yeah.
Might have been the first kill he got just because Zipan was doing the rest of it. Good winning comms there from these guys. High spirits and definitely a well-deserved victory. We got to see madness unfold. A composition, right? They were mainly picking Omen recently when it came to it. Yes, they've been picking a few Brims as well in the mix for Angel, but he brings out the Viper, and this was something special.
It absolutely was, and we asked in the pre-show, are opportunists ready for it? Do they have a plan to counter it? The answer is no. Absolutely not. They lose 13-7, winning both pistol rounds. You cannot make it more clear. That was an FPX show from start to finish.
Yep, 100%. I mean, just the amount of discomfort, I would say, I thought I saw from opportunists just that in and of itself was too much to overcome.
Yeah, they were not ready for it, and it's so hard to prepare for something like that. We said that Xiao had a great performance on the first map. 378 ACS delivered in a match that qualifies you for First Strike Europe main event. FPX made a statement right here. They showed us something completely different. They showed us a dominant form, and you gotta say, this is probably only just the beginning, because Xiao there on the Phoenix, there was a few interesting ways they were trying to enter into the site off the back of the Phoenix flashes, which you would expect, but the ultimate's coming into play as well.
Just in general, I think that FPX is probably one of the first team I see really going outside the box and finding new ways. I don't believe right now, even though the level is extremely high in that competition, I don't believe we are anywhere near the final versions of the teams we will see and the final depth that a game like Valorant can bring to the table, and the different compositions, approaches, philosophies that we can see in that game. Right now, people have tried to figure out the best meta at the moment, at that given time. Yeah. There's so much more to it, and we've just peeked through with FPX and the Viper pick.
We really have, and we took this clip here that shows you how the retakes can go down from FPX.
Man, they were so organized, and once more, it just screams comfort. We know what we're doing. You can see the abilities being used. The raise nades not hitting any damage, unfortunately. We have, for Opportunist, they had a setup ready. They had the Omen just waiting for the flash. Everyone at FPX is ready. Then we see the drone coming in, making space, taking some first information. And James, this is where the Viper wall is so important.
And this is what we're going to see. Attacking side, the Viper wasn't maybe as useful, but look at this. It forces everyone to push through into the open, and they take full advantage of it. And just so people know, that wall was from long all the way into hooker, completely locked off one side of a very large map, which means, just think of the possibilities as they get deeper with this. Angel even delivered the kills. You expect that from him. But on the Viper side, when we were looking at on the attack, I was seeing a little bit lackluster at times, right? Not as many opportunities for it. Coming on to this defensive side, and you can really see that they're starting to figure things out. It's impressive, it's innovative, and it's very dynamic.
What I also really love about the Viper wall is just the ability to turn it on and off, right? It's like when that wall goes down, you would almost see opportunists think they had a chance to push past, or they'd have that moment of hesitation, like, is now when we go through?
Yeah.
But then when they would go through, they'd get hit by some other follow-up ability, or sometimes they'd walk through and there was no answer, so then more players came only to then walk into a trap. It is such a fun way to play around with timing and to create disjointedness in your opponents. It's like, again, opportunists just look scared of it.
I would be scared of it too. And a man who's very scary to deal with on the server is Angel, who we've got for an interview here. Angel, my man, you've done it. You've made it all the way through, right, to the main event. But I'm going to start with this. You threw us a curveball. This Viper coming in play, how long have you been preparing that for?
Hello, first of all. Yeah, and I think we prepared Viper for like 3 weeks or so. It's like we've been testing a lot of stuff before our preparation to first quals begin. Yeah, and we came up with some like really good ideas. Some of those you saw this tournament.
And what made you want to bring it out in this tournament here and now against Opportunists? What made you not think of maybe saving it for the main event?
First of all, we didn't show everything which Viper can do. And second of all, it's actually our best comp for Bind at the moment. Viper is like just really well played as a city, and you don't need like that much of utility on attacking side.
Now, there's one thing I've noticed of you guys is you're always trying to stay one step ahead, right? You're always bringing in new innovation. You're generally ahead of a lot of teams on how this is being used. How are you figuring this stuff out? How does it? Is it just you doing it? Is it you working with Doom Bros? What's the magic?
Actually, we work both with like Eric Doombros and our like secret coach. We just run around the maps, test the agents which is underused, and think how we can apply like his skills with the way enemy gonna be like super uncomfortable playing against. We're just thinking about like ups and downs, about different agents and using them like on trucks, testing them on trucks, trying to see which agents are feeling comfortable with each other. Also, it's important because as you saw, we didn't just put the Viper in our pick. We also put some other new agents, which works really well with it.
Speaking of innovations, I want to have your opinion. If you could jump in time 1 year now, how different do you think the meta is going to be from now? Do you think there are some other opportunities to be found?
There is for sure, but the main reason why everything will be different, it's for new agents which will come up during this year, right? Like, there is not that much to create at the moment, There's not that much you can do. You can't, like, we have, like, 4 different regions. Each of those plays differently. And it's really hard to find. It's like you need to be super creative and super like and spend a lot of time on thinking around. Like for example, we spend a lot of time on thinking what new we can bring, yeah, and we came up with a Viper only on like few maps, yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. I just want to ask you: do you feel like the meta we have in Europe right now is the most optimized, or do you just think it's too big of an effort? It's too much time to try and find another way to play.
I think there is just two metas right now. It's like Jet and no Jet. I feel like everyone playing only these two ways, yeah. And no Jet is like much less, obviously. I think it's like 10% of teams doing it. We are one of those. And I feel like it's not going to change until new agents will come out. And it's basically 1 week or no, tomorrow, right? It comes out tomorrow. So I'm sure like there's going to be a lot of new things with an... how's the new agent called? I forgot.
Sky.
Sky, yeah, with the Sky. Because her flashes, her dog, like they upgraded it from what I've played it during beta test of Sky, yeah, and their birds are like even too fast. And it gives info, so you can use it like birds as a drone, dog as a drone, like to get more info about position. So it will change a lot.
Now, when it comes to what we just saw, right, we saw Xiao go to the Phoenix, where he's normally playing the Sova, but you put Shadow on the Sova. What was your reasoning for not having Xiao just stay on the Sova where he obviously knows how to use it? Was this just his choice of wanting to make him be able to frag out a little bit more on the Phoenix?
Xiao is just main all legends, you know, so he can play whatever he wants. And Shadow played like Sova before in the previous team. So we just... And Xiao actually played Phoenix, main Phoenix. It was first agent he... like played main during Valorant. So we just decided these agents are just better fits our players, that's it.
And how important is it for you that the team can play multiple agents and be this versatile?
Yeah, it's very important for me. I think every player needs to play at least 2 agents really well, and 3 like good, okay? In this case, we can change a lot during tournaments. Right now, we don't have this opportunity. I'm sorry, but best of 1, single elimination, it's like makes us prepare only like basically 1 good comp for each map, right? We don't have option to risk. We don't have option to adapt our pick into enemy pick, yeah? Some agents are good against other agents. And right now, during like single elimination, we can't do it. But for example, for first track finals, I think we'll have like few comps for every map, which we can use.
And when you're practicing comps like this, how do you choose the teams you practice against? Because obviously you probably want to keep it a secret, right?
We just start avoiding like top 4 teams in Europe 2 weeks before tournament. That's it. And actually, Opportunist was our like main enemy on Prax. It's like I want to give credit to them. They played like super well on Prax. They played super good today, and I saw like they prepared to us. So it wasn't like I'm not sure it looked like easy game or not, but trust me, it was super hard from inside. It's like I had to change tons of my decisions during the game because I saw they know like us really good.
And I can just jump back to that. You talk about how you played a lot against Opportunists. For the viewers at home, how much is anti-stratting going on and how much is just spontaneously finding solutions, spontaneously, adapting? Anti-strat or adapting? What is it for you?
I can't tell for them, for example, yeah, but for us, it's obviously I'm preparing really good for opponent. So because I need to know which calls are gonna work, which like micro I can tell my teammates to do like before match and which habits enemy have. So obviously, I spent like few hours watching enemy demos in important matches. Yeah, demos like VODs. Unfortunately, right? VODs. And second of all, we just play our game when we feel we're just better. It's like, for example, on Bind, I didn't prepare that much. I just knew their habits, but I knew that if we're gonna play our game, we're gonna win. I knew like our city size is very strong. Our retakes are good. We're on point. We know where to do in which scenarios. So it depends on your confidence, yeah.
Well, Angel, you guys are certainly playing with confidence. Thank you very much for your time, and a big congratulations, I'll get it out of my mouth eventually, on making it through to the main event, mate. We'll speak to you real soon, no doubt.
Thank you, Rob.
Always honest, always open with it from start to finish, right? And that's a crazy way of doing it. The fact that they didn't even prepare that much extra for Bind shows the confidence levels and where they're at.
Yeah, I think it's just nice to hear from Angel again, right? I think if you're coming into Valorant, you're thinking already, yes, he is a performing in-game leader. He has a core of players around him. But I think that in the way he is speaking to us in this interview, he's very well aware of the well-roundedness of different team compositions. He's talking about the depths of the agent pool, how things are going to change in a year. He sees the bigger picture. And I think the reason that he can do that is because you're talking about a player who has been at the top level of competitive FPS games for a decade. This is not something new to him. Thinking outside of the box, curveball picks. This is all just part of Angel's game. It's what he does, and it's what he does well.
And another point that he brought, which I found was absolutely crucial, right? You cannot risk right now in BO1s to think outside the box. Not always. That Viper pick, they had prepared it a lot. They had trained it a lot. But there's going to be teams which have to make that decision to try and risk it, maybe losing a game. Because right now we have a meta, which is pretty much optimized. And he talked about, for example, the Jet, which is almost a no-brainer. Everyone is playing the Jet. But if you want to be ahead of the curve, if you want to be ahead of the schedule, you have to take this risk. And it's not so easy because the BO1 sitting elimination, it doesn't give you that leeway.
And I love the fact also he gave opportunists the props they deserve because they did make it a great run through. And a lot of teams in Europe right now expect them to come through next week and possibly make it through to the main event. But we're going to take a look at the schedule for the rest of today. That's right, FPX, you've just watched it 2-0 over the opportunists. They've given us some new agent compositions and a lot to think about here. But next up is SUMNFC taking on EXILE. One of these two teams will be making it through to the main event. And this game could be very interesting because they're two of the teams that they don't have huge organization backing. They've not been out there involved in all the Ignition Series events. They've got a big point to prove now.
I think that across the 2 days of this first weekend of qualifiers, right, we look at the 3 teams who have made it through in G2, Liquid, and FPX. There are no surprises there. And I think that these dominant 2-0 results tell you that story, that they are the clear favorites. This last map of our first weekend, I think is a bit more of a toss-up. We don't know who's going to get through clearly. And if already, as you just said, James, we're expecting some of these teams who have lost to return next weekend, then these two teams have one of the best chances to just get the upset now. Like just don't have to run back through the BO1s. If Angel's afraid of BO1s, then these two teams need to be afraid of BO1s because you can make an argument that, you know, either of them could have been replaced by any of the other talented teams that we know are coming back for their shot next weekend.
And I don't blame them for being scared of those best of ones. I wouldn't want to run through that either, but what I will do is run us to a break real quick. When we come back, we're going on to our last best of 3 of the day. One more team will make it through to the main event, and you guys won't want to miss it. It's time for SUMNFC to go up against EXILE Esports, a best of 3, which will see one of those two teams make it through to the main event for a chance to win 100K at the main event. It's a big opportunity for these two teams. One of them doesn't have an organization. One of them is pretty much a mixed team under the EXILE Esports org. It's very different to the other games we've covered here, and this makes that all more important because this is the one that could go the distance. This is the one that potentially could be a coin flip.
It is a golden opportunity for either of these teams to qualify for the main event. We have seen the quality of the other quarterfinals or qualifying games we've had this weekend. You don't want to go up against any of these. Prodigy, NIP, you don't want to be facing them. Even Opportunists, they were impressive at times. Yeah. Life for their opponent was really hard. So for these teams right now, that is your chance. You have to qualify now, because next week, I don't want to be playing that qualifier.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a jambalaya of talent, right, with lots of different flavors going on, and anybody could pop up at any moment. And right now, they got very lucky with the opponent that they're coming into versus... Now, SUMNFC, a lot would say, should win this match. It should still be 2-0. Maybe Bind should be for free. But would they rather be going up against Fun Plus Phoenix, G2, Guild, or someone else? No. So they got to be counting their blessings right now. And I think it's scary sometimes to face a team that's lesser than you, but a team that you don't know a lot about. So this could be a problem for SUMNFC.
Now, the problem I want to start with really lies for EXILE, because they have no pressure, right? You're basically a mixed team. When I was talking to the guys, they're saying, we didn't form that long ago. We've only been taking it seriously for practice just for a couple of weeks now. So they're really relying off their individuals. Right now, they have FQ, who is kind of the in-game leader. He's the one with the more stronger voice. But everyone chimes in to the decision-making and the conversation around this. And they said very much they're focusing just on their aim and how they think they are better individuals.
That can be scary. And just to bounce back on Mohan's point, right, the preparation, a couple of points that I've noted about that team. They have 3 different players that can play Sentinel on different maps. They have players who switch around from being Cypher to being Reyna, from being Killjoy to being Jet. So when you're supposed to prepare that one BO3 that could, potentially get you to the main event, and then the coach is pretty much sitting like, okay, guys, listen to me. He can play Killjoy, Jet, Reyna, and he will play Cypher, Jet, Raze. And like, what do you mean? I don't understand the structure. How do you prepare for that? Yeah. That's the one element they have going for them. We have no idea what they can bring to the table.
Well, let's learn a little bit more about EXILE Esports. This underdog Lithuanian roster find themselves on the cusp of an amazing achievement, qualifying for the First Strike Europe main event. The one to watch here is VQ's Cypher. His site defensive have been patient, intelligent, and deadly all week. But strong Cypher play alone won't carry them much further. They'll have to dig deeper yet to take on Summon, and the mighty teams that wait between them and their championship. And this is the lineup for EXILE Esports. And they, like you said, Maniac, are very versatile, but very scary. And we've got to remember this, right? When you look at other FPS titles, we've seen hopes and a few players that step out of the shadows of Lithuania and they show their skill, but we've not had a dominant roster of all Lithuanians. Right now, we do have that.
There might be. That might be the time, for Lithuania to be on the map in esports. You said it, individuals have shown up left and right. Now, for this team, again, they come in with the dark horse on their back, right? No one knows exactly what they're going to bring. They've had a couple of tough times. I'm looking at here, in the play-in, they've won 15-13 versus Wizard to make it to the next step, and then they eliminated my boy, Existence, in Attitude. So, my man, Existence. So I have to say, I don't really know what to expect from EXILE, but then again, that must be also what the coach of, SUMNFC is saying. And I'm so looking forward to that agent pick, because my mind's going to be blown anyway.
I think they also, one thing that's interesting is they also have a 12 map in a row win streak on Ascent.
Ooh.
And they've also beaten Null Penke as one of the 12.
Yes.
So that's a strong team to take down for a team we don't know a lot about.
And VQ right here, you mentioned it, right? He is the player we'll be looking at to do some serious damage. He's the player that is the more big voice when it comes to this team, though. He's the one that's talking the loudest. But as he says, I'm not an IGL. I'm just a person. No, he is the IGL of the team,
Just a dude like
but he's just not the IGL. You know what I mean? Like, it's like us lot getting together and just being like, yeah, okay, Maniac, you're IGL right now. Fine.
Yeah. But I am. That's the problem. I am an IGL.
Definitely not.
Yes.
We played with you.
That sounds perfect to me.
Listen. Here is why their versatility is actually quite interesting. thing. If you're FQ, right now I'm looking at Haven, he plays Cypher. Bind played Cypher, Split played Jet, Ascent played Reyna, which means he has different experiences and he played with different angels, different perspectives as well on the game. You need that for your IGL.
Yeah.
You need him to have that complete picture. The risk for an IGL, and happening in other titles as well, is when you are boxed in your way of life and thinking about the game, and you forget everyone else's perspective. He plays different agents, which means he lives different experiences, which hopefully helps him be an IGL.
And I love Maniac's point also. I think you just brought this up like off the broadcast, but just about how sometimes you see Sentinels also being very strong aimers, and how they sometimes have to take care of sites for themselves. And the same thing we'll see with his Cypher on Haven, which he'll also sometimes play Reyna on Haven as well. He's actually subbed that in on a couple of maps. So I don't know how that works, but there is this interesting kind of comparison between Sentinels that are strong aimers and sometimes will switch to a high fragging agent like Reyna.
Guess if you're feeling it on the day, right, you might as well go for it. Like Entrail's one of them as well. Often find him on the Sova, sometimes find him on the Cypher. Like, I can't make sense of it, but I can't argue with it because they got here for a reason. And they can put up numbers, they can deal some damage. And for these guys, right, this would be life-changing for them, making it to a main event like this. Because imagine being a mix, right, and you think, oh, we're going to start practicing a couple of weeks ago. Imagine what you could do with that talent if you put some real work in over a long amount of time like some of these other teams have.
Absolutely, and this is where we go back to Valorant being in its infancy, the first steps of the game, the first few months of the game. You have time. That is a key opportunity, a key moment to put your name on the map, to have people notice you. You talk about them not having an org behind them. What if they have a good result here? What if they beat SUMNFC and they make it to the main event? Suddenly people are watching them, their new style of play. Maybe that's the next. I don't think it is, but who says Valorant in 6 months it's just players just rotating around roles?
You never know.
So far the meta is role defined, right? You have duelists, you have sentinels, controls. What if in 6 months everyone just rotates around maps so you can never prepare? Maybe they have seen the book, they have seen the movie already.
Yeah, you have to put your mind there. And again, because things can change so much, I think there has to be this combination of thinking prudently ahead, like what's going to be next. But at the same time, you got to win your matches now. Otherwise, you get kicked out of your org, right? Like, I mean, you're not going to hold on to like these big salaries in that mindset as well. So you've got to be both prudent and now thinking as well.
And that's the thing, right? Just to be clear, so EXILE is an organization, but it's like the players, how they describe to me, it's not like we're signed to a professional organization and we're getting paid loads of money, you know? That's where they're
if you want to secure it.
Difference of level. Yeah, there you go. So that's the thing, like EXILE is an org, but it's obviously not like the kind of grandeur of when you look at like a G2 or a NIP or a Liquid.
It's kind of like no one don't tell them what circumstances they're in, okay? Because they win this one series versus one of the easier teams of the 8 that we've seen, and they can go to the $100,000 event.
But is Summon one of the easier teams? Let's take a look at them.
Segue.
Doma and Boaster have pitched reliably strong performances to drive this team to the playoffs. Be on the lookout for Boaster's Breach plays in particular. His IGL calls combined with Breach's utility are what will drive this team forward. Now, as with the other young rosters in the playoffs, the question is, can they hold their nerve? Can Boaster earn his name, or will he be sent into a weary exile? Now, when it comes to this roster for SUMNFC, not EXILE that we've got up here, there we go. Thank you very much, production. This lineup has a lot to offer. Now, I'm going to start by going down this. Mo, he is the star of the future. He is the young gun coming into this. Mo 40 on the Sova has been spectacular to watch from start to finish. Doma on the Raze, he's Mr. Consistent. He can always be there. Mystic's got a great background in FPS and a solid Omen player. Boaster, he's the mind. He's also a bit mad at the same time. If you've watched his Twitter and the stuff he puts out there, he's also fun to do all the interviews with from start to finish. And Chak, who is the last player coming from Greece. This is a player, I used to be a manager for 4 Kings. This is going back to 2007. He was playing on the Source roster that was winning the championships back then. And I didn't think he was even playing anymore. And then I saw him turn up on this roster, and I'm like, check, we're back. And he's back on a Killjoy as well.
That's the cool recurring story with Valorant. All of these players that you just like, they could disappear, come back, and find their form in a way that you just never even thought they'd be capable of. It's awesome. Love that.
I think it's a lineup that is a bit more seasoned in terms of players and the experience playing FPS games, right? We talk about Boaster, talk about obviously Tack. We say Chack. It's Swiss German saying Tack. That's how we say. But the thing is, exactly, the way they approach the game is a bit more classical in the sense that they have players who are defined to roles, right?
Yes.
Tack is going to be the Sentinel. He's going to be mixing the Killjoy and the Cypher. We have Mystic on either the Omen or the Brimstone. That can be with Omen obviously predominant. You have Mo on the server, as you said, Doma on the Raze. So they have roles and they're trying to optimize it. Now, is that going to be enough? I do think so. Some rankings, and here, James, you can chime in, people are not really agreeing as to where they belong, but everyone says they're in the top.
Yeah, this is the thing. When it comes to Summon, they've proven themselves to be a team that are all grinding. Most of these players, other than Boaster, have full-time jobs or in full-time education, which means their practice schedule is very limited compared to other teams, and yet they're still able to be within the top 10 of Europe. That on its own shows that they're motivated, they're hardworking, and they're determined to find success within this game. And when I did the interview with Mini, one of the things he was mentioning is that actually, if he does get the chance for them to qualify for First Strike, this will probably mean that he will quit his job and they'll go even harder into this.
Goddamn. Well, now I hope they win.
Life-changing. Life-changing moments. That's what esports about.
I need to hear some of those stories from EXILE to win me back, because now I'm SUMNFC all the way.
I don't have that for you. I'm sorry. I can only get you summoned.
Yeah, this will be the day. Like, we'll get some stories after this if EXILE win this match.
Yeah, it is certainly possible. But here, right, Mo for me is the star of the future. I watched him, it was during a Contenders Cup, basically. It was open. FPX actually entered into it, though any teams could enter. FPX won in the grand final, but it was Mo that showed that he could hold his own and wasn't just going to do it against the lesser teams. And some of the movements and positioning you saw from this young guy showed that, my oh my, if they don't get picked up, they might lose him.
I've been hanging out in Sliggy's stream because he's got a Cypher camp in the region, just watching VODs from every game. And I'm just like watching him with him. And he said Mo 40 is the guy to watch, just a young aimer up and coming.
See?
Got to have his eyes on him.
That's always scary for a team like EXILE to deal with, who said that they would be the better aimers. They said they would be the better individuals when it came to this. But their coach, Mini, who I was mentioning about earlier, he does want to get into the Valorant guide full time. He wants to quit his job and make it a reality. Let's see if he can get it done. So, Mini, an interesting thing for SUMNFC here is you're one of the teams that doesn't currently have an organization. And I just want you to explain the setup you guys have, because you're not full-time, you're not making money from this, but you're grinding and you've made it this far, almost qualifying for a 100K event. So how does it work in your practice schedule and what all the team is doing?
We have a very strange practice schedule. Obviously, we can't play as much as signed teams. So Boaster right now isn't working and is essentially all in on Valorant. And we've picked up players that they're mostly at school. So, or they're young players that don't have as much responsibility. So they can play a little bit, but obviously there are real life obligations get in the way. Like I have a job, for instance. So practice schedules can vary. We try and do like 6 hours a day if we can, but it's quite difficult compared to like a Liquid, for example, that can play all day, every day.
And how is it for you guys in working out where you spend your time? Like you're saying, if you can manage 6 hours a day, that's still pretty good when you've got all the other stuff going on. But how much of that is matches? How much of that is theory crafting?
So I'd say me and Boaster probably spend about at least 2 hours a day together theory crafting. And we'll probably play around 4 to 5 scrims a day. Yeah, so about that.
And when it comes to the competition in Europe, right, you guys are not one of the teams that have been invited to Ignition Series events and stuff like this, but on your way here, you beat some very competent teams like Valorando's in there, Need More DM as well. How easy did you find this qualifier, and how much do you guys think you deserve this shot now at getting towards the 100K First Strike main event?
Obviously, our bracket was slightly controversial because there were many top teams, tier 1 teams all in the same bracket. So we did have what I think is the easiest bracket. And we're kind of disappointed that we had the easiest bracket. We would have loved to have played a tier 1 team to qualify. That being said, we play the hand as it's dealt and we will win our games.
Now, coming into your game against EXILE Esports, you're one match before you can qualify. What do you make of this team, and how much did you know about them, and have you practiced against them at all?
So our practice schedule has been to not play any European teams for the past kind of month and a half.
Ooh.
So we've been focusing on CIS and Turkey. So Gambit, Forza, BBL, LoL, Oxygen. So we haven't pracked them, but they've been on our radar. They've had a bit of buzz behind the scenes because they kind of came out of nowhere in the past month and started beating a lot of people. They beat Bonk like 13-3 or Guild 13-3, for instance. So they're not someone we're going to underestimate, but we think we're better than them.
And when it comes to that, right, when you're saying like you're practicing against these CIS team from Turkey and stuff as well, do you think that hinders you at all? Do you think the skill level across all these regions is pretty even at the moment?
I'd say the skill level in those regions is slightly lower. With that being said, there are top teams like Gambit, I think, that are they'd be top 5 in Europe probably. But I think our advantage is our surprise element. If teams aren't practicing against us and haven't been able to practice against us in these tier 1 events, and we come fresh to this blast event or first strike event, then they're not going to know what's going to hit them, kind of thing.
And that's what it's all about. Now, I know a few of your players quite well. I know how hungry and motivated they are. But when it comes to actually taking this win here, what would it mean to you guys and the team in general, right? Do you think this is the shot to actually make it and get to a full-time position?
Yeah, we think that, I will probably quit my job if we win this game. Like, that's the level that we're at. Like, we will be all in if we win this game.
Well, man, it's a lot on the line, but I know you guys are ready and raring to go. I wish you the best of luck. And Mini, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
All respect for chasing the dream, but now that dream relies on the maps we're going to get and how the game is going to pan out. Now, this is an interesting one because I actually don't know who's the highest seed on this one, Maniac. Do you?
I'm not exactly sure.
This would have been the more even one. Summon on normal ranking would work out.
Exactly, because the first pick was for EXILE, so they're going in for the Haven, as we can see. I'm not going to stand here and pretend like I knew Haven was going to come in, because I'm kind of learning on the fly. Yeah. They go for Haven, but there is an interesting point brought up in the interview. People are not ready for them. People are not prepared for them. They haven't scrimmed against each other. They haven't practiced against each other. So if they come in fresh, they can surprise. Are we going to see a different play style? I am as well just having my first steps here with that team. Maybe they can surprise me as well.
Maybe they can. Well, this is going to be the agent picks, and this is for us where, okay, Summon, you get more of what you expect from them, right? When it comes down to Exile, we're going to get more of the unknown. Mo with his Sova, it is as you expect. You're not going to see him come away from that. Entrill this time, so he's going to be the one on the Sova. That makes it more interesting.
It makes sense. Then Doma should stick to the Raze. We'll see Dreamas as well with the Mirror coming in with the Raze. Mystic shouldn't be on the Omen, and then Creon will follow that Mirror. That would make sense. The Omen once, and then you have another Omen coming in. So far, perfect Mirror. Boaster, I'm having a doubt here. I think it should be Breach. And I think the Mirror is going to continue with Sender. FQ should be on the Cypher. I say should, because we know that it could be coming in. That is the Cypher. And Chak should be bringing in the Killjoy. I do believe that this pick right here will be the only difference. We have it. These lineups will be complete Mirror, just a Cypher on one hand and the Killjoy on the other, and we have the Breach. Boom.
Mic drop or pen drop in your eyes, because I want you to keep your mic on so we can continue to talk about this and how it all goes down. I don't want you to just leave me here, mate.
No, I'm staying, James. I'm having too much of a good time.
That's good. But this, right, when you look at this is what you expect from them. But for at least when it comes to Exile, they're going into this position where they feel right now they will just out-aim them, whether it's agents or whether it's how it's going down, because they're that confident. We spoke about their versatility with it. Well, the fact that they can play so many different agents here, it may have made it at least a little bit harder at times for, like you said, someone to actually get the prep work on go.
Indeed, and I believe also that Haven is a map that does help for that kind of engagement. We have seen in the game previous to that, there are tons of areas on the map where you can go for the duel if you feel like you have the advantage. Think about short on A side, white swinging. Think about the garage, peeking through it. Think about B side, coming in from left and right. C as well, long, a lot of duels. So if you're Exile and you think that your skill is what you have going for you, then that's a perfect map. Go ahead, go for the fight, be disruptive, be in their faces. But then, they will have to walk the walk now.
Well, let's see if they can walk the walk, because they certainly talk the talk. And two guys that do all the talking for us from start to finish across these epic games is Scrawny and Launders. Let's get into it.
Cheers, James. Oh, man. This one's going to mean a lot. This one is, well, by definition,
full-time. Someone's going to lose an employee.
Yeah. I'm talking about
the way SUMNFC wants.
It's life-changing, or at least life redirecting. We shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, all 3 of our matches so far this weekend have led the full-time gamers to the main event, but now somebody's getting a big chance. It is a life-altering result.
Let's go.
Perhaps.
Let's go.
Exile on one side, Summit on the other. Oh, baby.
I love it because you've got 2 teams that are not so much of a mystery with Summit, but the fact that they don't practice against European teams by choice is interesting. I mean, you rely on the regions that you practice against to keep you up to snuff, right? If you practice in the strongest region, you're probably going to be a bit better. So with these 2 unknown quantities coming at each other, not knowing a lot about each other, what is going to happen, man? What is going to happen? And again, for those of you just tuning in, we're talking about the coach of SUMNFC saying that if they win this match, he will quit his full-time job to pursue a career in VALORANT. That's how big this could be to make it to the main event.
That's the beauty of new esports. Mo keeping it low. Drone's going to go through the window.
Look at this drone control, baby.
Now he takes it high. Rima's just waiting, man.
That should be great. Oh, for Doma.
Good night. Taps into with the classic. Then they find that A site, as it always seems to be, free for the taking.
Not yet. Oh, that shock dart is a little off. We'll have the dart coming in. Things are not going extraordinarily well so far for Exile. And things go from bad to worse.
Hits the paint shell perfectly. Creon's down. Mystic trying to get that contact as the retake rolls. Oh! BQ predicted by the boom bot. He drops right on top, and just like that, attackers take the first one.
Every step of the way, things went well there for Summon. Getting a 5v4 in a site that people want to play retake on, that's a big one right there. The opening kill going to the defenders would have been maybe too steep of a thing to come back from. This boom bot, oh my goodness gracious. What is that?
It's just doing its own thing.
I can't believe...
It's a weird one.
That's a crazy one.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the master of the boom bot, so I'm like, what is it locking onto?
Yes, for a second.
You know, I guess because he's standing outside of the ledge, it predicts him even though he's above it.
Little nuts.
Man, that boom bot just wanted to die. It had a death wish, and it took a man down with him. Sorry about that one. Of course, 2 shorties for Exile. SMGs in abundance for Summon.
That was a crazy occurrence.
That was weird, eh?
It goes so silent. You could hear the birds pooping in the trees.
Look out for that.
The cherry blossoms falling off the branches.
Here.
Where?
The sweat dripping from the brow of both these teams.
They walk into the C site, find it for free.
30
5-man
seconds left.
stack from Exile trying to sprint on over. Shock dart goes out. BQ is able to get just the one with his classic Mystic, able to teleport back. Screw your boom bot.
One enemy
Mo
remaining.
and Mystic, a couple more kills. This is going fantastically for Summon, only losing 1 player on the play.
Oh,
it was also silent until it wasn't in the end.
Yes, yes. It was just such a rush of a build-up. It went from no country for old men to Transformers in about 3 seconds with that exec. So I like how Omen can kind of gain map control and just recede off of it really quickly, getting to the back of C, just instantly shrouding out into the front of default and clearing things out basically at no cost. Now with this 2-0 beginning, it's very nice, but on attack it'll be a true test for them. So we'll see how they start out now in this establishing round.
Floater inside of Garage. Creon just holds. Mo's gonna go drone around, clear up these corners, get that initiation rolling inwards for Summon. Spike's still in spawn though, so clearly no commitment ready to be made.
They're so meticulous. They're not using that drone to follow. They're just guaranteeing clears on close corners after potential pushes could have come in. And now that they've done that, and they've established with one down on short, I think they're feeling pretty comfortable. This is where EXILE should start to get a little bit nervous. A really good opening pick, though, out of Garage. They find that moment of opportunity where things are a bit too quiet, and they find a place to push. A trade is trying to come back into the favor of Summon, but even without the trade, they actually get the site. So the spike will get
30
planted,
seconds left.
but it is with a player disadvantage. And now Doma will even it up.
Yeah, that's a good one from Doma, but a bit of a dud on the blast pack. Doesn't get on top of any boxes. Talking about silence, this retake completely quiet, but EXILE are on the cusp of moving in here. We got the smoke over towards the top of sewers. Mo's not able to get into the engagement. Mystic's about to get, oh, not even. He dodges the stun. Mo's gonna get chipped away at slightly. Here comes the Fallen from the heavens. Fikyu with the headshot. Sender's on the defuse already. One man left intact. Oh, can he take him all? Absolutely.
My goodness. The 1-on-3. Shaq with the killjoy, baby. That's a showcase. Have a sip.
You've earned it.
Nice.
The retake, man, it was working out well. The play in from heaven as well. Hell of a drop in from Fikyu. No boombot there to blow him up this time. 70 HP for Tsak.
Knocked his beanie right off.
Lutch.
I'm going back to the Phantom. That's that.
Bot coming back.
I'm fickle. I see a 3K from the Vandal, I go to the Vandal. I see a 3K from the Phantom, I'm back.
Okay, someone with Summon is playing with a supporter behind them, and that's the most adorable thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I think that just reminds you of, like, you know, sometimes we forget when you've got professional teams who are all in these video games already.
Right.
You know, that's a humanizing moment.
Sure.
There's a big chance on this one. You know, either of these teams arguably could have been replaced. You heard them in the interview as well, right? Saying that Summon may have had the easier bracket, and even though that's not what they may have wanted, you're going to take the cards that are dealt your way.
Man.
You're gonna try and grab on with both hands. And right now, hands are being splattered all across this map as Crayon tries to get a little too adventurous down long.
It's a good bait, though. I mean, so we get the Omen pushing, and that's just going to encourage them to come through C long. I guess on the one hand, if Omen gets a kill, then it's an easier round where he can push even farther. If he doesn't, they actually rotate over, and it looks like they want to lead in with a drone.
Whoa.
But there's two players here.
Oh, uh-oh. Dud on the first shot. Second connects to the head. Mystic trades. Sees the player on the back of sight. And that's all that EXILE have right now. That one choked up opening. Oh, good shock dart. Drops the Omen onto 11. A peek from Garage that never comes through, though. He comes back. Sender thinking maybe he was going to get pushed. Oh, the shock dart kill from Entril. Boaster's going to take to the corner, tries to find that further duel. Good reposition with the crosshair to splatter both of those players.
Nasty.
And we've got Summon still going 4 rounds in a row.
Well done, Boaster. That was some great composure by him. You'll love to see that. Full focus for these guys. It felt like there wasn't a lot of emotion. There was just a lot of composure, right? In the interview, it felt like it was just a very serious vibe, but not a nonchalant vibe, right? Not like a lackadaisical vibe, more of a very kind of like heavy focus and just understanding of like what this means to them.
Cover going out.
And we can see it in the player cams now. You know, no round wins imply the match is over. They're taking it very seriously. We're gonna get some information being gained. The seed is somewhat open. Jet packing across the site. Sorry, yeah, blast packing across the site with Raze. Used to seeing Jet make that much space.
Take flight.
Showstopper finds nothing. Burnt ult for Summon. Only one on the other side. That could be from the shadows, but no real need for it. Retake gets going. 3 players already out from their spawn, and Summon's keeping this one even. Boaster goes down. Mo, oh, he's been droned. And that's a 3-piece from Creon, and Sender's gonna close it.
You know what, man? It really has felt like in these situations, Exile have come close. Like we had the 3-on-1 retake over on the A site, and just aim-wise, they're really going toe-to-toe.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, even that last round came very, very close, and it was a pretty phenomenal kind of 1v2. It was a 2v2 situation, but 1v2 for that breach in that spot. No one to help him, and of course, Boaster is able to get both. But it's scary. It's like Exile are coming close. They are comfortable, it looks like, in these retake spots, but they're still losing. So there they finally find just like one spot of success. We'll see if they can turn it into more. This time around, we've got an aggressive Sova with no ult in hand, just trying to get some information over on A. It's a passive setup for the attacking side as they hold back a little bit, but Summon will now move forward.
Up charges.
And Raze has moved into a curious position within A. It's a bit susceptible to a short push here. Like, yes, the spot would be good for hitting them if they come out long. A little bit more scary if it does end up being short.
I thought for sure we were going to get that A commitment, but looks like Summon have a choice on their hands. Just hold.
They like getting Raze in the sewers to hold this wall. And we can see some of the protocols coming out consistently here for Summon, the drone pathing for Mo to clear out garage angles. And instead of just going as far as he can, he always checks both corners and pretty much just meticulously clears out just a few spots he goes for, which is a cool stylistic choice, I guess. Very careful, this team. Ooh, a great shot.
He's going to look to move this in from long. Blast pack over. Oh, my God, showstopper. But Dream is still able to get his gun back up in time. Mystic, he trades this, and he knows where the next peaks are coming in from. But he doesn't have support just yet, and he's losing teammates left, right, and center. Mystic now down. FQ coming in quick, and Zach can't bring it back. A second round for Exile.
Yeah, somewhat scary here. What a duel. Both raises up in the air. One ult goes out. It's a fault line that hits the first raise, landing on the top at default. And so even though there was an advantage in terms of having your gun out here for Doma, Doma is rocked and cannot aim properly and ends up losing that critical trade.
Man, like flying through a snowstorm. He's got no clue where he is.
Yeah.
He's slowed down all the while.
There's no railings.
Dodging rockets.
No guardrail. He's slipping and sliding. Okay.
Quick peek from Dreamus. I mean, he's got too much technology to try and kill.
Bomb buddy out.
Sender opens up. Down goes Mystic. Dreamus gonna bounce the paint shell. Sender is able to catch a second kill already, and push in from Boaster.
The Frenzy plus the Vandal recovery into B control, where he could potentially lock them out of both connectors. What's the play here for Boaster?
Drops the flash over towards A, denies the spy cam.
Oh, they're so scared.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you're playing for a plant, perhaps. That, at the start of this round, would have felt like a silver lining, so he goes for the tremor.
Just to help them get into the garage.
Oh, and there was his chance to really alleviate a little bit of pressure. Sheriff coming in quick. Dreamus 10 health left over. And I mean, they know exactly where Tack is at, so shouldn't be long for this world, which means Exile are gonna take it with 3 rounds in a row. The defense starting to find its footing, Launders.
Yeah, they definitely don't look bad. They look composed. Definitely people are starting to get a bit more animated now. And there is nothing like a good Pixar movie.
Oh.
Let me tell you.
Aftershock.
Well, okay. So again, we see like a lot of the starting protocols aren't met with information trying to be reclaimed, right? Like they let Raze get into sewer. They'll let the Owl drone clear out garage. There's usually no one there. Here, Mo starts off with a fiery pace. ulting all the way down A, but look at this, they've already made their way in. Oh my god, Sender, he spots 3, but they've ran by. They're happy to not get shot.
Yeah, far beyond the rolling thunder. But FIQ, oh, that's an easy pickup. Boaster's gonna turn his head, and the Neural Theft tells Exile everything they need to know. They do have a lockdown for the retake, and that spy cam's still hidden up in the bushes. Could have impact even later in this retake attempt. Meanwhile, FIQ is going to try and find vision here. Dreamus, he's running in. Summon trying to hold it off.
Oh man.
Yeah, that Killjoy ult, I mean, it forced the hand of the defenders. They tried it first and foremost. That didn't work. Now they get their second attempt.
Summon could also, Mo, excuse me. He also has 2 shock darts left over for this defuse. He knows where they're going to be. They'll initiate, but they don't even need either of them. At this point, there's no time for FIQ to go for this. He'll have to run away. And what a scary and tumultuous round here, okay? There are some good stuff and some cool stuff, but it's also very scary. So, of course, we start out with Mo 40, using the Hunter's Fury to establish on long A control and gets a kill for his effort into a fast mid to A split. And here, look at the timing, okay? This is not necessarily a good tactic. It's just that Sender saw something and then tried to pull out utility to make sure that he could fight more than one player that he heard, but the timing was not on his side. And then once they got on the site, I really like, you know, the Cypher ult, excuse me. The Neural Theft is so critical at that moment because they don't know what the hell just happened.
Sure.
You know, 3 players just ran through mid like they own the site, and still, even with that info, it just becomes like a standard A retake.
Yep.
But it's ultimately the Killjoy lockdown that comes in as the most important ult of the round.
Yeah, forces the flanker to go forward. He wanted to hit before the Killjoy ult goes off. He could have even interrupted it, knowing it was down there in the sewers. But then there was that disjointedness in Exile. Yes, one player runs in, the others are waiting for the full-blown retake, and it is in that realm of possibility that Summon walk out on top. So 5 rounds to 3. They have lifted the curse that was 3 rounds in a row for Exile. Now we fall back into that silent default peek from FIQ.
Cage triggered.
And a second connects into the head of Doma. Mystic will be able to trade, and they predict the peek from above. Dreamus wanting to get that operator in position. Hunter's Fury to deny any kind of a plant, but he's missing the mark, in fact.
Yeah, that looked like that second one was going to be good.
Ooh,
nice
TP.
dodge from Mo. The dart will come out. It gets a scan as well, but the paranoia kind of resets the information situation.
Mystic, he's going to be playing down into hell. Off of that info, Mo goes for his peak, but it's nice, crisp kills from Exile.
Oh, man.
They take their 4th, and now we've got a back-and-forth affair.
Yes, and they started out quick 5v4, and then they didn't. They only lost a single player after that in their Cypher. So a scary situation here for, well, not, you know what? Not that scary, right? Like 5 on attack, that's a good situation. But it's just a bit scary, I think, from the perspective of how strong they started out to now the adaption has come on and made things a little bit more interesting. So good job dodging the Hunter's Fury. Some information antics going on from both sides here with the darts. But ultimately, the retake, the spacing looks so good as we can see them kind of performing the claw grip maneuver on the default box.
You know, I thought for a second their Mystic was going to be able to get the Shrouded Step up into heaven, and that maybe that would give them a layer of verticality to deny the retake, but instead he went to hell, and you saw how clean that 4v2 retake was from Exile.
I love these early garage pushes. They're almost always successful. They're finding good times to pick them, and yeah, again, it's the Omen that's winning the duels, Mr. Creon.
Attacks turret, finds no contact. Predicting a potential position. Unoccupied.
There's no way this game can be a whole lot about game plan. Stuff will have to change on the fly because they're going to have stylistic clashes that you cannot anticipate when you have 2 teams that just don't know a lot about each other. So, you know, there's a lot of emphasis on the IGLs here to make the correct reads and should try to keep things interesting. Now, the walk up into the B site. It was a problem in the past, but Dreamus has a very strong angle to try to deal with this. Oh my God. Unless you've got a Sheriff in your face. The spike will not get planted, and everybody dies.
Yeah, Creon, good play. comes in from window side, denies the spike plant. Everybody else was a little preoccupied. 4 kills versus just those pistols, but absolutely matters.
Maybe a slight mistake there because, you know, I mean, everybody is planning on the left side of B on the left side for, you know, on the side towards the C split. But they pushed the raise on the right. So if the spike was planted on the opposite side, it could have potentially gone down here. But of course, what happens when you have an eco and you get that early success, you start to just jump on every opportunity. Like, how do we get the ball rolling as quickly as possible? But that's one of those situations maybe you got to think outside the box. Like, normally we plant here, but this would be a really good spot for the moment. Or my teammates got to push left instead of right this time around.
Raze yet again down in the sewers. Be cautious. That is a Dreamus with a showstopper. So if they try to go all in early, rocket to the face. He falls away as the Owl drone goes scouting inwards.
And the conditioning is great. It just doesn't seem like EXILE are uncomfortable with it. That's the thing. They've never been called out once there. They've never had to fight back against the Owl. They've never needed sewer control at all. So for what it's worth, it's a nice opening protocol, but at this point, I think they're fully conditioned. Maybe the drone could be used somewhere else.
I like that. Smoke between the CB connector forces Reach to take position on back B site. So meant to peel numbers off of the C stack, but there are still 3 players here, including the showstopper, whipped out and still held on to. Doma. He's able to get it from downtown, blasts Dreamus into Tomorrow. And Boaster now with the Rolling Thunder just to confirm the back site's clear. But, oh, Grion, he's not gone checked. He gets killed by Doma on the other side.
Oh my God.
It looked like he was going to have that corner position to run rampant in the mid-round play. But a 6th for Summon looking oh so likely. Entral 1v4 denied by TAC. And that is their 6th. They will get through it. Ultimates upon ultimates in that round. Showstoppers on showstoppers. And ultimately, it is just the numbers game on the C site to get that 1-round edge. But Launders, will we end with a lead?
I don't know.
Or all tied up at 6?
That's a good question. It really is hard to call right now. It doesn't really feel like a team is playing better than the other one. It just feels like EXILE are a bigger threat than we expected, maybe. Because, you know, SUMNFC is a team that a lot of people rate heavily. Maybe I think there was a chance that this could have gone to bind. I'm actually surprised we didn't see Ascent picked here by EXILE, since they're on basically a 12-map win streak on it. And again, with a win versus Null Penke, so that is an interesting thing to happen. Now, what a spray down from the Phantom. The off angle is they're trying to pre-aim a little bit deeper than he is. And Dreamus, can he turn it into 3? Well, he doesn't actually need to at the moment, unless he'll go ahead and repeat.
Oh, some sort of an opening here for the other side. Summon Mystic on long C, getting a headshot, but at what cost? He has such little health left over, and he's been hit by the dart. So he is absolutely roasted. He's gonna go down with a fight, of course, but 6 rounds each. We didn't know coming into this map who was the favorite, and this first half has no answers. Join us after the break to see who takes Haven.
Yeah, boy.
Exile and Summon. Questions to be answered because that first half was just as close as it could be. Yes, we did have Summon with a bit of a flying start, but then a streak out from Exile. Some good performers as well. And if anything, when we take a look at the scoreboard, we've got Dreamus, Creon, and FQ all up there above the double-digit mark. Only Doma is kind of a step ahead for Summon, and that means both the raises at the top of the scoreboard for this first half of the first map.
Yeah, it's interesting. We haven't like talked about scoreboard a lot, which is kind of cool at this event so far. But we've seen when it's been like, you know, somebody with just an absolutely unbelievable performance happen more than a few times already.
Yeah. The beauty of this matchup is I feel like there's not somebody in it who's just clearly better.
I was looking for FQ. Like, yeah, because he's had some really good maps, but
Or
yeah,
Mo.
maybe not like Scream. I don't know.
You know, Mo is touted as being
Mo as well,
heavy
yeah.
hitter.
Yeah.
What's he doing down there?
Sliggy told me look out for Mo, so we'll see. I mean, on the attack, he was I guess I don't know. He was like doing a lot. Everything was based around basically where his owl drone would go early on, but I wasn't really paying close attention to him when it came to entering sites and refragging. But maybe we'll see some more Mo action here in the second. Okay, as we start 12 round deep, tied 6-6 in what could be a very important map in this series. We don't know if this goes 3. I think there's high potential for it.
As do I. I think, again, even just before the series started, we knew this was, of the 4 matchups we were getting this weekend, this is the one that we had more questions than answers, where the scales were not so far tipped in either direction. By the end of the night, we're going to have a 4th team qualified for the main event. Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, they pull people forward here. They've got the Cypher utility to make sure any C push is heard, which is key. The rotation's kind of interesting here, because the breach doesn't go too far. In the Cubby, however, I mean, sometimes this isn't a great spot to be in, honestly. Even if they see you backside, someone's going to clear this. It's not always going to work out that well, but we'll see. He's still got some utility to work with. However, they actually have run back so quickly.
Yeah, them leaving.
They have 15 seconds to actually get the spike planted, and potentially it could get dived by Mo.
Now, luckily, this is the pistol, so it's not like
shock dart.
There's tons of ability.
They won't even be able to plant. He's got the shock dart.
Oh, shock dart shouldn't just straight up kill him. Oh, it's gonna hurt.
Dude.
Spike planted.
Oh my god, the second one doesn't grab him.
Dude, that was down to the wire.
He needed to do it preemptively, knowing the amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, just to be honest, Exile kind of just lucky that that site wasn't stacked up, that the defenders were instead above. 10 health left for Tak. He's trying to get the kill. Oh, the double nade from Doma. And Mo, he's adding 1 to the tally. It is Summon across the kill feed. They will find that 7th round.
Okay, like, Exile looks sick because they were able to kind of reinvent themselves into that second half and adapt, which seems like the hardest thing to do. But right there, it felt like things were just coming a little bit too close on the clockwise. And like it feels weird to work too hard for A, right? Based on what we know, it doesn't really make sense to like, unless they are going for kills before they want to get the spike planted, it feels a little bit weird to work as hard as they did and let it go all the way down to a 10-second clock just to get that spike planted. So to me, I'm just wondering if it's a little bit of the IGL, a little bit nervous maybe, or just are lacking a little bit of deliberate movement from certain teammates, or what the deal is there. But that one got close. We'll see if it gets close again.
They did buy in, though. Everybody buying up, despite the loss. Leaves them with 2 Spectres. Bucky and a Bulldog. Uh-oh. Ow, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts! But he's committed to the cause.
Damn, that took a long time to spin up.
Yeah, Doma actually finishes him off with the paint shell. And he's thinking about the possibility of a player inside of Garage, which is an absolute truth. And Trill gonna get the better of him. Boaster just stuck out in the open. Now Dreamus is chucking paint shells the other direction. This buy coming in from Exile is working out wonderfully. They've got 4 players on the opposite side of this mid door. But now that the smoke screens go down, it's the kills coming in for Summon. And if they can give cover to the diffuser of the spike, then they could get this over the line. The first player's killed. The nade goes out. Doma's gonna try to stick this, but he just can't. Oh, it's gonna come close.
Oh, he doesn't have it. Oh my God, he needed to try to stick it. He was so close. That's tough. You know, that paint shell throw.
Yeah.
If it wasn't so deep, then the swing out could have been caught as well. It could have been used more as a zoning tool as opposed to direct impact damage. And maybe here, if it landed more to the left, he could have relied on it and not had to try to get back on the spike. But man, the fact that it comes that close in the first place, that's a huge win for Exile, man. I didn't realize you'd be able to stick an entire plant through Killjoy's Molly. Like the fact that it took so long to kill him is surprising to me. Activated instantly.
Yeah, Nanoswarm does take a bit of time to spin up. Of course, killed him in the end. No way he was getting out of there.
Yeah.
Committed to the cause.
But totally, obviously, totally worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we've got a tech pause called. I mean, things are so interesting now. It feels like you want to give a slight edge still at a 7-7 scoreline with Summon on defense to Summon. We have a lot to see from them, and already a couple of questions here for Exile in terms of what they can do. We don't know. That looks like the quickest tech pause ever. We're out of it. But yeah, something to be desired about the attack from Exile, and we'll see if this round will be a nice clean kind of anti-eco.
1 frenzy, 2 shorties. That's what Summon have to work with. Most certainly not ideal. A very much open for the taking, other than Boaster, who is sitting down in the sewers. But feels like Summon are hoping for a C lean. Not the case.
Will Boaster get this kill? Oh God. Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It hurts.
Okay, guess not.
Absolutely hard countered. Man, I feel like we've seen more kills from paint shells in this game than all the other series combined.
He's an artist, man. He's got some really great paint shell kills.
Both sides of it, too. Summon. Doma, look, he's priming his. There you go. You want to throw grenades? Get some.
Spike planted.
Oh, that hurts. Softens him up, but in reality, it is still just the pistols. Bulldog burst shot between the eyes. Goodbye, Mo. 2 players left. Again, just looking for some kind of impact. Crossfire set on the exit. I mean, Exile could literally walk the other way, but they go in instead, and there is the cost.
Okay.
Doma's going to put down the bomb buddy.
Are they going? They're still going in.
Really? Okay, let's see what more they can add to the tally. Absolutely nothing. That is the ace from Dreamus.
Damn, big ace from Dreamus. Check it out. We're talking Lithuania all day.
Yes, sir. Talented gamers in Lithuania.
Definitely.
A country that's coming up across multiple titles.
My goodness. They're the Denmark of Europe.
Yeah. Oh, poor guy. Paint shell. Ooh. Just getting away from him. I like that one. Blows up above him. A real cluster strike type situation.
That'd be a good game title, huh? Cluster Strike.
Yeah. Remind you of anything?
No. Can't think of a thing. Okay. Well. Again, they show a little bit on C. We've seen Exile, we've seen Summon kind of bite on this a bit, push down, but not, again, not go too far. They're trying to make use of this defensive trip as much as possible to just cover that while they think about what they want to do. And, okay, to contrast this with Mo's drone, do they follow up with it? No, they maybe could have, but it gets shot down immediately. And all the while, Mo has gotten aggressive, man of the hour, over on A site.
He's close corner.
It's a good angle.
Let's see if he delivers.
Oh, it's a great angle.
He does. Dodges the flash and even gets the third.
I have the spike.
Now that is the play that gets him on the scoreboard. Starting to climb the ranks, looking to catch back up with Mystic and Doma.
What's cool about that is, like, we might look at Mo as an aimer, but, like, those first 2 kills, straight up crosshair placement, right?
Yep.
Just level on their
30
head.
seconds left.
Has the off-angled position. They run right into it and get clotheslined by fishing line. They can't even see it.
Trying to play that walk contact into B. Mystic, ready as he can be. Doma on the other side takes one down with him. Yes, it's a trade, and yes, it's a plan. No, no, it is not. Denied in the final few moments of the spike plant. That is an 8th round for the side of Summon, which means we are all tied yet again.
They instantly buy up, actually. So FQ will grab a rifle. Everybody purchases right behind him. The last person to think about it is Sender. He's spending down to 1900. Bulldog goes into his hands, and they put together a really decent buy, but it's a little bit rough, and this is a turning point in the match now in the second half.
Yes.
Where even though they scoop back that anti-eco with the cool plants fast on B in the front of the site,
I have the spike.
they could still very much, you know, pay for this loss. So we'll see if this is 9 and becomes 10 now for SUMNFC. A lot of work here to do for Exile. A lot of eggs in this one basket.
One basket, many eggs. Entro, as you said, you know, a bit of a default, this Sova drone.
Yeah, they don't follow it. It's interesting, like the same areas they're both looking for information in, there's never anyone there.
Yeah.
Both over on sewers and on in short B. But actually, Summon are the ones to push A in different ways most of the time. Okay,
Cool crossfire.
well then.
Ooh, that
Let it
is a mistake.
a little bit, yeah.
As simple as that. Runs in before the smoke was ready to give him cover. Maybe assuming that there weren't players on those boxes, but obviously with that position being occupied, it is all too easy. 3 ultimates for the side of Exile. 2 on Summon. 35 seconds on the clock.
It's just a pragmatic setup from them, right? This was their biggest problem in a force buy situation. They can see the money, they know what might come and what's worked in the past.
Showstoppers out.
Oh my god, it doesn't kill. It doesn't hit him at all.
That's unbelievable. Now the Hunter's Fury comes into the site. He's got them scrambled. He's got them scattered. And Tax stands back to give them the spike plant, perhaps, or not, denied by Mystic. The late mid lurk works wonderfully.
With or without it, it was still a really awkward situation. Surprised we didn't get more damage off in that situation.
I want to see the third person cam on that one.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Looks like the box maybe consumed all the damage.
But you want to give credit here to the fact that, wow, that's nuts. Nothing at all? You want to give credit to the fact that Summon had the right setup out the gate. Like, they kind of knew exactly what was going to come their way. They weren't in the spot where the Aldred came in for Exile. They did push A when Exile didn't look for information, and they had the double crossfire B setup, where some teams will not play B at all.
Flash out. Showing a little ankle. Dreamus looks to close the distance. I mean, he has to with the Bucky. Exile gonna find this A site plant, so this is how it works, right? Summon, they're relying on the retake from the get-go. And they absolutely have the abilities to make this move. Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper most notably, but it's Rolling Thunders each direction, so just generally everything is slowed. Dreamus, he knows that they're coming in. The Bucky up close, good for the first one. And Creon, well, he shaved a player off thanks to the Sheriff.
Oh,
but Mystic! 3 kills, and now he's gonna get on top of it. Hunter's Fury towards the diffuser. Mystic has to cower to the corner. He gets killed by Entril, but still Mystic's diffusing all the way. It's Doma with the clutch.
No way he grabs that. After it gets to half, his teammate, selfless enough to know if he sticks this, gets it to half, the rest of the job can be done by somebody else. That's enough, but it's all about Mystic on this retake. The 3 frags he gets walking in. And we're going to see that in just a second. Well, the amount of ultimates that went off here, it was definitely a mess, a haze from all directions. And here it is.
Yep, gets hit by the Hunter's Fury, doesn't even care. No, there's nothing else that can interrupt. Took a bit of a gamble as, you know, there's a chance.
Whoa, Doma is down C.
Oof,
but he can't go farther, and that ult is not going to result in anything, except for the information.
Oh man, Mystic's in a pressured position. He goes for the paranoia, falls back, all right into the paint shell. Up onto the top of the box goes Dreamus. Now we've got that neural theft coming in, and all of a sudden Summon's players are falling like flies, one by one. Again, damage being sent inwards here. The abilities look fantastic from Exile, and just as quickly as the last round closed, we are right back into another retake attempt. We've got Boaster out from the defender's spawn. He needs to retreat, sends an ability the other way, swings wide, dies off of the flash. Doma double, and he's ready for the final kill, but VQ comes in, and a 9th round for Exile.
You gotta respect VQ for coming out for that kill. Giving respect to the Raze in that spot could have spelled disaster. The paint shell's coming over onto short, a half stick potential on the ducket. Who knows where that round would have gone? It could have been a 1v3. Doma's pissed off that they peeked him, but goddamn, was it the right play?
Yeah, especially with the dart there. VQ knows exactly what's going on. Yes, he's losing players, and with every death against his team, you know that the pressure's sinking in, and he's still able to clap back with that last kill. So, 1 round the difference. We've got buys yet again on each side, but the aggression from Doma again.
Somebody stop him.
We saw him go flying down here with the showstopper last round, and he found nothing. So because of that, he comes right back with it, and VQ thinks he can come in with another save, but buddy, this is not the 1v1. He dies out to Boaster, and with a 4 versus 2 situation, Summon seek their 11th round.
They're happy to take the trades if they want to come. Pushing through C, Creon's like, fight me. Breach is happy to. I mean, at this point, a plant wouldn't even matter. 2 ults up for the defenders, including a lockdown. Is there any hope here? And not Sova and Omen, neither of them are close to an ult. We do have utility to work with. But Breach is in a prime position backside, and again, I mean, I guess if Satch dies in this spot, there could be something. But he's going to tuck in and play it very safe.
30 seconds left.
Fault line goes deep. That's going to leave them stunned on long C. Paranoia has the hands busy. Tack with the double to close it. 2 rounds the lead here for Summon, and 2 rounds away from picking up map 1.
He's on the John Deere. He's mowing the lawn.
Hands free.
Crazy that we've had 2 rounds now where Doma has just flown down C. Once with an ult, didn't see a thing. Second time, gets 2, no ult in hand. Not scared to do it. That's a strong play. I mean, goes at light speed with the satchels. Even farther than Jet can get.
Okay.
Oof. Initial stun, no fun.
Oh my god.
Got the Sheriff on sender.
Oh my god.
Bucky in the mix. Ooh, decent damage and teammates to help out. That's an excellent opening, in fact. Oh, but Doma in a precarious position.
They're not clearing him, though.
Not at all. And because of that, he's going to get a chance. Oh, but Entral's able to save the day. Boaster coming in from heaven. He's got a player beneath him. And the other 2 members of Summon trying to rotate over. They are so wary of a flank, but there is nothing in position. Good time for the Killjoy ult. Nothing can stop that. They're going to have to evacuate. See, now the thing, this is it. We're going to have to see Creon try to get out. He's stuck. He is stuck in no man's land, so he's just going to have to try and hide. Everybody's going to come back trying to save him. They should clear him from the site. That's easy. And they know that everybody else had to have fallen back, so the turret's going to lend a little bit of a helping hand. Boaster gets a kill to the feed, and now suddenly it's a 3v2. But the peek from Entral, his 3rd kill, nothing more for anybody else. A 12th for Summon.
So much pressure. Oh my God, they were holding that wound, and just before the spike actually spins up to the point of explosion, they put it together. They needed the Killjoy ult, they needed every single kill, they needed to move when they did. It was such a good start.
The Killjoy ultimate, that lockdown's massive. I mean, you get the one player detained. Poor guy has nowhere to escape from.
Such annoying turret placement here too. You know, kind of love every piece. All of SUMNFC working together beautifully to create this orchestra of a retake.
Oh,
the props are in.
I just fell off her chair. Not 13 rounds yet.
Hope we're okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no
Let's
time
not get
to help.
distracted. You cannot get up, provide any assistance at this moment.
You are on your own.
I think you can call a tech pause for something like that, hopefully.
Maybe.
Okay, well, it looks like Garage is going to be maybe taking a bit more aggressively. No, Sova doing the exact same thing.
Off your feet.
It feels like no one's playing anywhere these days.
Right?
No one's playing in Garage. No one's playing in A. Not, except for SUMNFC. They are playing A a lot, with 2. Quite often, late into the rounds as well.
But never overextending. You know, that's what Creon's hoping for this round. 3 map points. Fault line, FQ has to eat it. It's okay. He's got teammates to help out.
Raze is going to scare the crap out of them on C with her showstopper running in here. And we've got a Hunter's Fury for the post plant. Could be a great site to take. But it seems like
again, 30
our defenders
seconds.
know. Yeah. Look how paranoid our defenders are.
Here it comes. Showstopper on the hard entry. Trying to clear up the corners.
Oh my God, it doesn't
land
hit.
Mystic, he's able to get 2 kills off of Garage. There's the trade back though. Oh, and Doma stopping it in its tracks. Entril 1 versus 4. He's got a player ahead of him with low HP, but he is absolutely surrounded. A crucial kill. The turret's gonna soften him up. He's being blinded. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. He needs the kill and he won't find it. It's Summon with the first map in their back pockets.
It's a tight map. I mean, it's 9-13, but what an attempt by EXILE. Just one step ahead. All these Raze ults that don't hit anything. Meanwhile, Doma shows you how it's done.
Dude, Doma stepping up, 26 kills, 16 deaths. Dreamus 21-18. A game for the Razes. Absolutely, both those players at the top of the scoreboard, and then we have to tip our hat to Mystic. 20-17, those are the 3 players above 20 kills. And just an awesome showing that comes down to the wire. Finally, a nice close map where even though there is that 3-round lead, man, we had no clue where that one was going. But I know where this show goes. To the break, and then the analysts, and we'll see you guys back for map 2.
3 there, 3 there.
We should go back. Go back.
One dead. 2, 3, 3, 4.
I can ult backside.
Go back.
Free.
Okay.
I can ult backside. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Ulting now.
Could be back left still.
Close right. Dead.
Dead. Nice.
No,
City.
City.
Nice, boys.
No ulti, maybe short. Going further, play small.
He's out.
Spike
Logs.
planted.
I have logs.
I'm swinging left.
I'm coming behind him. I'm coming behind him.
Don't need to swing at
I'm
him.
behind.
Left side.
I'm still behind.
40. Nice.
Nice, boys.
Oh yeah, prime Vandal.
A very solid game from both teams, but how this all went down was Summon taking the map pick of Exile. It seemed to me like they ran out of room towards the end.
This clip is a very good example as to what SUMNFC were doing so well at the very end of that game, is communicating what ultimates they had and playing around them, organizing the very last steps of every round. It happened here on the offense, on the C side, and on the retakes for the A side, it was exactly the same. You could see they understood perfectly what resources they had going for them and how they should go about closing the rounds.
And this is one thing you got to look at, right? Is the difference between a team that has been practicing and working on all these contingencies and a team that is still a mix.
It feels like on attack, like there needs to be a high amount of spike plants, period, right now, because you're going to find garage empty, A site completely wide open, C site sometimes isn't played with teams floating a lot, and they couldn't even secure the spike plant sometimes. There wasn't even a point where they actually got to the retake. So in the second half, they looked a little bit weaker. In the first half, how they adapted a little bit made things interesting, but this was their map pick.
Yeah, this was their map pick, and they certainly didn't hit the mark when it came to this. The Razors were coming into play both in a dominant fashion, and honestly, for Summon, I was very scared where Mo got off to such a slow start in that. But Doma has kept up this performance since coming out of the qualifiers. He's been non-stop, and I just used to call him Mr. Consistent. Well, he drove it home this time around.
It seems to be one of the requirements if you're going to play Raze, if you want to kind of live up to that agent, you know, you need to be a hard carry. The entire kit of Raze is made around damage. Think about the grenade, think about the ultimate. You need to be a difference maker. Unfortunately, Dream has put his best foot forward. It wasn't enough. I still think he put up a good fight, considering the situations he found himself in. But you're right, Doma, he was all over the place. 26 kills, 367 ACS.
Nuts, yeah. That's like up there with the Screams and like everything, and Artists and whatever, whoever else. With the ult, to be compared directly, Raze to Raze, unfortunately for DreamS, he just did not hit the same quality of ults and couldn't keep up in that regard. I think if you could pair them directly, I think he missed like two very critical ones in the second half, which made the rounds and probably the momentum shift completely.
And we were discussing it, right? When it comes to these Raze ults, sometimes you've really just got to be kind of nailing down shots, being on the money when it comes to it, because it's such a powerful one that can change the game, especially in a numbers situation to yourself.
You're absolutely right. And you know, we talk about DreamS, and I think that aside from these ultimates that you mentioned where he kind of missed the mark, he had a couple of moments where he was really lights out. And I have a clip in mind where he found himself in a situation that could have been quite tricky on the A side, right? When he was pushed forward, and we see him here. The flash is perfect. He's off angle, completely surprising. He gets flashed twice, but he's using his entire ability kit to reposition while he's moving away from the aftershock, finds the timing, and that's a triple kill. That right here, to me, that's instinct, understanding on the fly what he's supposed to do, and he did put up a great fight.
And what we made of, though, Exile here, right, I felt like it was very good for a team that has coming to rely on their aim, like they mentioned themselves. They want to be more of the frag-heavy team. But even that, it's not going to be enough in a game like Valorant,
I don't believe them. I don't believe them. Because, okay, we didn't see Phoenix come out. We didn't see Reyna come out. Okay, I want to see four. I want to see four attacking players. I want to see them pushing every single round. They didn't do that. They're lying, okay? They have other stuff, all right?
They have
other stuff. That's what they're lying about. They're not saying that they can't keep up on aim, but they have other stuff, and that's why they did have a very kind of normal comp. Okay?
So you expect a wild comp to come out next game, Lon? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I don't know. I'm really worried, honestly.
You're trying to hammer it home of like, yeah, there's a chance, and then...
They're ready, but I don't know. Split's such a punish, man. Like, it feels like when you don't play Split, you suck. If you play Split, a lot of people who are playing Split have extremely dominant win rates, and that's because the teams that don't play Split don't ever want to see it and aren't running into best of threes very often.
You're right, you're right. I think people kind of shied away from Split early on in the game because if you go back in the meta before some of the patches, it was indeed a map that was hard to play. You were going up against the Sage middle. You were slow into wall, into nades from Raze. You could never take it. So as a result, people say, you know what? Screw it. I don't want to play that map. We play something else. But now things have changed, and we have seen yesterday, for example, the meta is completely different. And this is where a few teams who actually have invested into Split have an advantage to the BO3.
And one team that has invested into it is Summon, not just because it's their map pick, but I'll take you back to that Contenders Cup. They went up against FPX in the grand final, and they managed 9 rounds taken off FPX. And I consider FPX to be one of the best teams when it comes to Split here. And you
81.
see the stats for Summon there. It's still hot. It's still real nice. And this now for Exile, they need to do something which is going to catch Summon just when they're ready to push in and when they're sat there mid thinking about what's going to go on, right? Anytime they're going slow, I want to see Exile applying pressure to them.
I think they'll do that by accident because they have no practice on this map. They have very little play time on it. I think any setup they'll do will be kind of a surprise. And there was a feel out period at the beginning of even Haven where you could tell the teams didn't play each other. They were doing some of their regular protocols just to see if there was going to be any interesting pushes coming out. They often didn't find information, but they would try the same drones over and over again just to make sure. And probably since there's no history here, there's going to be a lot more of that in this next map as well. Like more stringent defaults, clearing stuff out, and then moving into the game plan afterwards.
My worry is that I don't know how creative and outside the box thinking you can be on Split. I feel like it's quite a structured, closed off map. We know some players as well kind of complain, not too happy about how small these areas are.
Very tight corridors.
Exactly, tight corners, bottleneck left and right. How creative can you be? How surprising can you be when you have the risk to get blocked at each and every turn? We see yesterday, Liquid, I feel like they realized that the defense had cracks and they just pushed it. We saw Scream coming in with the jet, taking space and turning it into a glorified deathmatch session when he was going left and right. Can they do that again? Do they have the talent to come up with that idea on the fly?
Well, that is the point I was making, right? That's what I feel Exile need to do here. On their attacking side, they need to be more explosive. And on their defensive side, they might need to be even trying to catch someone before they've even got to that stages, because they need to take the fight to them if they're really living by that thing that they're relying on the aim being better than what it is going to come into the tacticity. Because the one thing what someone will have is they're going to have this well thought out. They are going to have all that structure that could be missing here now. And really, when you're looking at this, okay, they're a mixed team. There may be less pressure on them for it, but you can see it from the camera shots, right? You can see it from how they were playing. They really want to get this done. They really want to take the win here. And they know this is probably one of their best chances. You haven't hit any of the 3 big names. You've not hit a big organization in an important game like this.
It really felt like I was watching like an anime character like leading up to facing their biggest villain arc. You know what I mean? Where in the interview that you did, it was such a solemn mood, right? It was such an understanding of like the circumstances that were right before them that I think they felt confident, but they weren't about to underestimate anybody.
Definitely.
They know that this match and every round is important. They never got excited after they had like their early start. So taking this seriously would be a big thing, and I'm sure they're going to try their hardest, even though they should be pretty heavily favored here on Split.
I agree. I pretty much love the interview. Like how calm he was, and like his understanding.
It's a little scary, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's like he's ready. He's dialed in and ready to get the
Hates
pressure.
his job.
No, he loves it. He loves it.
He loves his job as a coach, maybe hates his real 9 to 5
That's what
job.
I meant. Yes.
But one thing I'll say to that as well, that was actually Mini's first interview. So like he nailed it for being that as well. He loved it. Afterwards he was like, oh, it wasn't so bad. I'm like, you did good. You did very good. And some teams that definitely want to be doing very good is Exile and Summon. For Summon, they could potentially be looking at a 2-0 here and marching their way forward to the main event. But Exile are looking to stop them. We'll be finding out if that's possible after the break. It is our final best of 3 of the day. We have one more team this week making it to the main event. $100,000 on the line for these teams when they make it to the main event. but only one can do so. Summon are one map away from making that happen. A lot of pressure, but everything they've worked for up until this stage. And again, it's the story for both these teams, right? You look at G2, you look at NIP, you look at FPX. They've all got this thing of like, well, we've got an organization, we're salaried, we're in a good position, we know how good we are, we've proven ourselves. Summon and Exile are in a different spot where this is their proving ground. This is everything they've worked for.
It could be life-changing. This weekend could be life-changing for them if they make it to the main event and they then continue to commit and invest their time and life in this game, right? So they might be just writing the first pages of a new book for them in their life in general. So you're right. There's a lot on the line. And if you're SUMNFC, you must realize, as we've seen in the interview, that you have a good shot at this. Now, the agent select could absolutely get wild. We talked about EXILE and we talked about the fact that their roles might just switch around. So I'm just going to say it out there. Entril, although we have not seen him as a Sentinel, could be playing Cypher here.
And Mo, I'm hoping we get him on his jet. Because he didn't have the greatest game on his Sova, but when he's on his jet, that's when you get Mo. There we go. Mo's going to be swinging for the fences, and he's going to be in his comfort zone. But this is the interesting one, right? Your Cypher, that's what you were mentioning with Enfield, to change it around.
Yeah, they do. They switch around the roles depending on the map. Not exactly sure if this is going to happen now, but in the past, Entril, who could play an Initiator at times, will now play the Cypher. He's taking on a Sage. That's a Sentinel as well. It's a switch of roles, but not the same character. They're going to burst the Sage. It's kind of old school, the old school Viper split.
And that's it, right? They're going to try and delay some of that mid control, put the slows down, make sure you can't walk it, as long as the Sage is playing towards that area. Now for Doma, the Dreamers, he just raises, yeah? We just did a double lock-in at this point, because I'm pretty sure it's not going to change.
I agree with you. I think we have 2 raises and we have 2 Omens coming in. That should be the move. Raise coming in for Doma, should be the same for Dreamers as well. And then probably both Omens coming in, Mystic and Creon. They've stuck to the Omen. I don't see no reason why that would change. We see it, boom, double Omen. Now Boaster, on that very map, not exactly sure. Could be the Breach.
I'm going with Breach.
You're going with Breach.
Yeah,
I think that would be the pick. There you have it. And FQ, this is where we get to see if he can play the duelist, right?
This is the interesting one, right? If he does go for the duelist, maybe that's when they're going to get that more explosive. Maybe they are going to fire it at him.
The Jet, the Dagger, the Blades, could it be? He sticks with the Cypher. Hold on a second. We have a double Sentinel setup coming in. Change of plan for Exile. Change of plan, they're going in for the double Sentinels.
Does Sender go for the Breach then still?
That is a question.
Or does he bring out a duelist?
I think it depends.
Should do.
It depends on how aggressive they want to be and how team play they want to be oriented, right? Now we have Chak as the last one. Either Cypher or Killjoy. I think Cypher is the one you prefer on split. There you have it. But I agree. There is a conversation to be had in Sender here. You either go for the team play, the kind of playmaker with the Breach, or you go for the firepower. You go for the explosiveness of a Jet, and we know how much space he can take. I think Breach should be on the cards, but it could be a Jet.
Yeah, the Breach comes in, so you are right. He sticks with what he knows and loves with it. No duelist other than the Raze, right? Obviously, Raze is going to become the explosive one. But this, to me, when I spoke to them, they were very much relying on aim, relying on individual abilities. We knew they're versatile with agents. We knew what they would bring to the table. But for me, this doesn't show you and scream aggressive plays, right? But it does throw something at least in the side of SUMNFC that they won't know how this is going to pan out. You'll obviously understand what can be done with a Sage coming into middle, playing off Heaven, trying to make sure you throw the slow orbs down, taking a bit more room control, blocking off the wall as well, right? But still, it's something they may have not been thinking in their minds that this team was going to throw at them.
Indeed, and that to me means that the defense for EXILE is going to be key. That is going to be the X factor. When you have Sage, when you have Cypher, it means that you can slow down the attack. You have some of these key choke points, whether it be with slow orbs or with trap wires, cages and walls, where you can slow the attack and then completely rotate around them. So this is going to be key. If EXILE is not able to put at least 7 to 8 rounds on the defense, might be complicated.
I feel like they're even going to need more than that. I'd be going higher because they need to make a statement when it comes to it. But the 2 commentators that will deliver all the action for us once again is always Scrawny and Launders. We've been throwing a curveball. This game's certainly going to deliver, but it means so much to both teams. Let's get into it.
Let's not waste any time at all. I mean, yet again, another series today where the second map has this sudden curveball in terms of the agent selection. It leaves us with even more questions, as if we didn't have enough already, and we're taken on to split. We waste no time, ladies and gentlemen. We are straight into the pistol.
We know what's going to happen. That early Sage wall coming out at mid. Boaster calling it out. They shoot it down quickly. They get ropes control. And again, here's where we maybe talk about the double Sentinel pickup, okay? Where is that information being gathered? They're trying to slow him down, but it's already kind of a recession, and Creon trying to freak him out here with that push.
You see how quickly they turned around?
Just messing with their heads.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, he's just living in their nightmares right now.
Someone's knocking on the walls. All right. Trying to get into this A split. 3 players through the ropes. Heaven is absolutely compromised.
Cage triggered.
VQ barely alive. Creon, he's going to get careful. He's got to get absolutely pushed. Now Mo able to catch one. No, not even. Excuse me. That's Doma with the double.
Oh, triple.
Wow.
Stack him up, Doma.
Doma doing him dirty. Entrail will be able to get himself another kill. Mo falls back into the cover of the site. It is a 4 versus 2. So Exile in a difficult position, getting softened up continuously by Doma. 2 players in the back of this. Oh, on Spike.
Minty.
Shut down Entrail.
Yeah, right in the kneecaps.
Takes him out from underneath. And Zach's going to get forced into this. His gun goes dry. The defuse in the 2v4.
Stick it and take your time. You earned it. What a flash.
Damn, man. Falling in from heaven. You said it best. Taking him out in the knees.
Wow.
Doma was doing it so well.
Damn, dude. 3 kills. Yeah, that's insane. What'd you call it? 2v5, right?
Yeah, 2v5.
2v4, 2v5 right there. Yeah, this is nuts. I mean, wonderful aim. And the gun runs dry, of course, when they needed the most. Actually could have stopped the defuse there. Sage only had 1 hit. Nuts. It's a big win. The thing is that it's necessary on this side. So it's a big win, but it's also necessary. That's would have been a huge bonus for Summon, but they're not that scared, I'm sure.
Okay.
Man, it's going to be cool to see Mo on Jet.
Yeah.
Right, because last game we saw him on Sova, and yeah, you can totally frag out on Sova and top frag, no problem. But on Jet, you ought to. You should be getting more opportunities. And we see in that last round how the aim displacement of Jet is one of her strongest tools.
I mean, anybody who caught the games yesterday, Scream was a delicacy in terms of playing Jet on this map. Doing things like that, bursting into the rope room, just closing that distance in mid so incredibly quickly that the defenders couldn't even keep up. Now, so far, so good for Exile. Sax got a chance through the rope room.
Yeah. They're not... Oh, they are watching for it, excuse me. Okay, flawless. 2 and 0. Nicely done, keeping 5 alive. 5 Spectres, actually. Uniform on the anti-eco. Interesting. This means no upgrades. A significant disadvantage in terms of just pure weaponry coming into this round. And we know how it is when the maps are sided, very heavily sided. You have to be careful on these rounds that are looked at as bonus rounds now, where you have Spectres, because you need the round, right? You cannot just throw away a round just because you can buy again. Sometimes it's worth upgrading at least 1 or 2 guns just to make sure, and Spectres can really fall off. Now, luckily for them on Split, there's going to be a lot of close angles, very closed-off map, as Maniac pointed out. But still, I think a significant advantage to the attacking side, and a prime opportunity to grab an early round.
Big first buy. Full rotation through that spawn. Little Omen smoke goes out, but this A site not too heavily defended, Launders.
Yeah, that's true. And again, because they're so weak on guns, they really don't want to be coming in for that much of a retake. We'll see what happens.
Right there.
They've showed nothing so far.
Yeah. Smoke comes out to ropes. We can be sure a burst is going to happen. Boaster trying to cause a ruckus at mid with the Omen flash, or with the Omen smoke, excuse me. The push is coming through. He might get traded in this spot. I don't know. Raze looks like he wants some business here. He'll get the kill, so that's something. 5v4 now.
Oh, Doma clearing this A site, though. That's the big one.
Yeah, that is.
It was all on him. However, here comes the show. Oh, my Stopper. Yeah, look out for that pillar.
10
Bit of
seconds
a
left.
problem.
He's had
Drive
trouble with that.
right into the wall. Who put that there? A little bit awkward. And, well, the retake now all the more difficult. Entro's going to be coming in with this. Just still has the dart on him. Mystic back in the corner behind the column falls. That pushes pressure onto Doma. He sees the weapon swap. 2 players back in that very narrow cubby. And yet they're able to disengage. A jumping kill from Sender. But little HP on Cypher means Doma's going to whip out the ult and get the job done.
Once again, Doma one-ups the ult in the exact same round. I think we're at 3 rounds where that's happened now. We're going to watch that back, right?
You mean the wall splatter?
I need to know. What did we just witness? Oh, man. You got to feel for him. I mean, each and every time, it's just a few pixels off or a small misstep here.
Yeah.
But it means the world, right? Again, they come in 4-on-4 with just Spectres. They rely heavily on the thought that the ult could really tip the scales when it comes to the retake. And instead of getting a trade, he makes a sacrifice.
Didn't quite work. Incredibly close, however. Let's be real. Down to the 1 versus 1, and it required that following showstopper to put an end to it. Slow orbs down in mid, where 4 members of Summon now start to crawl forward. Doma's on the forefront. You walk into heaven, and suddenly you're going to be met by both Sage and Breach.
Out of charges.
Out of charges.
Just got a fresh fault line. Drops it so that Mo can take control of the base of ropes.
Katrima's tapping the paint shells. Any noise that gets made.
Here.
This could be a huge trap. Might come down early, though.
Another slow orb at the 45-second mark. That's really going to ice out heaven. Coming to an absolute crawl once they got to the top of mid. Now, more utility goes out. The flashes. We've got Sender at the base of the rope. Lines up 1 player. Good headshot into Doma. That's a huge scalp to take. But it's all back in B alley for the defenders.
Goddamn.
BQ's going to have to try and hold this off. He is stunned and blocked out by the Omen smoke. So the spike will go down.
That's tough. They're a bit uncomfortable now. Breach dead in the site. Retake positions, I mean, they're okay, but they're so low on util, and DreamHack got all of his baited out when that trap wire got exploded inside of the ropes.
And if this retake doesn't come in fast enough, you've got Mystic about to take back heaven for the attackers, trying to hang on to the spike here. Players over towards B main. Oh, there's the drop-off of the Spectre, the defuse beyond the halfway point. He's got to get him off, but he can't. Oh! Doesn't find the angle, and I'd be salty too.
My God, they actually pulled that off, running in through the most anticipated choke point after Heaven Control was lost. That's not a situation that should happen. A big start here for Exile, and we see the trade going down 1-for-1. Plus that early play in ropes. It baited out both the boom bot and the paint shells early, so that wasn't retake utility available here. And still they win off the stick. The trades were too strong. Maybe they really are trying to fall back on their aim. And early aggression towards A.
Here we go. Ults in. Blade Storm.
Oh! Okay, now we can see what he can do.
And he's going to look for the follow-up. Flying downwards.
We're all a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
It's definitely a big moment.
Yeah, maybe try ulting on the ground, boys. 28 HP left over for Mystic. He's going to get that spike down. It is the 3v3. This is not a comfortable position for Summon at all. He's going to have to travel from the shadows. Chooses to go back at the base of ramp. Now that lets him double up alongside the breach, but the neural step tells them everything they need to know. Dreamus with 2 kills at the bottom of the ramp means this is a 4th round for Exile.
Yeah, okay. I mean, with the spike plant, it's nice. But still, it's the round that gets one that's more important, and Exile just getting stronger and stronger. Looking good. Raze gets the ult back online. And this was after a very scary opening kill, right? Mo getting that first one, and even this one, of course they had to queue up the replay where everybody just misses. But I'm down to relive it. It was a funny moment. It just doesn't, it's not actually consequential though, even though it's a bad miss.
Yep.
They lose that kill, they still pull off the retake. Don't even know how that's going down. Little bit of nerves maybe. Little bit of nerves.
So 5 rounds deep. 3 of the 4 round wins for Exile by way of defuse. Clearly Summon, they're getting on the site. They're finding success early. Our analysts talked about the need for defensive rounds. They need this first half to be top heavy, and so far so good. Yes, it's by the skin of their teeth at times, but it's the round count at the end of the half that matters most. And here versus the light buy of Summon, it is all too easy.
Yeah. They'll get to move into a much better round right after this, but it'll be about what they can do. And we've seen a round kind of tossed away over on B. We've seen 2 now at A that could have easily gone their way. But a couple of very clean anti-ecos. Okay, there's 2 losses, no big deal. Not the worst situation in the world, but 5-1, this is how you would want to start, you know? I mean, they still will always, no matter what, have to be scared, even if it's 10-2. When we go into the second half, they have to be terrified. A pistol plus the comfort zone side is going to be scary. But if there was ever a chance for an upset, this would be it. It was already an interesting veto from the perspective of Exile not picking Ascent when they had such a strong win rate on it, and then picking Haven and losing. But now we take on a split after they lose Haven, and now you think, well, this should definitely be a stomp. It should not be 5-1 right now. So we'll see. We will see.
If there weren't so many spike plants already for Summon, though, that's when I would be really nervous. You know, clearly Exile convincing themselves round win after round win that they are in this. But if they could start shutting down the offense entirely, then they could maybe have that little breath, that sigh of relief.
So Dreamass has been playing his position in Heaven really well. Like every time they go ropes, he's kind of threatening it. They get this trapwire out and Dreamass will come through and just throw some utility in and make sure that they aren't playing there. And he's at least defending from the mid to A split every single time, even if they don't ever even think about going. So this threat alone is having an influence on the outcome of the round. Moving over to B once again after that trapwire is broken.
Off your feet, flash out.
All comes into Heaven, yeah.
Sender's gonna get stunned. Now he sends one back the other direction. This is gonna get hectic on the B site. We've got the showstopper whipped out. Entrill, he gets the back of Poster. 3 kills in a row coming out from Exile. But it's turned back by Tak, who has himself a teammate on 4 HP. His hands are gonna be busy with the spike. We've got cloud bursts and omen smokes all over, but Mo delivering despite being low. And Creon's gonna push in onto the spike, taps it. He's trying to get the spray out in the 1v1. He walks right in.
What a play by Tak.
And the 3rd kill connects for the 2nd round to Summon.
How sick is that? Outside of the smoke. That's so smart. Well, I mean, it's a big ball read too. Like he can't see anything. He just has to hope it's not actually a stick. And I love the way that Omen approaches that smoke. Right down over towards the corner, pushes in to see if the spam would come out. There's no spam whatsoever. This could have easily been a round lost. I can't believe he got those 2 entries on the way in. I think our Sage in Heaven surprised that refrag didn't come out, but it was such a quick headshot, you can't even blame him.
Blade Storm popped for the entry. Mo looking to close that gap. Down to just 2 blades. Really looking for the headshot.
This time, might it actually be a full-on A hit? They just never actually go A through ropes. They only test it. But this might be a read, right? They aren't breaking the trapwire at mid this time around.
Paranoia comes out from the site defender. Dreamus taking a bit of a risk here being so far forward, but he just got back the top of ramps. This timing could actually catch Exile by surprise. Creon's trying to get cover, met by abilities, utilities all around him.
Did he get spotted?
Dreamass wants to come lend a helping hand. Mo, he had such minimal knives left over, and yet now they're replenished.
Spike planted.
I don't know what that is. Mystic hanging on. Man advantage for Summon. And they wait. There's 2 players for Exile coming down from ramps, 1 back deep on screens. In terms of ability, Breach has nothing to offer them in this retake, and Boaster's position is huge. Gets the 1 kill. Entral's already nailed himself a double, and he pushes in, but it's shut down. Summon with a 3rd.
Mo has this magical ability to like whiff, whiff, whiff.
Headshot.
Nut shot. Yeah. He didn't get scared. He had 2 knives left and made sure to get that key trade on the A side again. I think A definitely is a lot weaker. There's a bit of a tell here where it looks like Summon are not breaking that trapwire when they actually go A. I think that's happened in a couple of rounds now. Every single round they've broken the trapwire, they've actually gone B. And this time around, we had 2 players on mid from Exile, spotting mid from Mailroom, holding it, and locking onto that information. So maybe we weren't totally confident that it would happen again. But surely now, I think this is when they can be a bit more confident in the read. However, it looks like a heavy B lean here from Summon. And I think you're going to try to make some space quick. Jet's going to get caught off.
I would not want to be FQ.
Oh, not spotted just yet.
Now they've got him, but I mean, what's he going to do with the Judge? Runs in, finds the wrong target to try and take down. But in that position, he was just looking for anything at all. Inside of the Cloudburst, he'll go for his plant. Mo with a bit of a robbery. Oh, another kill coming in. It's Sender sent down. Mystic now trying to follow suit, and the attackers will take their 4th. This was looking like a lockdown. 5 rounds to 1 at one point.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 rounds in a row. They're answering some of their own problems. Just very much cleaner. Like, they're establishing in the site now, they're making the defenders very uncomfortable, and the retake, they're actually stopping them in this problem choke point, which they had trouble with in the past. Running right through the defender's spawn. They're shooting them right there and then. And Mo is very much coming online as well for some of these opening kills.
Crucial headshots, right? Mo on Jet is something that we looked to for this map. It was one of the talking points when this agent selection started trickling in. And he's going to keep up that pressure. Oh, man, not slowing down at all. The abilities will force him to hold a moment. And Entral with Creon. Those are crucial kills. Creon comes in on the push on the A site. And obviously, Entral locking down Heaven. He has been impactful up here. And this round's 1 for Exile.
Yeah, some tasty angle holding here from Entral. Really nicely done by Sage up in Heaven. That is where the execute stops. Breach tries to flash and peek with Sage. Breach dies. Sage doesn't. Sage gets 2, and that's the hold they need. Still scary to have given up 4 rounds, but it's already looking recoverable. Two rounds left in the half.
Mathieu put them on par if they could find about 7 or 8. James said he thought maybe they would need
I think he's
even
being
more.
nice, Matthew. Yeah.
And so far, there is a chance to close with that. You know, if they're able to get these last 2 rounds summoned, then all of a sudden, this second map looks like it could be secured. Of course, that's assuming that we're not going to watch Exile turn around on the offense and shock us all. It'd be dumb to write anybody off. Couple of flashes here. Make that 3 flashes
4
into
flashes.
mid. 4 flashes,
Oh
yeah.
God.
Out of charges.
No one's seen a person yet.
Concussing.
Just a stew of abilities here in middle.
Oh, Sage is he wants to
close.
duel. Oh, and he'll get it, and he'll win. This is a
Big
confident
pickup.
Sage. All right, do they know what's going on this time around? They get that kill a little bit early, so they can't know, you know, if it was an intention for there to be a split. But DreamHack still has his paint shells. They haven't baited that out at all.
Ooh, showstopper beyond the Omen smokes.
Left.
You can see how that forces the Omen to fall out of screens. There's 2 players back here, and had they rounded those next corners, it could have been a disaster for the defense. Instead, Creon's gonna get one onto the kill feed. They do have players on the site itself, but we've seen them here before, only to then fall to the retake. And so far, so good from Exile. Yes, there will be an answer from Mystic, but how much can he deliver on only 6 HP? He's gonna sneak through the smoke. He's got Boaster up in the heavens, but Cypher with eyes behind him, and 3 kills to his name. VQ with a 7th for his team. It is Exile still in the lead.
You got to give yourself a congratulations for that one. That was nuts. Flank watching, denying anybody on the site. Nice breach utility. Love everything that was going on here. And it was only really Mystic to come back with these 2 revenge frags. That was so beautiful, but that wasn't enough. They never let him get comfortable in that post plant. And I think that's really, you know, some quality Valorant here from Exile. Before and just during the spike plant, where some teams might be a bit more uncomfortable. They were not shy at all. Wrapping up now, the final round of the half. And, you know, who knows what this round could mean.
3 ults for Exile. You'd think they should be able to absolutely use that to the max potential. When there are none on the side of Summon.
Right there.
4 of the 7 rounds for Exile, also by way of defuse. So they've been hanging on with both hands, man, trying not to get bucked off this wild ride. Shot at the kneecaps. Attack goes down. Sender flashes through the middle column, but that is a good fault line. Creon's gonna try to teleport. It works, but he gets right into the eyes of Summon, who has 4 kills to his name. And in the 1 versus 1, he is gone. Over to the B site, or A, excuse me. He will fall on the spike.
30
Plant
seconds
comes in. He's got 85 health. Dreamess, he's going to start dropping abilities left, right, and center. Peeking wide. He has the health advantage. That's for certain. But an ace to close the half. 5 rounds for Summon. Is it enough? Come back after the break. And we are back with the 7-5 half from Exile. So many retakes needed to shut down that attacking side. But, I mean, bedlam all over the place, man. This ace from Mystic, 4 kills within the heat of the moment on that B site. The From the Shadows teleport. And then at this point, he had half of the health of his opponent. And check out how crisp it gets.
Yeah, the instant off-angle peek, and Dreamist doesn't stand a chance. Tough situation there. And in a critical round, right? This could have been an 8-4 scoreline. Could be significantly different than 7-5. Exile are going to be scared. They got the 7-round quota, maybe the bare minimum it takes to win on Split, but they don't have the experience on Split. They probably don't have the stuff. We'll see how prepared they are and how much they expected it to come into this best of 3. So far, so decent.
Middle completely offered over here. Oh. Fight from the top of ramps, dash back from Jet. Mystic now hears the footwork coming forward. Oh, Creon gets both players inside of Heaven, but there's a third. Doma tapping him away here in Heaven. 3 kills on the hold. Oh,
the absolute wall.
And the burst to close it from Boaster.
Damn, dude. Defense. What is this?
So key.
Nasty, man. He barely moves, you know? He's like so comfortable.
Minimal movements, just jiggling ever so slightly, little repositions, crouch here and there, a headshot, a headshot,
doot, doot.
A headshot.
Doot, doot.
Now they are 1 round away from tying this, and of course, the nature of the beast, the attacker's half of Split. It is an uphill battle from Exile, despite them still having a little bit of a lead here to hang on to. They fall back away from B main, and once more they'll walk into mid.
Damn. And Creon got those 2 ghost frags as well. That was like, oh, wow, they're actually going to pull this back off the ropes too. Like it was WWE. But when we see other defenders just receding to their most careful positions, avoiding mid entirely, allowing mailroom and ropes control to be taken. Not really as scared of that. You can fall back on site holds. And for Exile, they've got so much map control, they just got to make a decision.
DQ's on the contact. Tough job. Especially versus the better weapons. Doma gonna get clapped back by Mo, who then answers with just the 1.
They know
Taps inside of the slow. Oh, he's gonna get the player in the corner first, denies the spike plant. And because of that, Entril suddenly found in an awful position. Had he been back here with a player on site, then maybe they're able to make this thrifty round win happen. And there is still the slightest of chances, but 15 seconds really spells disaster. So he's gonna pick up the better weapon, start to sprint in. If he can get the kill on site, that's big. And they try to just walk away from him, but oh my God, he's just gonna go for the chase. Gets turned on by Tak, who has 3 kills on the round, and we are tied at 7.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to hold W, but just with that pistol and the conversion, it is 7. And again, you know, not leaving anything to chance, just playing on the site holds, playing 3B for the hold. And yeah, just, you know, kind of a not a wrong gamble from Exile. They actually almost make it work, but of course they move into the overstack site and lose because of it. So what will happen now? Potential position here for Exile to show us what they can do on attack, or for SUMNFC to really just put up a wall of a defense and scare the living daylights out of them. Doma doing what Doma does, making tons of space early on, ready to fast flank B.
Yeah, that's going to allow for the hard rotate into Heaven. And, well,
oh, he'll get caught.
Yeah, that's huge, in fact. Creon coming in from the back just to secure his flank. Works out wonderfully. This is going fantastically for Exile. Oh, it's flawless.
No chance. I mean, it couldn't have been a better setup. They didn't lose anybody inside B. They had the flank coming down quickly. But they had the presence of mind, Creon, to watch the flank there. Grabbed Raze, and everybody else just died. What?
Somebody tell me how that was so easy.
I don't even know. I mean, even Breach's utility, you thought they'd get like 3 kills there for free. An insane hold before the spike is even planted? Did he even go down? On Earth?
This is going to leave the defense with lesser weapons, man. 2 Buckies, double Frenzy, only 1 Phantom in the mix.
They're shook.
Of course, it is for Mystic, but this is an awesome chance. Considering that there was only 5 rounds for the attackers in that first half, this is looking like a likely second. Of course, it is just the curb buy, right? Keeping enough money in the bank accounts on Summon so that they can get real weapons in the follow-up. But they do still have enough of a chance with this one, so you cannot count them out. Exile would be fools to think that this should be as easy. Mind you, flawless round in the last one. You can already see this Raze in the corner being pinged, so Doma's gonna get stunned. Difficult position, I love it. The Sage Wall goes up. Mystic, he gets the second. Oh, the grenade right on the money. Creon's gonna be able to push past. He only has 5 bullets, he better land them.
Clear that.
He goes for the reload. This buys time. Now, Mo off of the side, also denied any success, but Boaster with the Bucky and Tax right behind him. They've got all 3 players kind of corralled into the corner. Can they really do the damage from this distance? That's the issue. DreamHack's able to drop another. Yes, he will take 1, but 2 members alive as Exile lead by 2.
Yeah, it gets scary, but Exile grabbed the round, so closer now to double digits. Another buy-in will come out. It's actually Mo to pick up the Operator, which is something that we haven't seen a lot of, just the Operator in general, I feel like, at this event. So this will be an interesting adjustment. We'll see what kind of damage he can do with it. But Exile, they are aiming. I mean, it is true, like what James brought up about their interview, that they're trying to fall back on it, you know, in a position where who knows how much preparation they put into this match. They don't have many, not into this match, but into this map specifically. They don't have much history on record. The trades are there, that's for sure. The refrags, the awareness, and the individual level, that's all there. They can go toe-to-toe.
Stark contrast to the last 2 rounds that were just explosiveness at the start. Minute on the clock left over. Summon just staying back here on the top of ramp. I mean, this could be an easy walkout for FIQ. Oh, but he gets bested by Doma. And there comes Mo in with the Operator. 3 versus 5 to the favor of Summon.
Oh, this lurk is being watched as well. Mo will keep an eye on Heaven. Shock, I don't know. The TP is going to come in. That's interesting. It gets spotted out. Maybe misalign that a little bit. So much exposed, but he tries to cross Heaven.
Yeah, just tries to get over without them being able to see him from sight, but no way he anticipates a player in Heaven itself. Exile, they lose a player on each extremity of the map, and then these 3 members in mid are kind of left to pick up the pieces. It's a bit of a desperate play with 20 seconds remaining, and Sender's gonna get himself 1, but Doma's reposition from ramp back to screen.
10 seconds left.
That's gonna be enough. 7 seconds. He's looking for something at all. They go rushing into him, and that would have left him with enough time to plant had he gotten both kills, but Doma's on the triple, and the defenders are on 8.
Yeah, amazing from Doma, really, in both maps. Just looks so good. The moves he makes, always impressed, and he's got the frags to contribute as well. The deep pick here, they might not get caught out by it again, but it doesn't matter because this is a round back on defense. This is a scary problem to introduce the Operator where Exile might have started to get a little bit more comfortable. And this is also a round where they don't just lose 1 trade, they just really tumble into a fail on a lot of different fronts. And Mo has so many more options to try to explore. Here's one over on the A site, though he won't see anybody just yet.
Gonna try and burst into this. Still, gotta put in Creon in a entry role.
Yeah. No one's made a decision yet, but Mo is deep on A, like somewhat deep, and he's holding this op. I don't know where he goes.
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, you know, if he pushes,
Out of charges.
he could peek, but he's surely not going to flank.
Concussing.
Seems like they're going to re-engage closer towards B. The further Mo gets, the more confident this B stack
Just
is.
information, yeah.
But listen, we've already watched Exile walk into the B site and clear it entirely with no losses. So it's just going to be the nature of the take. Rolling Thunder comes out. Everybody hanging on for now. Doma's anticipating some kind of a play. Oh, Mystic! 2 headshots. Boaster's got himself a double. And as quickly as the last attempt went well, this one is shut down to hell. Creon running for the hills, as this is absolutely a 9th round for Summon, which means we are tied again.
He's a monster on the Omen, and it's not necessarily because of the way that he's jumping around TPing from position to position. He's just got the straight up amazing mechanics, out-dueling multiple targets that are coming at him straight on. And even when there's good spacing where he should die, he's not. Scary, scary stuff here. SUMNFC, they're tied, but they know they have a lead.
True enough. Sitting on 3 ultimates, both teams. But Mystic, man, crisp kills. This is the Rolling Thunder. Oh, hey there. yeah. Man, that is some spooky stuff.
I've seen too much.
Hello.
Yeah. So, of course, executing with the ult is always great, but there's that rotational problem, which is funny because it's their own fault line that pushes him into checking for that Omen.
Yeah.
But they can't know exactly what's going to happen. Now, Mo's going to go for this pick again. There was a cage on him at first. Oh, my goodness gracious. He's going to try to get out of there. Staying high, really smart move. He'll go above the ult, but then still dies.
But the player in the back of sight, Tack, able to get the quick kill onto Entril. There's his second. More players coming in, and he goes down. Mystic's wasting no time, but the boom bot distracts him, and now the Neural Theft gives away his element of surprise. Creon silently coming up from ropes, cuts down Boaster, and what do you know? Man advantage here for Exile as the spike goes down.
Spike planted.
Yeah, well, Creon, he looks like he's trying to press out. He'll look for it, and oh my god, the awareness, Mystic, one-on-one situation, headshot to lock it up. That's the first player to get them to double digits, and it's not Exile after having such a significant position here. Man, that was there was so many things that happened, so many minute details where, first of all, it's Mo. He does the wisest thing in trying to stay airborne. He does dodge the ult, almost rides the rocket, and then misses his frag. That's like the classic Mo right now.
Man,
runs out of blades, can't get the kill. Oh my god.
Yeah, now you're gonna start watching these emotions set in for both sides, right? Jubilation as Summon take the lead. Mystic absolutely delivering. Over on that B site, he locked down 2 rounds ago. Mo moving the operator onto B this time. Doesn't get his opening pick as he would hope for. 2 ultimates between Neural Theft and Rolling Thunder. Oh, Mo missing the shot and dashing right back into a position that Creon can clear. Doma on the boxes. Why is that rope crooked?
Got busted rope, what the hell? Okay, well, Doma, oh, he can't jump up again, and he might get caught. This is such a timing game. He might not expect how quickly they're gonna be here, but the double rope setup might be too strong. These are the last 2 players you wanna see.
Maybe they give chase.
And they could, yeah.
Yeah, up they go.
Oh my god.
The thing is, I mean, yes, okay.
They clear this out, they can rotate back around. This is the interesting part, right? Because they can call out that the information was gathered but not actually followed up on. So this will be a huge tell.
Creon's trap just got busted. This camera's huge, in fact, because you've got Creon putting Omen smokes in the back of Heaven where there's normally a player, but there's nothing to confirm that this is a B play.
How do they know that the A play is coming?
Just the fact that the Cypher cam on B hasn't seen anybody cross Heaven.
Yeah.
They could be right on the cusp. Oh, but the revive. Sage with the revive. It's a perfect Rolling Thunder. Doma peeks right into it. These last 2 players stuck in the corner. The grenade forces them in, and it's a 4K on for the 8. It's Mystic to shut it down, but the defenders with an 11th round, now 2 away from the win.
An absolute monster. We have to keep saying it. Doma, he's filling up the kill feed over and over again. Look how careful he is with these angles, as you mentioned.
The perfect
Rolling
mixture
Thunder.
of abilities. Rolling Thunder for Doma's peak. He goes for the paint shell, pushes them into the open, picks up his reward.
Disgusting.
And he could have had the ace, but so be it. Mystic gets it. You can still see how pumped he is.
Damn, dude. Such a close match and such highlight frags to happen. I thought with the amount of pressure they're putting on themselves to win and just like how much emphasis there was, there would be some mistakes being made, but it seems like they're being more clutch than they've ever been before.
Oh man, and even now with the lesser weapons, trying to get something moving in mid. 4 Sheriffs and a Spectre. Attack. Oh, his magazine was running dry. That's the perfect moment for a Neural Theft. Yes, it is versus a lesser buy, but just to be confirmed as to what's going on for Exile. Summon, they just want that moment to breathe, and they've gotten it. Because of that Neural Theft, Exile has to stop. They realize their opponents know exactly what's going on. It's time to reset.
There's 2 games too. Like as soon as a Neural Theft comes in, it feels like, you know, you get caught naked basically, and they can't think about flanking because they're scared that someone's pushed A or B. The mind games go both ways. And so sometimes we see what we're seeing now. It's a freeze. However, Sender drops down into ropes right where Mystic wants him and not ends up getting killed.
But Doma, just got the showstopper, whips it out. He dies, but the Rocket's still able to connect. Dreamus is going to go ahead and put down that spike. He's taking damage. Oh, but it's enough of a distraction. Sender comes in off the top shelf. Dreamus can now walk forward, and he's looking for the gun. He's got pause on the Vandal. Fresh reload, but the Cloud Burst is not enough. It doesn't stop the shots. This would be the thrifty round win to keep them within 1. To deny Summon that 12th round they already thought they'd secured. Abilities coming out from Breach. The blind connects. Boaster on top of the spike, comes off of it. He thinks it's heaven, but Dreamus, he holds back deep. He's waiting, and it could work out wonderfully. Now he's gonna go running in, but he dies out to Boaster. There's no time. A 10th round for Exile, and Bind keeps on giving.
It's so damn close. Boaster, he had the opportunity to at least get it to half. There was potential for him to play that differently even without going for the hard read. Decided not to, maybe to keep things even more interesting. This is the first kill where you think it's going to be inconsequential. Sender gets a Sheriff frag, but it's answered back. Doma ends up getting traded out in the site. The person who just aced last round to reopen up that ult for the team, and you think they've just got so much going for them on top of the site for ult being pulled, and now it's 10-11 within 1 round.
Full buys back on it. Such a crucial win, because suddenly that would have been, yes, we can play for overtime. Now, you could legitimately win in regulation. You are back in the driver's seat. Ultimate's basically cleared off the board other than the Rolling Thunder. Sender, who opened up shop at the base of ropes last round. If you get him into a prime position, you could completely shatter a defensive line.
This is actually such a serious round for Sender, and there's the Rolling Thunder. It goes out towards the B site. A big distraction.
Mystic misses his first shot. That's going to make the multi-kill difficult, but Doma, who has been an absolute beast here, trying to hold, falls out to VQ. Now, the Neural Theft. That's a big move. Boaster trying to throw the flash out as Creon goes for the spike plant.
There's the flank. It's going to be heard. VQ, totally aware of this move now.
He just messed up his camera, though. He wanted vision deeper in the sight. Now he can't see what's happening on screens, but he does at least have an idea as to what's coming this way, but it all falls on VQ. Oh, he goes down! Summon with the retake. 3 uninterrupted kills means they've got that 12th, but this map's not done yet.
No, it's still not. It's still not. That spike will get defused, but the spike plan itself might help. What is the money going to be like now that we're on match point? I mean, we saw them do a lot with nothing, and this is going to need to be another one of those situations. Around or below 3K each. But in the face of 2 ults, a Raze ult and a Neural Theft, they still won the round. And you better believe the pressure is going to play a factor right now.
100%.
It's going to matter. You know, more than anything, you tell yourself, we're playing to win. But When you're in this spot, you're up 2 rounds, you just lost versus an eco, deep down, you are thinking about losing. You are thinking about playing not to lose. Overcoming that will be huge.
You've got to suppress that voice in the back of your head.
You have to stick to the game plan and hold your nerve.
And remember, if anything, replace that self-doubt with the fact that you won a round just 2 ago where you had far less to work with.
And for Exile, they should read into that fear. They know that they just got them. They got it close. They're getting the spikes down. They're scary in the post plant. They've had some insane rounds this half.
Mo's going to be tested. Multiple bodies. Oh, and he gets Entril. That's an easy first pickup. The Omen smoke on top, attack through the Cypher cage. There goes the Blade Storm. It's a miss, but he finds himself now behind enemy lines with cover. 19 HP. The dash away from it gives them a chance to breathe. Exile are on the site, and Sender's got that spike down. Here comes the Bucky. Denied in a 5 versus 1. It looks like Summon have done it. Sender trying to hang on, and they will win on Split. Summon, to think what this means to them. Players who had the idea of quitting jobs, the idea of dreaming big with this qualification. They have managed the 2-0, just like the 3 teams that come before them: G2, Liquid, FPX, and Summon.
To put all 4 of those names together, that's amazing. And we thought this game was going to be easy. It wasn't.
Not at all.
To see Exile next week wouldn't surprise me. Commiserations to them.
Fingers crossed, man.
Yeah, they definitely played well, and on Split, where they had nothing. They absolutely had a dog meat stat line in terms of their split percentages and made it close.
Just the fact that they held on to that first half with so many spike diffuses, so many retakes in a map where we kind of wrote them off fairly based on stats. They still had a chance to bring it back. SUMNFC making it through. Huge news here for EU Valorant. We're going to throw this one to the break. The analysts up next. Don't you move a muscle.
Where am I standing here? I'm standing left side.
One close. Where are they, man?
Inside.
Yeah, they're on
One
side.
close
5v3. Let's
Home and
play
CT
CT
close.
together. Take CT together.
Go, flash me.
I can flash it. No, I can't. I can flash. Flashing.
Nice.
Kabooming in the
That's
elbow.
fine,
Okay, side, I think.
I'm swinging out. I'm flashing front sight. Ready? Walk out. I'm flashing front sight now.
Let's go! Let's see what I just did. Let's go!
You're
See what I just did.
Well, a lot of communication going on there and a very happy SUMNFC. They get the win. It was another 2-0 and they showed why they were the dominant team here. Teamwork prevails, preparation prevails, and how bad do you want it? Well, they proved that right there.
And you can hear it on that TeamSpeak clip. You can hear how much it means to them to win that very last round. And even though it got close a little bit, I said EXILE could need 7-8 rounds. Turns out it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, but the individuals from SUMNFC shown as well, they were impressive. We can talk about Boaster, we can talk about Doma, we have to talk about Mystic as well.
Oh my God, Mystic, that one AC got with 4 kills on the B side. I mean, listen, without Mystic, this would have been upset, I feel like.
I think so.
Like, seriously, some of the rounds, it felt like he was getting miraculous trades over and over again. Some absolutely insane stuff. I mean, laser sharp precision with this Phantom, and then TP instant out.
Shadows.
It's like I was watching Maniac play. It was so beautiful.
Oh, it has a little bit of me in there.
Stop doing his ego. We do not want him to go back to playing. It's nice to have Maniac on a desk. And I just want to say, right, you guys mentioned it, Mystic, he had those moments, but there were so many back and forth moments in here. And for Mo, right, we spoke about him being so influential. On the Jet, it was definitely much better, but Doma and Mystic shined here. Across both maps, Doma, 50 kills, 328 on his ACS score and 216 ADR.
Okay, Doma's MVP of the series for me, personally. But Mystic, aim-wise, I think was just, I don't even know. I think he was the best. In mechanics, like, insane.
Yeah, I mean, we have Doma here on the Raze, and we've been talking about it all weekend long. The Raze have the responsibility to make the plays, to make the kills, to have that ACS, and he absolutely did. He turned some rounds on its head. We see it with the pistol. He's done it with the rifle as well. He was all over the place, and these ultimates, I get frustrated when I see these ultimates because I've been on the receiving end a couple of times. You can just hear it coming right in your face.
Right.
Man, the thing is, when I watch this reminds me back to looking at Razes when Raze was OP, and yet these players are doing it without it being OP. We remember the horrible days. Right here and now, some of what Doma's doing is just incredible.
And it's not even individual. We see that last clip. They had the setup for it, right?
Yeah.
So it's not just individuals shining, but also they have a setup where they can actually bait and switch for each other, make sure they have a right position, and make the kills. Doma, I agree with you, might have been the MVP of the series, but also Mystic probably saved them on that very map.
Yeah, it's so hard. You're really splitting hairs when you talk about the two of them. Just critical plays, and like their team was setting them up so well. Yeah, it was a matter of like how the game should always look, right? Where you have your strong aimers untethered, be able to look forward, not flashed. People they're shooting are flashed, or in some cases we have, and this is
look at that TP.
Mystic. Yeah, this is another TP. Yeah.
Hola. It's just the movements, right?
And the thing is, I went into this game, right, I told you guys, we were saying, look at Mo, look at Doma. But I said about Mystic, he's Mr. Consistent. It wasn't just consistency here. It was pulling off these things in moments where it was so desperately needed for Summon. This would have changed the course of the game. We could be on a third map right now.
Yeah, you can't overemphasize that. Like the plays that he made, it was like every single kill was as important as the last, and it was as unlikely as the last. Like even on that hold right there, he's sitting in the B site with a wall beside him, no teammates to help at all. He knows he's not going to get help. He doesn't care. This guy doesn't need a babysitter.
He doesn't need a babysitter at all. One thing that was also incredibly impressive for this entire roster, right, is the fact that they're being held together during all of this madness of like studying, working, not knowing what's coming, not signed to an organization. You got to go to give a lot of credit, right, to their in-game leader in Boaster, and he is joining us for the interview right now. Boaster, mate, look at that face. How happy are you right now?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very good. I'm very proud of what I just saw some of my British boys achieve. But I just want you to say, right, how much does it mean to you guys? Because I can't emphasize enough.
It means a lot. Honestly, we've been treated as like underdogs of tournaments and like these tournaments, but to play in this tournament and get this far and be able to qualify for the main event is super hype for the boys, especially given our experience and like how much time we have to dedicate to the game and resources. So I'm just super stoked that the boys were able to take it. take this win. Yeah.
And I really want you to explain, right, because Minnie gave us a brief view of it, but how much time you are putting in, as well as Minnie, around everything else, because it's you that's not working, right? It's you that's fully gone all in on this, and it's a big risk for you to take.
Yeah, so I was like, I don't really want to work anymore, so I quit my job, and Valorant came out, and I was like, I have to, like, I reckon I could be good at this game. So then I hopped into this game and started getting on the VOD reviews and the grinding, and like recently doing more so on the deathmatch because my aim was a bit stiff in previous tournament, and I didn't want to let my boys down in the next tournament. Well, this tournament. Admittedly, today I was kind of with City, but I think overall I made it up with some of the calls in CT side, especially both maps.
Look,
So, yeah.
First of all, congratulations for qualifying right. You said you've been assessed as underdogs. First of all, do you agree with that? Do you think you were underdogs? And how or where do you situate yourself compared to G2, compared to Liquid, and the likes of FPX?
I don't mind being an underdog. It's kind of a nice title to just come into these tournaments. Oh, EXILE's the underdog, and we're like, it just gives us an excuse to prove everyone wrong. That's always nice. In terms of how we're going to compete against G2, FPX, Liquid, and Co., I think we'll do all right. I think everyone's kind of on the same boat. Everyone's kind of caught up with the meta, and yeah, I don't think G2's on that much of a high podium anymore as they were because of their individual skill. But now the team play is maybe it might prevail, and you might see us in the finals.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. And if you were to beat them, if you were to beat these teams, why would that be? What is it that you guys have? What is your X factor? Is that aim, strategies, attitude, communication? Where is it that you make the difference?
I'd say structure. I think I've built quite a nice structure on T side and CT side. Granted, we did whiff a lot, and like in split, like the after plants are absolutely terrible. But I think we're looking pretty good, and I think it's like we just got raw talent. Like they come from other games. Either me and T-Sac are the only ones that came from CS:GO, with Minnie as coach, who also came from CS:GO. No, Chuck.
Come on.
Chuck. Any, UK call him T-Sac. My bad. Yeah, I think like combine us three with our experience, and then give it to these boys who are just pure aimers, and like they actually do some outstanding individual plays, and like. So far, it's so nice seeing like the progression like Doma has made to his mental like aspect, and like he's always been crisp, but it's getting down that like mental effect, or you know what I mean. And then there was Mystic as well with just growth and like experience and like learning more about the game, and I'm just happy that I think like he's improved dramatically over the like months of practice that we've had. The same with Mo. Like I picked them up not knowing them. I knew they're from the UK, and I was like, who the hell are these guys? They're kind of crisp. And then I was just hoping that under my wing and Minnie's wing, we were able to like make them to the boys they are today. And hopefully in 4 weeks time, or however many weeks until the main event, you'll see us popping off even more so, I should hope.
Looking forward to it, man. And I want to ask you on split here. Okay, this would have been a huge upset considering the stats. By the numbers, you guys had them dead to rights, but surely you were a little bit worried about the fact that you just don't have much experience versus them. Could you tell us about playing against a team that you don't know a lot about or don't have much history against, and how confident were you? And then maybe a little bit about, were there nerves at all, at the end of the map where it got a little bit closer?
I think in terms of, because it was such a big game, there were obvious nerves in both maps. When it came to split, and like we had zero background on their split, we just knew that they didn't pick it. And split is a comfortable map for us most of the time. Today was a bit awkward, but I'd say they're a team with like good aim and good individual skill, but I think they over-rotate like mad. So I was often, especially on the pistol round where I was trying to drag the rotation and then go back to the other side. I was trying to do that quite a lot versus these guys. And I'd say that was my plan, just play slow, bait out the Sage utility, because the Sage was using her wall mid every round, and that's like, okay, we get a free, get rid of that. She throws a slow, okay, that's nice. Now we can look in a bit more free to do stuff. Oh, raised nade, sick. And then like that was kind of how we were kind of playing, like get rid of the big utility, and then we'll have a bit more freedom on our executes and stuff.
Now, Boaster, obviously you've made it this far, right? And it's a huge achievement for you guys. You mentioned about 4 weeks. You've got about 2.5 weeks, mate, to get prepared. How is your preparation going to change now? Is there any way you guys can get some more time? Because I know obviously the studies, the work, and all that side of things.
Well, luckily, we only showed 2 of our maps this event. So it's looking pretty good in terms of like the other 2 maps that we have. Also, I think Icebox is going to be enabled as well. So we'll have to get on the grind on that. So 2 weeks, I'm going to say we obviously VOD review these games and talk about it. Maybe change up a few things and add some things that we've seen that people do from this event, because obviously people have been saving their stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'd say, yeah, in 2 weeks' time, we're going to have 5 maps pretty decently down, and I'd say whoever's playing against us, you best be scared. No, I joke.
I love your attitude, mate. And I got to ask one more thing on it, right? Your agent compositions, though, for me is a bit more, I can look at what you guys are going to have and I can kind of predict what you're going to use with it. Are you looking to diversify that? Are you looking to change that up? Because there's many teams now kind of going away from just being 1 or 2 agent specialists.
Yeah, so that's what I've been trying to do with my boys. I've told them from the start of the game, especially when they join my team as well, I said you have to play multiple agents. Like, there's no one tricks in my team, because the meta changes, the comp changes, and you have to be adaptable. And at the end of the day, it's a shooting game. It's a shooting game with utility that's a bit crazy sometimes. So, yeah, I'd say like I'm getting my boys used to comps and different agents. And at first they're like, I'm uncomfortable, but then I was like, shut up, just practice. And then next week they're like, oh, I love playing this agent now. And I'm like, yeah, okay. He's like, let me main it. I'm like, shut up, man. But yeah, that's pretty much, yeah.
There you go. For anyone that's just watching, that's how you get UK British comms thrown in there with a bit of craziness, a bit of shut up man in there. We get a brother and a bit of a get your boasties, I guess, as well, mate.
Yeah, amen.
Boaster, thank you so much for your time, mate. Go off and celebrate and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for putting on a show, and congratulations on making it to the main event.
Thank you very much. Can I give one shout out?
Of course, do it.
All right. Shout out to all my boys, Doma, Mystic, Mo, Mini, and Chuck. Shout out to Yinsu as well for supporting me. That's it.
Oh,
yo,
so
everyone.
Cute.
Oh, and shout out to all the fans in the chat. I see Mo's in this house. Daddy T-Sack, you know how it is. Thanks, guys. Peace.
Love that.
It's just a mic drop there. Peace
there you go.
I
love it.
To win.
You got to get a bit of that UK culture thrown in there, a bit of swing of it. At least he brings the entertainment as well, right? We don't get those boring interviews.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. The excitement.
He did have to tell her to go away halfway through it, though, because she may have tried to distract him. He put a tweet out about it.
Might have been a problem.
She was sat there cheering alongside him.
He's got the strat book. He just closed the strat book here.
Wow, it's small for now.
Yeah, it's gonna get bigger.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, we have 4 weeks to prepare. And like, actually, you have 2.
2.5 weeks.
You have 2.
I wanted to make sure I put that in, that it was 2.5 weeks, because he just goes off and he's like, we can take a little bit of a break. No, keep your foot on the pedal. Keep your foot on the pedal. Keep on moving forward. But that is the end of week 1, guys, for the qualifiers here for First Strike Europe. G2, Liquid, FPX, and SUMNFC all make it through to the main event starting on December 3rd. But still, there are 4 spots remain, and the qualifiers kick off just around the corner. We will be back with the broadcast live here for the playoffs week 2 on Saturday at 7 p.m. CET. We do not know who we will see there, but there are a lot of crazy skilled teams to come through. NiP will be back in there, Prodigy, Opportunist, Exile. And we also got to remember Guild and this redemption arc for those guys.
Yeah, man. They'll be out for revenge. Obviously, Guild will probably be in the names. We will be commentating, casting, analyzing next weekend. But the quality of the game has been so high. Such high-level Valorant played this weekend. And you're right, the teams that we have seen here are losers. They're coming in as favorite for the next weekend. But maybe, who knows, maybe we get surprised by other teams.
Need more DM, no Penky, right? They may as well short before. There's definitely a chance for these guys. But it's been a fantastic weekend of Valorant action. I'm very happy to work alongside you two, even you, Maniac, even though I've put with you all this time. It's nice to get Launders here to bridge the gap every moment we get through it.
But just not Scrawny, right? That's the only thing.
Oh, yeah.
Just you.
But
don't tell him.
Who was that again?
Well, of course, it's blue suits only, right? That's
there we
the
go.
Thing. We got to make sure
Should we get a 3-shot quickly? Yeah, like, there you go. Look at this.
The Blue Man Group.
Team Blue. Blue Man Group of Valorant with the red background in. We are done and dusted for this weekend, but we will see you next weekend for week 2, where the final 4 teams will be decided. We'll see you then.